dedication, teamwork and commitment to the long term to achieve outstanding results. We are proud to say our Milford KiwiSaver Plan conservative, balanced and active growth funds have all been the #1 performers in their respective KiwiSaver Fund categories over the last 10 years, according to Morningstar's latest independent survey. And now, we are proud to be investing in the rowing champions of tomorrow in their pursuits of outstanding results. Find out more at milfordasset.com. Milford, invested in you.
Very good morning and welcome to Lake Karapiro for the 2024 Aon New Zealand University Championships. Looking forward to having your company throughout the day as the top university rowers from around the country come together to look and take that next step in their rowing progression. First up, however, something slightly different. We have a selection time trial for you. This is, well, a group of men and women who basically are racing the clock today, trying to get inside a certain percentage set by the selectors and then hopefully get picked to go to the World University Rowing Championships. Following that, we'll bring you the men's varsity double sculls Division 1 over 2,000 metres, featuring crews from Otago, Canterbury, Auckland, Victoria, Waikato, Lincoln and AUT. So, of course, going live out across our stream. Hope you are enjoying the coverage. And, of course, to people here in Lake Karapiro across the sound system as well. We do encourage people, if you are here at the venue today, grab your conversations, grab a cup of coffee, bring it nice and close to the crowd control barriers or to the lake's edge, and let's make plenty of noise and let's have a wonderful atmosphere, a wonderful day of racing. Certainly, well, weather conditions, it's very cool here in Karapiro. There is a strong tailwind coming from the east behind the rowers as we do just now come across this magnificent venue, previously having staged 2 World Rowing Championships. As we now do just get set for this university selection time trial. Just waiting for these individual scullers and pairs to make their way into their particular lanes. So these rowers would have gone through their pre-morning warm-up protocols that are fairly well established at this level. A lot of these athletes would have come out of different high schools from around the country, have competed at the Aon Māori regattas in the past and now looking to just try and take that next step in their progression. And there is that 2,000 metre course, as I affectionately like to say, 1,750 metres of hope and 250 metres of truth. And so starting in lane 1 will be Sophie Egnott-Johnson. Lane 3, it'll be a women's double of Holly Gray and Emily Gordon. There in lane 4 is James Scott. Lane 5, another one of our individual scullers will be Gerard Wall. Lane 6 will be Callum Tutbury. And then in lane 8, a men's pair of Lewis Meats and George Johnson. Again, while technically racing each other, really this is just about racing the clock, trying to get within a certain percentage of some of the world's fastest times, whether that be at under 23 level. Of course, conditions will be factored in as well. It is tough, it is a little bit choppy, as you can see. Well, it's fastest time for the individual sculls, around about 6 minutes 30, women's around about 7:14, but different measures will be used by the selectors. So we wish all these athletes the best in terms of trying to establish or get the nod to go to the World University Games for rowing. And so they will need to make some stroke adjustment in these conditions, be a little bit more concentration required. So a very cool morning, but as mentioned, having gone through those pre-race protocols to get that nervous system up, to get that little beta sweat up, to make sure they are warm. And there is that crew of Holly Gray and Emily Gordon. Holly out of AUT in Auckland and Emily Gordon out of the University of Waikato. Slight delay in the start. And we are underway in this university selection time trial, A final. And they will go off in a handicap format. And so Sophie Ignott-Johnson started first. See, as the bottom right of your picture, leading this time trial at the moment, but of course done on handicap system. But she'll be wanting to get into her work early and then looking to try and just settle down. Try and get that good rhythm, get that heart rate while high, even. Work that heart rate in with her stroke rate, as will be the case of this women's double of Holly Gray and Emily Gordon. Need to control the emotion, just need to control the adrenaline. Think about their form. Always tough in a single sculls, because I think sometimes it's easier to let yourself down than it is when you maybe have a teammate. But they know what's at stake here. Opportunity to race at the World University Games, World University Rowing Championships, black singlet, silver fern, so plenty of incentive. So Sophie Ignott-Johnson maintaining some very, very good form at the moment. Again, like just chopping up a little bit, certainly down the first 1,000 metres here. It does tend to become a little bit more glass-like. The further they get down the lake, it tends to just smooth out a little bit. So individual time trial, racing the clock. Cannot back off at any point. Don't have the luxury of saying, well, I'm leading this race by 100 metres, I can cruise the last 300 or 400. The clock is ticking. As we look back down the lake and we see this pairing of Holly Gray, Emily Gordon, James Scott there in lane 4. And then we've got a men's pair of Lewis Meets, George Johnson. And that pairing of Holly Gray, Emily Gordon, just urging each other on, just talking to each other, looking to try and just stay controlled now. Got out quickly, high strike rate early, now looking to just lengthen out, keep that heart rate nice and steady. Really good performance coming here from James Scott on their outside. Now Scott now in the individual scales, just starting to move up alongside of Holly Gray and Emily Gordon. So a distance of 2,000 metres, they'll be very aware of the different points here on Karapiro that they'll be looking to try and knock off mentally, whether it be the 500 metre mark, the 1,000 metre mark, the 1,500 metre mark. Just starting to come into shot here on the live stream now. We've got Lewis Meets and George Johnson, and they are absolutely charging this men's pair, and then Callum Tutbury as well. So purely against the clock. Selectors here watching this, they will download the data, they will factor in water conditions, coldness of the lake. They will come up with an algorithm based on the world's fastest times, possibly at an under 23 level, at an open elite level. Do these times stack up? Are these rowers genuinely world class? And so that is what is at stake. Cold water, of course, makes the boats a little bit slower. You're just starting to see Lake Karapiro just beginning to flatten out just a little bit from what we saw at the start. So conditions certainly get better as they do progress down the lake. Good performance here from James Scott though, individual sculler. Now he's just got to think about his form here, maintain that concentration, dig deep, believe. Individual time trial clearly not as tactical as what you get in a pure race. Often see in a pure race the tactics through the third 500 or maybe through the first 1,000. This is a case of really just trying to keep it even, possibly looking to negative split that second 1,000 metres. Certainly don't want to be dropping off too much over the last 500 metres. Don't want to get that feeling of rowing in quicksand that can often probably be the best way of describing that level of fatigue. But Lewis meets George Johnson here in this men's pair. Started some way back off the start line based on the handicap system, looking pretty good. Got this boat moving nicely, bow nice and high out of the water. Sophie Ignot Johnson across there in lane 1. Looking pretty comfortable. But looking comfortable and feeling comfortable are two different things in this sport. So national honours up for grabs potentially for these rowers. And so Sophie Ignot Johnson across there in lane 1. Holly Gray, Emily Gordon, the pair. Lane 2. Got James Scott in 3. Another men's pair there in lane 4. Across here, Lewis meets George Johnson. So folks, we do ask you if you are just standing around and you are watching this live at the venue, just to make plenty of noise, just for those watching the live stream. Just understand that we're also broadcasting to our live audience today here at the venue, not just across the stream, so a slightly different commentary at times, but really good performance. I tell you what, now they are well and truly in the hurt box here, aren't they? This is tough. This is where they're putting it all on the line. Selection could come down to 1/10 of a second. Selection could come down to 100th of a second. 5 seconds. Cannot afford to give up here. Continue to push. Continue to drive. Look at this. Wonderful athletes. Boy, this is a tough sport. Great way to start the finals day here of these Aon New Zealand University Games. Really good performance here from Lewis meets George Johnson. We've got Gerard Wall, Callum Tutbury. Standing effort from them as well. Almost about to come down and complete their 2,000 metre journey. And then I tell you what, it'll all be over to the selectors to do the data, to do the maths. But wonderful performance from all of these rowers first up this morning in some pretty cold testing conditions. And now coming down to cross that line too, Sophie Ignot Johnson. Congratulations to her. Tough, lonely discipline, individual sculls. And now this wonderful women's double of Holly Gray and Emily Gordon. Congratulations to them. And you can just see the hurt slumped over their boats. Coming up next, we will have the men's varsity double sculls. Now, I should explain there are different levels of rowing at a university level. We've got the novice grade. I love the novice grade. The novice grade is those competitors who have not rowed or received any coaching prior to February 1st. So literally they've been in a boat about 8 weeks. And so they'll be looking to row 2,000 metres. This first race, however, is the Double Sculls Division 1 race, and it is for the varsity crews. Now, a rower is ineligible to row at varsity grade if they have won an under 20 or under 22 senior premier championship lightweight event at the New Zealand Rowing Championships, or who has been a member of the Rowing New Zealand Pathway Tier 1 or Tier 2 athlete within the previous 2 seasons. So underway here, we've got Otago in lane 1 of Edwin George, Luke Brock, coached by Jared Glue. We've got Canterbury, James Martin, Matthew Smith, Will Johnson, and they've got down a second coach here, which I loved, simply called Bleed Maroon. Lane 3, Auckland University of Tadag Farak, Michael Brake, Olympic Games gold medalist in the men's 8 from Tokyo. We've got Victoria University in lane 4 of Charles B. Sean Snow, they're coached by Georgia Coyne and Finn Pethersboak. Lane 5, Waikato University of Lockie Balker, James Slyfield, coached by Pat Davenport. Lane 6, we've got Lincoln University of Louis Murden, Hamish Yateman. Their coaches are Louis Murden and Hamish Yateman. And then we've got in lane 7, AUT of Talisman Lloyd, Joel Millam and Holly Chaff. And so coming down through that 1,000 metre mark, good even race at the moment. Looking very much across there in lane 1 possibly. Otago University currently sitting in second, just trying to pick up those lanes for you at the moment. Lane 3, it is the Auckland crew of Tadak Farak and Michael Brake, as expected, who have gone about a boat length clear. Boy, what a moment for that men's 8 in Tokyo back in 2:21. Michael Brake, Olympic champion. Remarkable. And looking pretty comfortable at the moment. The boys out of Auckland University. Good performance coming from Edwin George, Luke Brock from Otago. Across there in 1. And down here in lane 6, now starting to make their move out of Lincoln University, are Louis Murden, Hamish Yateman. Their coaches are Louis Murden and Hamish Yateman. So starting to make a challenge now, Lincoln University. But it's all lane 3. Really good display here of Double Sculls, good form. Look very measured and very composed as they now start to come in front of the grass embankment here. So they'll know they've got 250 metres of their journey remaining. Just about concentration at this point. Comfortably clear. So a very good victory coming up here for Auckland University. Across there in lane 1, Otago University, Edwin George, Luke Brock. Lane 5, very good performance also coming from Waikato University of Lockie Balker, James Slyfield. But it will be Auckland University who will pick this up over Otago University. And are now coming across to pick up that bronze medal. Waikato University of Lockie Balker, James Slyfield. So hopefully as the day picks up, that lake just starts to flatten out a little bit. Certainly choppier through the first 1,000 metres and the second 1,000 metres. Another good performance coming in from another one of our crews, Lincoln University, possibly, of Louis Murden, Hamish Yateman. Our next race is the men's varsity double sculls, Division 2. This will feature AUT of Ryan Flintoff, Lachlan Wallace in lane 2, Canterbury number 2 crew of Jasper Mailing, Aidan Soper out of Canterbury, they'll start in lane 3. Lane 4, Victoria number 2 crew of Kale Raja, Max Wallace. Lane 5, it'll be Otago University number 2 of Liam Kirkland, Sam Barnett. Lane 6, Auckland 2 of Tom Dury, Sam Bright. And then in lane 7, it'll be the Waikato number 2 crew of Lachlan Horn and Finn Simmons. So AUT in lane 2, Canterbury in 3, Victoria in 4, Otago in 5, Auckland in 6, Waikato in lane 7. And across the far side, it is in fact in lane 1 at the moment. AUT number 2 of Ryan Flintoff, Lachlan Wallace, currently sitting in 2nd place. Lane 4, that's Victoria crew of Kale Raja, Max Wallace, currently leading this race. Okay, it might just be lane 5 there, folks. Do apologise. Just trying to pick these numbers up on the boats at the moment. The Otago University crew of Liam Kirkland, Sam Barnett. So there we go. Much better. There we go. So the famous colours there of Otago. I do apologise if we just have got that wrong initially. Just making some little subtle corrections as we progress throughout the day here on this live stream. So it is Otago University of Kirkland, Barnett. Putting the power down here. Really nice connection between strokes. And just talking to each other as we just pan back across here. Lane 6 as well. And that is Auckland number 2 of Tom Drury, Sam Bright. Lane 7 just struggling a little bit with the pace. There's the Waikato number 2 crew of Lachlan Horn, Finn Simmons. The Otago number 2 crew just absolutely pulling away here. Such a dominant display. Nice high stroke rate, being fairly consistent throughout this 1,500 metres. Now start to come in front of the grass embankment. They'll be looking around here. There'll be a sense of relief, but also knowing that they do require still a high level of concentration. AUT number 2 across there in lane 1, having a good performance. That's the crew of Ryan Flintoff, Lachlan Wallace. I always say this, often television, or if you're watching an event live, you can look at the facial expressions of some athletes, and some will have their war face on, or what I affectionately call their ugly face or their pain face. But always the best way to tell whether an athlete's in trouble, start to look at the form. Sports like running, you tend to watch the head movement, shoulders begin to drop. Rowing has its own technical component. If you start to see them shorten up, or certain parts of the stroke just starting to fall away a little bit, that's generally a sign of fatigue. But certainly this is a very good performance from Kirkland and Barnett. Dominant display from them to come down and pick up this Division 2 men's varsity double sculls title. Now, who picks up the silver? I think It's across there in lane 1. AUT of Flintoff and Wallace. And now the race for third. A really good race now for 4th, 5th and 6th, and you can hear a small but very vocal crowd urging their favoured University on. But wonderful opportunity, wonderful experience for a lot of rowers, relatively new to the sport. We'll see rowers. We saw Michael Brake earlier, Olympic gold medalist from Tokyo, winning here. We're going to have some novice crews, people who have never rowed a boat prior to February 1st, so that should be interesting to see how quickly they have adapted to this sport. It's a tough sport, both physically, mentally, but also technically, as we now bring you our next race, which is the men's varsity double sculls, Division 3. This will feature crews out of Canterbury University, Otago. They'll have crews in lanes 3 and 4. Victoria University will have representation in lanes 5 and 6. And also Waikato University will be represented in lane 7. Canterbury number 3 crew will be represented in lane 2. That features Logan Jenner, Lachlan Matler. The Otago number 3 crew in lane 3, Sam Hickey, Kaya Sheehy. Otago University in lane 4 will feature Alex Bevan, Ayan Goal. Victoria University in lane 5 will be Guy Curry Stanton, Guy de Groot. Lane 6 will be Reed Connolly Bright, Cameron Aylwood. Lane 7, the Waikato crew, will be Paul Retkowitz and Anton Bernard, coached by Pat Davenport, and already through that 1,000 metre mark of this race. Really good even race at the moment. It is the crew in lane 4 out of Otago, Alex Bevan, Aaron Goal, who currently lead this particular race. Pressure starting to be applied here. In fact, it's across there in lane 2. My apologies. It is, in fact, the Otago number 3 crew of Sam Hickey, Kaya Sheehy. Lane 4, Alex Bevan, Aaron Gold starting to apply a little bit of pressure, as is the Canterbury crew across the far side there in lane 1. Okay, just apologies again, just making some corrections. So it is lane 4, Otago 4 of Alex Bevan, Aaron Goal, who lead this race at the moment. The men's varsity double sculls. Famous colours of the sky blue and gold. Lane 3, starting to also apply a little bit of pressure, and that is Sam Hickey, Kaya Sheehy, the second of the Otago crews. And also across here in lane 6 out of Victoria, Reed Connolly Bright, Cameron Elwood, currently sitting in second place. So Reed Connolly Bright, Cameron Elwood out of Victoria University, lane 6. Lane 4, Alex Bevan, Aaron Goal, comfortably clear. And starting to just increase that stroke rate again, just taking it up another gear. And looking like they are in complete control of this particular final. Really good race developing for second and third. Cross here in lane 6, Victoria University. Also lane 3, second to the Otago crews of Sam Hickey, Kaya Sheehy. But it will be the Otago number 4 crew of Bevan Goal who will come down and take this particular final. But boy, what a race for second and third. Here we go, folks. Who wants this one the most? Who's prepared to dig the most? Let's make some noise as we start to come down to the finish line. Really, really big push coming across there from the Otago 3 crew. And it will be Otago University. Will it? Oh, right on the line. We might just have to go to the photo on that one, folks. But it might be in Otago University 1 and 2. Okay, so things just starting to heat up here a little bit, folks, as we do go back up here on the live stream and make our way back up through this 2,000 metres. This wonderful amphitheatre that is Lake Karapiro. Our next race will be the men's tournament Coxed 4. Those in the tournament grade is for competitors who have only ever raced at university rowing regattas or only raced a novice season at club school and was not a medalist at the New Zealand Championships. So there you go. That is what the definition of the tournament grade is. It's the men's Coxed 4. We'll have AUT Composite in lane 2. We'll have Otago University in 3, Victoria in 4, Auckland in 5, Waikato in 6, and Victoria in lane 7. So Coxed 4, interesting too for these crews. Again, still got a level of experience, but not certainly at an elite level. So you can just see a little bit of a shaky start coming here from some of the rowers, just needing to try and straighten up. Oh, a little bit of chaos and carnage early here from one of these crews. Just can't quite get that boat up and going. Going to need to make the correction. Have moved across into the other lane, but we are underway in this men's tournament Coxed 4. Now looking to try and just find a little bit of cohesion in some pretty tough testing conditions through this first 250 metres. Right, all crews up and rowing now. All crews have found their rhythm, have found their momentum. Having to just keep these boats straight, again, can be difficult for inexperienced crews. Don't underestimate the hydrodynamics required and the subtleties in terms of taking the straightest line over a distance of 2,000 metres. So AUT in 1. We've got Otago University in fact, AUT in lane 2, Otago University in lane 3, Victoria University in 4, Auckland in 5, Waikato in 6, Victoria University in 7. And a number of these crews really just struggling in terms of keeping their boat straight. So looking like the Waikato University crew there, just struggling a little bit to get off the line. I think their day might be done across there in lane 6. Victoria University crew too, just struggling a little bit with keeping a straight line as well. Other crews looking fairly good from the shot that we've got at the moment. It just gives also a great example of just what is required at that elite level and just the level of precision that is required to keep these boats straight, to get that cohesion, to get that teamwork. So already up through the 1,500 metre mark, or very close to it. Lane 3 at the moment. Possibly across there in lane 4. I'll just confirm those numbers for you once we do zoom in, folks. Just trying to pick up the lanes here. So lane 3, Victoria University, Ian Scotcher, Thomas Neville, Brayton Mackey, Struan Mitchell, Scarlett Rose the Cox. So the Cox will have a bit of a plan in regards to how they communicate with their crew based on their individual physiology, based on the mindset of these rowers, what works best for them, what are those commands that will get the greatest response. Okay, so it is lane 3, Otago University, Benjamin Wilson, Christopher Loop, Vincent Steegs, Dawson Cosmas. The Cox is Kaylin Rhinesfield Bree. So it's all lane 3 at the moment. It's been a very good morning so far for Otago University. So we now just pan back across, having a look at the rest of these crews coming down this wonderful, wonderful amphitheatre that is Lake Karapiro. But just having cleaned everybody out at the moment, it is Otago University. Really good performance. Victoria University also in the mix. They're having a wonderful race as well. So Otago University still in complete control of this particular race, as has been the case. Victoria University of Ian Scotcher just trying to get those lanes. We do apologise at the moment, folks, just struggling to pick up some of the numbers, just struggling to pick up some of the lanes. So coming down to take this comfortably indeed, and very good performance coming from Benjamin Wilson, Christopher Luke, Vincent Steegs, Dawson Cosmos. Another dominant display from them. Lane 6, having a good performance, the Waikato crew of Rudra Carr, Neil Lull, Jack Cowley and Tristan Rua. Tell you what, there's a lot of sore bodies, there is a lot of hurt going on, there's a lot of screams, there's a lot of relief. Grimaces have turned to smiles. And good performance coming from all of these crews. A bit of a slow start for some of them, just struggling to get their steering sorted out, to get their lines right. But once they did, got the boat up to full speed, got that bow nice and high out of the water, some good performances. Our next race on the program will be Women's Varsity Coxed 4. And that Women's Varsity Cox 4 will feature Victoria University will start in lane 1, AUT will start in 2, Waikato will start in 3, Canterbury University in 4, Victoria in 5, Auckland University in 6, and Otago in lane 7. So varsity grade, fairly experienced rowers. Not quite the championship grade, but rowers that, well, have had a lot of competition but have never won at under 20 or under 22 level or senior premier championship level, whether that be at the lightweight event or have never been members of Rowing New Zealand's Pathway Tier 1 or 2 within the past 2 seasons.
I think we've got 10 minutes.
So we've got about a 10-minute break, folks, until the next race. As we just see to some of these other crews continuing to come down, let's make plenty of noise, plenty of encouragement for them. A lot of these crews just learning how to row for the first time, fatigue levels really, really high. Just trying to maintain that concentration, just trying to get the technical components right under huge levels of fatigue. Okay, folks, good morning again and just welcome back to the New Zealand University Rowing Championships, courtesy of Aon for 2024. Do apologise, we've just got a few more computers up and working now, and hopefully we'll be able to pick up those lanes a little bit clearer and bring you more accurate results. So we do apologise, folks, if we have put you wrong at times, but we are progressing nicely. Looking forward to bringing you the next race. Coming up on the program around about 8:45 this morning, that is the Women's Varsity Coxed 4, and that is a Division 1 race. So that is coming not too far away. Victoria University, AUT, Waikato, Canterbury, Victoria, Auckland and Otago. Okay, folks, our next race up is the Women's Varsity Cox 4, Division 1. Looking forward to this one. Victoria University will start in 1. Lane 2 will see AUT out of Auckland. Lane 3 will be Waikato University 1. Lane 4, Canterbury 1. Lane 5, Victoria University number 2. Auckland number 1 will start in lane 6. And Otago number 1 will start in lane 7. So the varsity grade, as mentioned, are rowers who are ineligible to race in the varsity grade include a rower who has won an under-20 or under-22 senior premier championship lightweight event at the New Zealand Rowing Championships, or who has been a member of the Rowing New Zealand pathway, either Tier 1 or Tier 2 athlete within the previous 2 seasons. So those athletes that might just be below that elite program, looking to take that next step, looking to put themselves on display here. Lane 3, good to see this Waikato crew of Isabella Ravel, Taya Lewis, Caitlin Burquest, Ava Woodbury-Wrinkle, and their cox is Isabel Knight, well coached by Anna DeLong. So they will start in lane 3. The famous colours of the might of the Waikato. The red, the black, with a little bit of yellow running through it diagonally. Challenges will come either side of them from the AUT crew in all blue and the Canterbury in the maroon. So slightly testing conditions through the first 250 to 500 metres of this 2,000 journey. Things tend to flatten out as they progress down this 2,000 metres. Canterbury University there of Julia Middleditch in lane 4, Sophie Strang, Stella Cook, Isabel Welch and Lily Davidson the Cox. Wonderful part of this university program. Nice little progression from, say, having competed at Māori Cup or having just come into rowing, using university clearly to achieve academically but continue with the sport they love, and seeing if they in fact want to take it more seriously as they get a little bit older with some of the more challenges that might come at this age with extracurricular activities and academic responsibilities. Lane 5 is Victoria University, number 2 crew of Leah Schofield, Grace Candy, Sylvie Tullich Gray and Anna Douglas. Felicity Cunliffe is their cox, and again coached by Abby Pritchard and Tom Walsh. A lot of pressure on the coaches, of course, if athletes, maybe crews don't quite perform to their own expectation or the expectation of the coach. Coaches can take it a little bit personally at times. It's not always easy. Just waiting for the crew in lane number 3. In fact, going across there in lane, just waiting to, one of the crews hasn't quite come into the starting gates just yet. Crew number 6, that is the team out of Auckland, Savannah Freeman, Brooke Vincent, Isabella Carter, Atlanta Bruce, Ella Ryan is their cox, coached by Daniel Tomlinson and Max Brown. So Auckland in the navy blue and white. Otago in the sky blue and gold will start outside of them in lane 7. Victoria University all green with the yellow sash diagonally through the middle of it. We'll start in lane 5, and so we are set for a start in this women's varsity Coxed 4. 2,000 metres, 1,750 metres of hope, 250 metres of truth. If anything, a little bit of a tailwind behind the crews. Number 2 crew on our live stream, AUT number 1. Valentina Fava, Georgia Campbell, Emma Mackey, and Highland Mills is their cox. And we do get underway. So underway in this Women's Varsity Cox 4 Division 1. Really good start coming from Victoria University in lane 1. Getting away nicely, really high initial rating with their stroke, looking to try and get some clear water, looking to perhaps just try and intimidate the rest of the queues, ask a few questions of them. Good performance also in lane 6 coming from Auckland number 1 crew, and in the middle as well, Canterbury as expected. So it's lanes 1, 4 and 6 who have the early advantage. But again, you cannot train one way and turn up and race another way. Some of these crews will be looking to try and negative split over that second 1,000 metres. Other crews, well, they'll just want to get out fast, look to settle down, put pressure on, ask questions and see if these other crews can respond. So it's Auckland University number 1 crew who currently lead, and then outside of them, Otago University of Millie Scott, Kate Spriggs, Olivia Paibenga and Sabine Lapointe. Rose Abbott, their cox, who's looking to try and go with them. And they get through that first 250 metres. All of these rowers will get a pretty good idea of how they're feeling. Some will be hoping that maybe they can click, maybe they can come right. They'll be listening for the instructions of their cocks. Now starting to make their move is the Canterbury University crew, currently comfortably in second, but still a boat length behind this Auckland crew. Then across there in lane 3, the Waikato number 1 crew of Isabella Revell, Taya Lewis, Caitlin Bergquist, Ava Woodbury-Wrinkle, Isabel Knight, their cocks. Happy just to sit back, happy to be poised, set in waiting. So other than the Auckland crew, who have gone clear by maybe a boat length, possibly 2 boat lengths, it is a very good race for 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th. You do just sense there are still a number of hands that have to be played, and that will come more likely around that 1,000 metre mark, from 1,000 metres through to 1,500 metres. Still the Auckland crew. The navy blue. Just trying to work their way through these choppy conditions in this first 1,000 metres here at Lake Karapiro. Just having to make those little subtle adjustments with their stroke, with their entry, but looking very good. In fact, all crews nice and settled now. Probably in a high steady state here, high aerobic state. Lactic acid starting to build up though, and they will be very shortly in that hurt box, and really it just comes down to what teams can stay there the longest, who's prepared to suffer the most. But really good dominant display so far from Auckland. Auckland crew again of Savannah Freeman, Brooke Vincent, Isabel Carter, Atlanta Bruce, Ella Ryan doing a fantastic job here as Cox. No real panic at the moment. Have that boat length lead. Canterbury starting to make their move across in lane 4. Just starting to look to try and just take it up another gear. Now start to put a bit of pressure back on Auckland University. Ask some questions. The Waikato crew in lane 3. Maybe a boat length now, currently behind the Canterbury University crew, but across here in lane 7. Starting to challenge this Auckland crew is the Otago University crew of Millie Scott, Kate Spriggs, Olivia Paibinger, Sabine Lapointe and Rose Abbott. But it's Auckland, Canterbury, Otago. That's how it sits at the moment, 1, 2 and 3. And now Canterbury University looking to try and just take it up another gear. A little bit of a surge coming. Just getting their bow nice and high up in the water. Just trying to walk up alongside of this Auckland University crew. It is still game on, folks, but it's still Auckland University who lead. Canterbury, though, starting to clean out the crews from Otago, the crews from Waikato. They sit in sole second. They look comfortable. Now, what does this Auckland University crew have left? Do they have the endurance? Do they believe? Because you just sense now Canterbury University starting to get a little bit of a sniff here. It was 2 boat lengths. It's down to 1, folks. Settle back, enjoy this one. Auckland now decide to increase their rating. So they just take it up another gear too as we come up to the 1,500 metre mark. It's still Auckland University. Really, really good race beginning to develop here, ladies and gentlemen. What do Canterbury have? Do they have the ability to just increase that stroke rate, take it up another gear? Form of the Auckland crew still looks good, still looks smooth. Karapiro just starting to flatten out a little bit more now. Good connection between the strokes from this Auckland University crew. Still got that 1 boat length lead. It's Canterbury in second. Really good race developing for third and fourth. And that is between Waikato University in lane 3 and Otago University in lane 7. Absolutely nothing in that race for third, but it's still Auckland University in control. They'll very shortly approach that 1,750 metre mark. And at that point, well, it's simply a head game. It's counting down the strokes. It's who can suffer the most. It's who can deal with it, maintain good form, and bring it all the way through to the finish line. Otago University starting to move now comfortably into third place, half a boat length the lead over the Waikato crew. Canterbury, well, have they said perhaps all four of them? Maybe second is good enough today, because this Auckland crew just starting to clean them out again, taking it up just another gear. So very good performance coming here from Auckland University in lane 6. Canterbury in lane 4, Otago in lane 7. If you're down on the water's edge, you're watching this live here at the venue, make plenty of noise. Let's encourage these superstars, these warriors. But it's Auckland University who now go out to a very comfortable lead. They will come down. They'll win this women's varsity Cox 4 Division 1 final. So congratulations will go the way of Savannah Freeman, Brooke Vincent, Isabel Carter, Atlanta Bruce and Ella Ryan. It'll be a gold medal for them. It'll be the Canterbury crew of Julia Middleditch, Sophie Strang, Stella Cook, Isabel Welch and Lily Davidson, who will pick up silver. And then the bronze medal will go the way of Otago of Millie Scott, Kate Spriggs, Olivia Piebenga, Sabine Lapointe and Rose Abbott. So dominant display from the Auckland number 1 crew in the women's varsity Cox 4 here on day 2 of the Aon 2024 New Zealand University Championships. So our next race, which is underway, is the women's varsity Cox 4 Division 2, Canterbury in lane 1, Canterbury in lane 4, Waikato in lane 3, Otago number 2 crew in lane 4, Otago number 3 crew in lane 5, Auckland number 2 crew in lane 6, Canterbury number 3 crew in lane 7. And just looking as we do look across lane 1, very good performance coming from the Canterbury number 2 crew. Smallest leads over lane 4. That's the Otago number 2 crew. And then Auckland number 2 crew across in lane 6. So it's lanes 1, Canterbury 2, lane 4, Otago number 2 crew, and lane 6, the Auckland number 2 crew. So Canterbury number 2 crew is Toby Rees, Molly Judson, Jenna Brangwyn, Lucy Eastwood, Annabelle Wynne-Williams is their Cox, coached by Corbin Newlands, and as they say, they like to bleed maroon down there in Canterbury. But now, plenty of pressure being put here. back on them by the Otago number 2 crew. So Otago now starting to get within half a boat length of this Canterbury number 2 crew. So it's Otago starting to just apply the pressure, just looking to try and squeeze them. And then the Auckland University crew of Caitlin Lees, Isabel Bowdoin, Kira Sharrock, Stella Harkin, Jessica Taylor, the Cox in lane 6. You just get a sense here this is going to develop into a very good race for first and second. There is absolutely nothing in this at the moment. Canterbury number 2 crew looking, asking, hoping, do they believe? Annabelle Wynne Williams, the Cox, urging her crewmates on, urging them on. They're out to about a boat length lead. Form looks good. Bow sitting nice and high out of the water. Good straight line. There is a lot to like about this Canterbury number 2 crew in this women's varsity Cox 4. Not an easy boat to set up, particularly at a university level. A lot of these crews haven't had a lot of time together, so just getting the dynamic right in terms of positions in the boat, getting an understanding of your coxswain, trying to understand each other's individual physiology and then collectively bring that together. But still very much Canterbury leading this race. Their number 2 crew over the Otago University number 2 crew of Rosa McKenzie, Madison Lobb, Libby Christie, Aria Armstrong, Ella Hansen. And then the Auckland number 2 crew currently sitting in 3rd. So they're about to approach the 1500 metre mark. Increase here, a little bit of a gear change starting to come from the Otago number 2 crew, just starting to walk up alongside of this Canterbury number 2 crew. So it's Otago Canterbury. Otago with the momentum. Can Canterbury respond here? Real urgency now coming from the Otago crew. Their coxswain, Ella Hansen, demanding, asking, dig deep. Show me what you're capable of. We've done this in training. This is the game plan. Let's put some pressure on. Let's see if they can crack them. How does Canterbury respond? Can they respond? They still lead. They still lead comfortably, but it's now starting to become a game of inches. Cannot describe the hurt that these rowers are going through, both physically and mentally. Bonfires in the legs, razor blades attacking the lungs, folks. It's a tough sport. It's a brutal sport. We'll settle back. Here we go. It's still Canterbury. Across there in 1. Good performance from start to finish at the moment. Can they hold it together? Approaching that 1750 metre mark. A boat length lead. Otago start to empty the tank here. They've tried to manage how many matches they've burnt through this first 1750 metres. They're trying to lift. But Canterbury respond every time they lift. Canterbury say, hey, if you're going to go there, we're going to take you there. It's Otago current. In fact, it's Auckland University sitting in 3rd. Over the Waikato crew. But it's Canterbury University. The number 2 crew of Toby Rees, Molly Judson, Jenna Brangwyn, Lucy Eastwood, Annabelle Wynne Williams, their Cox, who are going to come down with 100 metres to go and win this Women's Varsity Cox 4 Division 2 final. Big fast finish still though, coming from Otago. They're going to give everything right through to the finish, as we'd expect from the Southlanders. And really big fast finish coming. But it will be the crew out of Canterbury who win this one over Otago. Gutsy performance from them, led from start to finish, dominant display. Otago the silver. And it might be the second of the Otago crews who pick up the bronze as well. That is a very, very good performance. So it's Otago second and third. It is Canterbury University who pick up the gold. As we now get set for our next race, race 19 on the program, the Men's Championship Double Sculls. Looking forward to this one. And automatically underway. AUT will start in lane 1, Otago University in 2, Canterbury University in 3, Auckland in 4, Otago in 5, Waikato in 6, and AUT number 2 crew in lane 7. So the number 1 crew out of AUT is represented by Millam and Lloyd. We've got Pearson and Clatworthy out of Otago in lane 2. We've got Wilson and Welch out of Canterbury in 3. And we've got Brake and Shotter out of Auckland in 4. Michael Brake, Olympic champion from the New Zealand 8 in Tokyo. Collins and Brock out of Otago will start in lane 5, and then we've got Williams and Ruston out of Waikato University in lane 6, and then we've got Wallace and Flintoff out of AUT in lane 7. But it's the Waikato University crew who are putting the pressure on early. Williams and Ruston, very good performance coming from Oscar Ruston and Evan Williams. Down there in lane 5, we've got the Otago crew of Luke Brock and Liam Collins. As we just pan back around there across the far side, lane 1, AUT. Wonderful images coming off the water. But it is very much the Waikato crew. So just confirming that for you. Officially lane 6 is the Waikato crew, Oscar Ruston, Evan Williams. And then we expect it to be Samuel Shotter and Michael Brake, lane 4. Plenty of power being put on. Really good combination, this one out of the University of Waikato. Great cohesion, really good understanding. Two big, powerful men just starting to apply the pressure now, starting to just tighten the screws and starting to just blow the rest of this race away. Boy, out of sight, out of mind. How much psychological damage are they doing? Often say it, you just put the other crews in such hurt that at some point they do just say, you know what, second, third, fourth today might just be good enough. We're happy with that. We just can't go to that place. We just can't keep up. And that just gives you an idea back to the gaps if you are watching the live stream. Riles will be looking forward to that last 250 metres. Lake just starts to become a little bit more glass-like. Just having to concentrate a little bit more, make some subtle little technical adjustments with the choppy water, particularly through the first 500 metres of these races. Yeah, through that 1500 metre mark now, and they know that it's just 500 metres remaining. They'll be counting down in their head. They'll know exactly how many more strokes remain. They'll be doing it in blocks of 10. But once they get through to that 1750 metre mark, which is approaching very quickly, this Oscar Rushton, Evan Williams, double sculls crew can probably just back off a little bit because they are comfortably clear. This is an absolute demolition, one of the best performances we've seen. Then across there, by the looks of it, in lane 3, it's the Canterbury crew of Wilson and Welch. Been a good morning so far for the Canterbury boats. Also in lane 2, having a very good performance, is the Otago crew of Clatworthy and Jack Pearson. But nobody is going to deny this outstanding crew out of the Waikato. That is one of the best performances we've seen over the last 2 days. That is just a demolition. So congratulations to Oscar Rushton and Evan Williams. Well done to their coach, Megan Glenn. Superb performance from them. It'll be the Canterbury crew then, across in lane 3 of Oliver Welch and Sam Wilson, who will pick up the silver medal. And then coming down to pick up the bronze, it'll be Henry Clatworthy, Jack Pearson from Otago. And now the Auckland crew of Samuel Schotter and Michael Brake. So we do ask people, if you are down here at the venue, if you're on the embankments or around the clubhouses, office blocks, having a cup of coffee, having a conversation, bring those down just closer to the river. Make plenty of a noise, plenty of encouragement as these athletes do come down. I like to say this a lot with rowers. I put swimmers in this category. They are real athletes, folks. This is not the English rugby team. In fact, if you took the heart of our rowers and put them in our New Zealand cricket team, we would win everything. It is a tough sport. It's tenacious. It requires a lot of mental fortitude. There's a large technical component to it. And you've got to have a head like granite just to get on the start line. So we just want to congratulate all the rowers taking part today. Our next race on the program is the Women's Championship Single Sculls. Now, the championship grade is the top grade. All rowers are eligible to row in the championship grade. So this is the elite of the elite when it comes to university single sculls rowing for our women. We'll have the representative Freddie Todd Hunter out of Lincoln University in lane 2. The athlete you're looking at on screen is Victoria University, Mackenzie Tuffin. Outside of her in lane 4 will be Sasha Robinson from Canterbury. Lane 5 will be Madison Neal of Otago University. Lane 6, Samantha Voss from Waikato. And lane 7, it will be Sophie Ignot Johnson out of Massey University. Just having a look there, just getting off to a bit of a Sasha Robinson, just struggling a little bit to find her line in lane 4. Just the wind conditions, you can just see how choppy it is. She's not the first this morning to have struggled with the line and the steering and getting out of those starting gates. Now just starting to straighten up. Now looking to try and get into her rhythm. All of these single scullers will just need to make those little technical adjustments, factor in the wind condition, factor in the chop. Have to make the little corrections, but really good start coming from Mackenzie Tuffin out of Victoria University in lane 3. Also a good start from Freddie Todd Hunter and Lincoln in lane 1, or lane 2 in fact officially. So the green boat of Lincoln in lane 2, Victoria University lane 3, currently leads this Women's Championship single sculls. Lane 5, good performance coming here from Madison Neal out of Otago University as well. Waikato, Samantha Voss, lane 6, really good performance from her at the moment. And so starting to get through that 1,000-metre mark now, and our scullers all well and truly at that point where there is no plan B. Nice thing with these individual boats, these individual sculls, that they can decelerate, accelerate quickly, so it can be a lot more tactical, can be a game of chess at times. So these very technical skiffs that they're in. So it is lane 6 who leads this race, Samantha Voss out of the Waikato University. Really good pressure being put on though. Across here in lane 7. Sophie Ignott-Johnson. Lonely sport. The individual sculls, as I mentioned earlier, in the team boats, well, you always got somebody else you never want to let down. I think it's always easier in an individual boat to say, well, you know what, I am hurting a little bit too much. I'm happy today, I can let myself down, don't want to let anyone else down. But then when you get to the pointy end, part of the reason why you're the elite, you're just not prepared to let yourself down. You just want to win at all costs. We're just starting to see that really good race starting to develop here though. So it is the Waikato rower who still continues to lead. Samantha Voss, coached by Megan Glenn. Outside of her in lane 7, Sophie Ignott-Johnson. Madison Neal out of Otago University, currently sitting in 3rd place. Looking comfortable, looking poised, looking set. Also good performance. Cross there in lane 3, Mackenzie Tuffin out of Victoria University. Freddie Todd Hunter across the far side in lane 2 in the green boat. Currently sitting in 5th place. But it is all Samantha Voss. She has a boat length lead at the moment, ladies and gentlemen. But we are approaching that halfway mark. Now we see to what tactics begin to play out. We just start to sense a little bit of a lift here coming from Sophie Ignott-Johnson. Just beginning to increase her stroke rate. Got that bow nice and high out of the water. As we say that, Voss responds. So asking the questions, she's answering them at the moment. A number of these rowers would have come through the Aon Marty Regatta across the different schools from around the country. This is just another part of that pathway, the university system. Huge overseas, of course. A lot of scholarships up for offer these days, the United States. And So Samantha Voss, what is going through her head? They'll all have a different way of playing the mental game here, of dealing with the hurt, dealing with the anguish, finding a way to believe, finding a way to hang on. Both rowers now just starting to increase their stroke rates, just starting to just put some surges in here. It won't be throughout the duration of this next 1,000 metres. It'll be little bursts. Voss has the advantage though. She can govern those behind her. Some athletes like to just go out hard from the start, like to just take control, like to dictate rather than be dictated to. Others are happy to sit back and be a little bit more patient, back themselves over that last 500 metres, maybe not burn so many matches through the first 1,000 metres. Are we going to see that today? Train one way, cannot turn up and race a different way. So if your strategy is about negative splitting, well, the time is now. And we do have a very, very good boat race on our hands here, ladies and gentlemen. It's just a boat length in it. Samantha Voss versus Sophie Ignott-Johnson. Voss out of Waikato, Ignott-Johnson out of Massey University. They have cleaned the rest of this field out. Start to come down in the grass embankment. Now this is about concentration. This is about thinking form, good technique, desperation stuff. Starting to just see a little bit of a lift here coming from Sophie Ignott-Johnson, trying to increase that stroke, but every time she does it, brilliant performance here from Samantha Voss, starts to respond, starts to react. Boy, the legs are burning at this point. Who believes, who's prepared to suffer the most? Now we do see a big move coming here from Sophie Ignott-Johnson, just starting to get that bow up, just trying to walk up alongside of Samantha Voss. Voss responds though. Less than 200 metres remain. Half a boat length and 3/4 of a boat length. Good gutsy performance coming here from Samantha Voss. She lifts again. She asks questions. She well and truly puts Ignott-Johnson in the hurt box. Starts to get that bow nice and high out of the water. Gutsy performance. She responded when she needed to. Boy, this is good. This has been a dominant display from Samantha Voss. Can she hang on? Idyllic conditions over this last 100 metres. And she'll come down, she'll take it. Wonderful victory. Samantha Voss gets it up over Sophie Ignott-Johnson. It's Waikato University over Massey. And it will be Otago University, Madison Neal, who will pick up the bronze medal. Good performance from her. Another medal for the Might of Otago. It's been an outstanding morning for them. And then Victoria University, Mackenzie Tuffin coming down. Freddie Todd Hunter from Lincoln in lane 2. Underway now. We've got one of the great events in all of sport. It's such a spectacular event, and that is the eights. And what we're bringing you now is the men's varsity 8. This will have crews from Waikato University in lane 2, Canterbury University in 3, University of Victoria in lane 4, Otago University in 5, and brilliant to see in lane 6. Got Long Bay College down there. So it's a Lincoln Composite crew in lane 6. So key thing with the 8s here, get them up to speed. There used to be that old adage, didn't there, that if you were leading at the 500 metre mark, you'd win the race. Not a boat that's easy to decelerate or accelerate, like you see with the single sculls, like you see with the skiffs or the piers. This is a boat where you want to try and get up to good speed, look to hold. Certainly got to get off the line quickly. You cannot be too conservative too early. Tough boat to set up. So Lincoln Composite Crew in lane 6, Otago in lane 5, Victoria University in lane 4, lane 3's Canterbury, Waikato University in lane 2. And that's a lovely, lovely shot, isn't it? Just one of the most magnificent rowing arenas anywhere in the world. What a backdrop. The Theatre of Dreams. So Otago University have got the early lead here in this men's varsity Coxed 8, Division 1. Lovely display. Just on their outside, we've got the Lincoln Composite Crew. Across there, the big red sled. Lane 3 is the Canterbury Crew. Currently sitting in 4th place, the Victoria Crew, but it's Otago University at the moment of Charlie Moon, Jed McIntosh, Simon Gertzema, Edwin George, Gain Harbert, Jacob Kearns, Toby Robertson, Sam Barnett, Fred Phillips is their Cox. So we talk about the varsity level. Again, reasonably experienced rowers. You just have not, it can't include any rowers who have won an under 20 or under 22 championship, senior or premier championship, lightweight event at New Zealand Rowing Championships, and no rower in these boats can be part of Rowing New Zealand's pathway, either that be tier 1 or tier 2. As we just get some wonderful shots here, and that is a really good look at this Lincoln Composite boat. That is made up of Lincoln University, Canterbury University, that's got William Talbot, Ben Parker, Hamish Yateman, Jack Dennehy Coles, Louis Murden, James Tavendale, Didier Marks, Freddie Eadie, and Cameron Nata the Cox. This is that Canterbury team of Sam Evans, Joe Young, Flynn Dykstra, James Martin, Zachary Jenkins, Lawrence Birch, Charlie McIntosh, Jacob Wadley, Olivia Horton is the Cox. But out in front, it's all Otago, the number 1 crew. What a display from them too. So we understand that the Canterbury crew and the red boat have only got the 7 crew on board. So just the 7 crew on board. So just a little bit underpowered there. You can just see that bellman sitting there. But not rowing, so underpowered. You don't see that very often. Across the far side there in one in the yellow boat, that is the Waikato crew of Finn Simmons, Lucas Cook, Thomas Pillmore Evans, Lachlan Horn, James Slyfield, Lockie Balker, Seamus Foley, Ethan Johnson, Isabel Knight is their Cox. So just stressing that again, the Canterbury crew, yes, they've got the 8 members of that crew on board, only 7 are rowing. But it's all Otago University. Well, they are just cleaning the rest of these universities out. This is a very, very good performance from them. It is just such a spectacular sport to watch when you see the 8s in action. Of course, the Blue Ribbon event at any major rowing regatta, the 8s. Last week, we saw Christchurch Girls High School win the Levin Jubilee Cup for the first time in their history. At the Aon Māori Cup, Hamilton Boys High School winning their 12th Māori Cup. Huge crowds hanging around to watch those iconic events. A lot of the crew members here would have experienced an Aon Māori regatta. And the famous colours there of the sky blue and the gold, not dissimilar to the colours of Mount Albert Grammar School, actually the first ever winners of the Māori Cup back in 1947. Of course, the famous pyramid base of the Māori Cup built on that Mount Albert Grammar woodwork shop back in 1951 as well, so very similar colours. The lovely thing about rowing, isn't it? It maintains those great traditions. It tends to stick with the original sort of uniforms. They haven't gone too sort of snazzy or too high tech with their designs. Stick with the tradition. You see it at the national club level as well, and we've seen it here at these university championships as Otago just continue to row away with this. Good performance still coming from Canterbury, considering they've only got the 7 rowers rowing out of the 8, but nobody's going to deny Otago University on picking up this men's varsity Cox States Division 1 title. And then coming up to pick up the silver medal will be the Lincoln Composite crew. And then the underpowered Canterbury crew will pick up the bronze. Really good performance from them. And then the big yellow boat of the Waikato crew of Fitzsimmons, Lucas Cook, Thomas Pillmore Evans, Lachlan Horn, James Slyfield, Lockie Bowker, Seamus Foley, Ethan Johnson, Isabel Knight, finishing there across in lane 2. Our next race underway is the men's varsity Cox State Division 2. It'll feature Canterbury number 2 crew in lane 3. It'll have the Auckland number 1 crew in lane 4. It'll have the Victoria University number 2 crew in lane 5. Otago in lane 6. Yeah, such a rich history, the sport of rowing, isn't it? You go through the history of the university, you go through the history of the schools, the individual schools, the programs collectively, the clubs, and it really is one of the great sports internationally. So many wonderful stories that can be told. As we look at this Auckland University number 1 crew of Sam Bright, Thomas Bryan, Tom Jury, Daniel Taylor, Nathan Keeney, Hai Siang Yu Chow, Hiao Wei Li, Jack Holmes, Isabel Farnell, Cox. And it is the Auckland number 1 team that do lead this men's varsity Cox State Division 2. Tell you what, just watching some of these boats, it's just such precision performance and no compromise. It's all about finding that cohesion. 8 rowers, all got individual physiology, all may be recovered different ways, all might have a slightly different way of warming up, having to bring all of those dynamics together to find those small percentages, to find those pieces of the puzzle. Really good performance here from this Auckland University number 1 boat though. Now just needing to straighten up. Doesn't look like much, but when you get a close race and you're dealing with, we saw a couple of years ago in the Aon Māori Cup, the closest race finish in the history of the Cup with Hamilton Boys High School and losing that race by 6/100ths of a second over St. Bede's. And so keeping that boat straight can be the difference. They're just those little subtle things. It doesn't look like a lot at times. That extra metre here and there. You go back to 1983 when Rod Dixon won the New York Marathon and beat the Englishman Smith at the time, and he said, look, I just cut the corners, I cut the apex. He stayed in the middle of the road. I found the extra 80 metres that I needed, and that is just those little subtleties, all of those little things that can add up. It's not so much the case today, as we do see this Auckland number 1 crew continuing to take control of this men's varsity Cox State Division 2. But now just starting to see Otago University just beginning to lift their rating. That's Liam Kirkland, Tim Connolly White, Kaya Sheehy, Wikio, Eugene Farrell, Thaddeus Cryer, Sam Hickey, Alex Bavin, Arian Goal, Lillian Kidd the Cox, some wonderful images. Just trying to make sure they get that connection, connect those strokes, get that precision, that timing right. It's going to be Auckland University though, who are comfortably in control of this race over Otago University. That is a dominant display. Thing is, whether you're competing in Division 2, Division 1, whether you're at the varsity grade, the championship grade, the one thing is the experiences, the emotions, the level of hurt are all the same. Probably the only difference is the actual speed of the boats from tier to tier, but in terms of the human side of it, the nerves, the suffering, the relief, the sense of elation, well, that doesn't change from grade to grade. As we now just have a look at the Canterbury number 2 crew. Just going back to that 1983 New York Marathon, Rod Dixon, of course, getting up that day and beating the great Jeff Smith. He only led that race for 385 metres, and it was all about being smart, and it's often the case, isn't it? Just finding those little small inches. Ron Tabb of the United States finishing third that day, one of the great moments. What a year 1983 was for New Zealand sport as well, with the men's 8 winning, going back to back. Chris Lewis reaching the Wimbledon final, first unseeded player in history to do it. Well, folks, our next race coming up on the program here at 9:30 is the Men's University Novice Cox Fours. It'll feature Otago in lane 2, Victoria in lane 3, Auckland number 1 in lane 4, the AUT Composite crew in lane 5, and then the Waikato number 1 crew in lane 6. Just confirming that for you. Okay, so no lane 3, Victoria University, they are no longer part of this race. It's Otago University in 2, then Auckland in 4, Auckland Grammar Rowing Club in 5, and Auckland University in 1. Now, lane 5 is the AU Composite, so it's Auckland University of Technology and Auckland University. So just ignore that particular graphic. So we're looking forward to bringing all the action here. Now, These are the Men's University Novice Cox 4. This will be fascinating, folks. I love this. This is the novice grade. These guys and girls have not rowed ever before prior to February 1st. They've literally been rowing for, 8 or 10 weeks. A little bit of chaos. There could be just a little bit of carnage, folks. Ignorance is bliss. How hard do you know how to push? I tell you what though, great start from all the crews. Maybe not the cleanest blade work we've seen, but the novice crews are away. I tell you what, you do feel at times when they do get out that you almost feel like you've somehow sort of, I don't know, it looks a little bit like the Melbourne Cup. But you do go across lane 1, it is Otago University. Lane 2, no lane 2 at the moment, so it is Otago University. Lane 4 is at Auckland number 1 crew. Lane 5, the AUT Composite crew. And lane 6, the Waikato number 1 crew. And look at that. Brilliant. Love it. The novices. Now, some of them are just going off course just a little bit if you do have the line stream. But I've got to say, the crew up the top there looking pretty comfortable, looking pretty good. That's Otago number 1. The Auckland number 1 crew going slightly off course here. We might just get a little bit of a collision, looking more like an America's Cup boat, looking to try and tack and cover. AU2 Composite in lane 5. Well, they're still in the fight. And Waikato, well, I think the Waikato crew might still be recovering. Recovering from what? I'll let you determine that. I reckon for a lot of these rowers, this is just somebody saying, I dare you. I dare you. But out of all of it, some of them go, actually, I quite enjoyed that. I wouldn't mind coming back and taking this sport a little bit more seriously. So it's all lane 1 at the moment. It is the Otago University crew in lane 1. In fact, it's officially lane 2, Auckland University in lane 4, AUT Composite there in lane 5, and the Waikato crew in 6. So here we go, folks. So that Otago crew of Nutley Sherman, Christopher Liu, Vincent Steegs, Dawson Cosmos, Eddie Lethbridge the Cox. They're just killing everybody. Wonderful performance here. Unbelievable to think they've been really literally rowing for about 8 weeks. Maybe have done 1 4-week training block. First 4 weeks spent learning to just sit in the boat, understanding the technical component, trying to work out what the Cox actually does, what relevance it has other than making a lot of noise. Yeah, boats now, they've got that straight line starting to get right. Best thing here at this novice level, just slow it down, get the technical side of it right. Almost row like you're in slow motion. Just take your time, just get it right. Good clean entry, just try and connect those strokes. Just see a lot of the paddlers here, a lot of the rowers here, just when they do exit with their oars, skimming the surface of the water, not getting high enough out of the water, not getting a clean exit, and slowing the boat down, putting the handbrake on to some degree. But ladies and gentlemen, we want you to make plenty of noise for the novice crews. I mean, most people watching this will understand the sport of rowing. You know how tough it is technically. You know how tough it is physically. And these guys and girls literally been training for 8 weeks. This is a sport that is so foreign to them. And here they are in some pretty tippy boats, some high-tech boats, getting their way down a 2,000 metre course. I think that in itself is remarkable. Yeah, I'd imagine that the instructions from the cocks at a novice level will be very different from the instructions being barked out by the cocks at an elite level. We just had Andy Hay come in to the program, of course, coxswain for that men's 8 back in 1982-83 when they won the World Rowing Championships. A lot of expectation on that crew, and finished 4th at those Olympic Games in 84. And of course, Brett Hollister, another one who picked up a bronze medal as a coxswain at those 84 Olympics, went on to become CEO of North Harbour Rugby. Yeah, a lot of rowers at a novice level trying to understand, is it arms, is it legs? What's the right combination? What muscle group am I working? Timing's okay. Maybe the blade work in terms of the entry, not quite there. Also, with novice crews, they don't have that experience of necessarily knowing how many strokes it takes to get down 2,000 metres, how many strokes might be left over the last 150 metres. So I tell you what, a lot harder mentally on these crews. Also just getting that pace judgment right. And I'd imagine too that a number of these rowers will have slightly different levels of fitness, whether it be natural levels of fitness that's come through other sports or just blessed with better physiology, and then trying to get all those dynamics to work. 3 out of the 4 might be in what we call a nice high aerobic state. 1 might be absolutely just locked in the box. We might get a situation like lay down Sally. Not one for putting it into the Aussies, but if you do get a chance, always encourage it, folks. So this is the Waikato crew of Rudra Carr, Charlotte O'Connor, Neil Lal, Tristan Ruha, and Riley Andrew the Cox. So Otago University continues to lead. Natalie Sherman, Christopher Liu, Vincent Steegs, Dawson Cosmas, Eddie Lethbridge the Cox. Never too late to start, folks. Certain sports you've got to start young. Gymnastics, swimming, I would suggest that you've got to be pretty young if you ever want to pick that up. Swimming's certainly not a sport that you can just pick up later in life. But rowing, like a lot of endurance sport, you can. So never too late. Always remember kayaker Ben Fui, won silver in the World Championships in the sport of kayaking. He was very late in terms of taking up the sport at the elite level. Came more from a multi-sport background, and within a year was world champion, and within 18 months an Olympic silver medal. So sometimes it's just connecting the right sport with the right athlete and the right physiology, and that's what we love about these novice races. As we do just have a look at Otago University here in lane 2. Only been rowing for about 8 weeks. Great to see. Now look at the bow on that boat, sitting a little lower in the water. When you watch the elite boats, you'll see that bow much higher out of the water. That's the front of the boat, of course, or the skiff. But make plenty of noise, ladies and gentlemen, if you are watching this and you're watching these novice crews come down. I'd imagine a lot of these university students at a novice level will probably be looking to the after-match function. I know, speaking to some of them prior to this, they described themselves as duathletes. They said, look, we might not win the race, but we will come through the field at the after-match function, which seems to be synonymous with universities, as Otago do come down and pick up this men's university novice Cox 4. Certainly no world records today, folks, but I think they'll be pretty damn happy to complete that one. Really good performance from Natalie Sherman too there. So the guys and the girls competing together. I'd imagine the novice cocks, Eddie Lethbridge, will be thinking, what is all the fuss? Why are you guys complaining so much? I enjoyed the ride. I had some fun. Okay, folks, well, we've got a little bit of a break coming up in the racing, so we do encourage people to go up to the cafe, grab themselves a coffee, come back down here, sit in the sun, bring those conversations to the water edge, and encourage all of those crews that are taking part this morning. We'll bring you the University Lightweight Double Sculls shortly, followed by the Men's Championship Coxed 4, so plenty of racing still to come here on finals day of the Aon 2024 New Zealand Rowing Championships here at Lake Karapiro. Waikato University in lane 1, Canterbury in lane, in fact, let's start again. So lane 2 is Waikato, lane 3 is Canterbury, lane 4 is Waikato 3, lane 5 is Waikato 2, lane 6 is Auckland 1, and lane 7 is Otago 1. So 2,000 metres, 1,750 metres of hope, 250 metres of truth, unless you're a novice, and then it's probably 2,000 metres of truth. Well done to the novice crews that we've just seen compete. This, ladies and gentlemen, is the University Lightweight Double Sculls. So now athletes that are of a certain weight that maybe don't quite have the strength that perhaps slightly heavier rowers have, so a real technical component required here, but it's all economies of scale, which always makes for really exciting racing. Interesting to see here though, 3 Waikato crews, lanes 2, 4 and 5, so plenty of depth amongst Waikato University, but keep an eye too on the Canterbury crews, the Maroons. We know how much people support the Maroons, whether it be State of Origin in the sport of rugby league or whether it be through the University of Canterbury. Looking very much like lane 1 though, with the Waikato number 1 crew of Caitlin Foot, Emily Gordon, coached by Megan Glenn. Looking like they've just gone out to about a boat length lead. We'll straighten up for you shortly, ladies and gentlemen, but we hope you are enjoying coverage here on finals day of the Aon New Zealand University Championships for 2024. Coverage being brought to you by Altitude HD, a group of broadcasters, all former rowers, all former Olympians or world champions, trying to revolutionise and take the sport to that next level. And some wonderful footage, some wonderful drone coverage. Hope you enjoyed the coverage last week of the Aon Māori Cup. Has there ever been a more spectacular regatta in the 77 years that has been going? But as we cut back in now here, through the first 500 metres, and it is this Waikato crew of Caitlin Foot, Emily Gordon, and already out to a 2 boat length lead. Coming across in lane 4, it is the second of the Waikato crews in the green boat, and then in second place it is Canterbury of Toby Rees, Martine Sandberg, coached by Corbin Newlands, and as they say, they just simply bleed maroon. And so taking this out comfortably, it is Canterbury, it is Waikato still, and then it is the Canterbury crew. Currently sitting second. Really good race developing here for second and third between the Canterbury crew and the Waikato number 2 crew. So lanes 3 and 5 having a real ding-dong battle. A bit of a street fight going on. But it's all Waikato University number 1 crew in complete control, driving it on, urging it on. And ladies and gentlemen, great to have so many former rowers around the place. We've got Andy Hay here, who coxed the New Zealand 8 back in 82 and 83. These days doing a lot of coaching with the likes of Westlake. We've seen Michael Brake in action, haven't we? Olympic gold medalist from Tokyo competing as well. We've got a whole lot of former rowers giving back to the sport, putting a lot back more into the community. It's great to see. Of course, big special mention too to Olympians from 2012, the Michael Arms. As we look at this very impressive lightweight double sculls crew of Caitlin Foot, Emily Gordon. So basic endurance sport. Follow basic principles. Interesting thing with rowing, not dissimilar to a lot of other sports in the endurance space, whether it be long distance running, whether it be the sport of kayaking. You do your base work, you have your strength component, you have your speed component. You might do a little bit of speed maintenance during that endurance component. There's a technical side of it as well. You get closer to racing, you tend to increase the intensity, shorten the duration of sessions, the volume of work you do in a week. Sometimes having a day off, you're getting faster, not slower, by putting your feet up, getting that recovery. But it all starts here often in the novice classes at schoolboy, schoolgirl level, where you learn that, follow that basic periodization template, and then tweak it as you progress, as your team progress, what works for you, what doesn't. Not everybody's exactly the same. A lot of sports science these days, exercise physiology, what athletes respond better to high lactate work, what athletes respond better to more, say, high aerobic work. And of course, a lot of that coming from the great Arthur Lydiard, the great running coach. A lot of people say that he gave the world 100 miles a week, but he actually gave the world's periodisation, now adopted by most sports, including the sport of rowing. Revolutionised the world back in the 1950s. The milkman from Mount Roskill. As we have a look here at Caitlin Foot, Emily Gordon. Well, Megan Glenn will be delighted. Just going off course there a little bit, so just having to straighten up, and sometimes that's just a little thing in concentration. So it's just making those little adjustment with the oars. So you can just drift off at times, you just get into that steady state, that happy place, you find your happy place, you look to try and stay there. But it's an old saying, isn't it? Lose your concentration, you can lose time. We're just starting to see the fatigue levels kick in here on this Waikato University crew, because timing just starting to maybe be compromised a little bit. Just need to make those corrections, start thinking about the technical side of the sport. So I'll come down in front of the embankment area around about that 1600 metre mark. An absolute demolition this. Boy, this is an impressive performance. Two good quality rowers in Caitlin Foot and Emily Gordon. Could be a really good race though for second and third between Canterbury number 1 crew and the Waikato number 2 crew. And just see in the distance there, the Canterbury number 3 crew in lane 4 some way back. But it could be Waikato 1 and 2, gold and silver. I would imagine Canterbury will be wanting to shut that down, pick up that silver medal. But ladies and gentlemen, you are witnessing an absolute demolition. These two have cleaned everybody out from start to finish. It's been a very composed performance. Not seeing the war face on just yet, the pain face. As I said, some athletes will have a very good pain face, others will have a poker face. Always look at the form, always look at the technique of an athlete to determine whether they are fatiguing or not. And so it'll be the Waikato University number 1 crew who will come down and pick up gold in the lightweight double sculls. The question is, will their second crew pick up silver? Or will it be Canterbury? It's looking very much like a 1-2 for Waikato. Ellie Dean and Holly Hay, coached by Megan Glenn, the second of the Waikato crews. And then it will be the University of Canterbury of Toby Rees, Martine Sandberg, coached by Corbin Newlands. And as they say, I've put down the second coach here as Bleed Maroon. Okay, so the second coach is Bleed Maroon. Basically, if you're Canterbury University, we bleed for the colours maroon. That's how much effort we're prepared to put in. And so Waikato picking up silver, and now the Canterbury crew picking up the bronze medal. Our next event on the program will be the Men's Championship Coxed 4. So this starts to get into the business end. Championship rowers are eligible to row in the championship grade. So I'll give you the definition I've got in front of me here of the championship grade. All rowers are eligible to row in the championship grade. To be eligible to row in the championship 8 at university championships, at the time of the regatta, the competitor must be enrolled in 3 or more undergraduate papers unless the competitor is in limited full-time study or is in postgraduate study, provided that they are enrolled in 0.25. And then it starts to get way too technical for me. But basically this is open but this is really where you start to get the more experienced rowers. This is where you start to get those athletes. No restrictions. If you've won national championships, you've been a part of any high performance program, you can row in this category at a university level. Next race is at 10 past 10. We'll bring you that live. So that is the Men's Championship Coxed 4. Canterbury, Lincoln, Otago. Second of the Canterbury crews, Waikato crew. Second Otago crew, Auckland and Otago 3. Okay, folks, our next race is the Men's Championship Cox 4. And looking forward to this one. The Canterbury number 2 crew will start in lane 1. The Lincoln number 1 boat will start in 2. The Otago number 1 crew will start in 3. Canterbury number 1 crew will start in 4. Waikato will start in 5. Otago will start in 6. That's their number 2 crew. Auckland will start in 7. And the third of the Otago crews will start in lane 8. So all eyes will be in those middle lanes, Otago, Canterbury, Waikato University. And this starts to get into the business end. The Cox 4 over 2,000 metres. On screen there is that Otago University crew. And that is Connor Backus, Cody Johnson, Jack Pearson, Fred Vavasaur. Kaylin Rainsfield Bree is the Cox, coached by Glenn Sinclair. So these rowers would have gone through their pre-race warm-up protocols, well established at this point, hydration, nutrition, flushing the lactic acid out. Some would have rowed yesterday. It's not often how well you do a session, it's how well you recover from it, and is often the best way of measuring an athlete's fitness. And that is the balance, isn't it, for the coaches at the university level? How do we get everybody collectively to be in peak shape? How do we get everybody to recover at the same time, at the same level? Everyone's going to be slightly different. Lane 4, Canterbury crew of Sam Wilson, William McIntosh, Oliver Welch, Fergus Johnston, Annabelle Wynne Williams is the Cox. Cross there in lane 6, the Otago number 2 crew of Henry Clatworthy, Ted Main, Finn Allison, Oscar Clatworthy, Fred Phillips. So Clatworthy coming out of Cashmere High School, part of a very good Cashmere program these days in the Aon Mardi Regatta. Starting to upstage a number of the, I guess, legacy schools in rowing in Christchurch, the likes of Christchurch Boys, the likes of Rangiruru, St Margaret's. Mind you, both schools had, well, all schools had great Aon Mardi regattas as we do get away, and that is lane 5. The Waikato crew of Luke Bergquist, Seamus Foley, Oscar Rushton, Evan Williams, Brooke Carter the Cox. But really good start coming down in lane 1 by the Canterbury number 2 crew. And they're in lane 4, as expected, the Canterbury number 1 crew. And so it's Canterbury number 1 who've gone out very quickly, being pushed all the way by the Otago number 1 crew in lane 3. So it is Canterbury 2 in lane 1, Canterbury number 1 in lane 4, and Otago in lane 3. They are the early leaders as they come up to that sort of 200 metre mark, keeping that stroke rate nice and high, looking to try and get into their work before settling things back down under their instruction of their Cox. Another good performance coming here from the Auckland number 1 crew of Samuel Shotter, Michael Blake, the Olympic gold medalist from Tokyo, Ari Magasiva, Tag Farak, Isabella Farnell is their Cox. But it is all lane 3, Otago looking to just try and put the early pressure on, looking to just try and squeeze Canterbury on their outside. But Canterbury number 2, who are just trying to change the game here, looking to be the disruptor, looking to say, look, let's go out early, let's see if we can put the pressure on. Let's take it to some of these more fancied crews. Let's try and put them in the hurt box, maybe force them to change their game plan. Of course, the experienced crews will just sit back and be patient. And patience, such an important part of any elite athlete. To be able to just sit back and wait, particularly in sports like cycling, where sometimes you've got to sit back in the peloton and wait for your moment. Not going to get the TV time early on. But boy, this is a really good race that is starting to develop. So lanes 1, 3, 4, and lane 7. So Auckland University just in touch, probably currently sitting in 4th place. The battle, though, is between lane 3 and 4, Otago versus Canterbury. So Canterbury number 2, Charlie Poulter. That's across there in lane 1. Lewis Meets, Josh Syme, George Johnson, Annabelle Scott. But you do just feel the longer this goes, this is going to be Otago v Canterbury. The Battle of the South. Canterbury number 2 crew. Can they be the game changer? Can they be an agent of change, folks? Otago, though, just still looking comfortable. Who is going to play their cards? You often hear rowers talking about that third 500 metres. Interesting at the Aon Māori Cup last week, we saw Christchurch Girls High School really disrupted around about the 800 metre mark. Went prior to the 1,000, put a bit of pressure on everybody else, and they couldn't react and they couldn't respond in the finish. We saw St Peter's College of Auckland in the boys Māori Cup final really decide to take it to Hamilton early, put them under a little bit of pressure. So how is this going to play out? We've got the 2 Canterbury crews, we've got Otago. We are down to 3 already, ladies and gentlemen, and we are yet to come up to the 1,000 metre mark. You would think the fact that Canterbury have 2 crews here, that they have real depth. Are they top heavy in one boat, or have they spread their talent across both? We start to see the Canterbury number 1 crew now starting to just move a little bit away. Half a boat length lead over Otago. As we swing round now, look down the course. Otago just needed to straighten up a little bit. Went back earlier and talked about Rod Dixon, 1983, beating Jeff Smith in that New York Marathon by cutting the apex while Jeff Smith ran in the middle of the road. It was the 80 metres that he probably needed to end up winning that race. And will this come down to needing that extra metre? And who has taken the straightest line? Who's got this boat perfectly poised, perfectly set up? Canterbury starting to just move away. Boat length lead now. Canterbury number 2 crew across the far side. You just sense it's starting to fatigue a little bit. Otago, though, haven't really decided to take it up a gear just yet, but we're approaching that 1,500 metre mark. And then it is about burning matches. Up to that point, it's about conserving matches, not wanting to burn too many matches. Canterbury University's just starting to squeeze Otago, starting to squeeze their second team and have comfortably gone clear. Big push coming from Auckland down here in lane 7 now. So Auckland University of Samuel Shotter, Michael Brake, Ari Magasiva, Tarak Farak and Isabel Farnell deciding to make a late charge, looking to try and bring it home over this last 500 metres. But it's all Canterbury. Quality performance. Sam Wilson, William McIntosh, Oliver Welch, Fergus Johnston, Annabelle Wooden-Williams doing a fantastic job as their cocks. They bleed maroon down there in Canterbury. They have a wee look across. Oh, it's one of the yellow bucket hats there from the Dunstan Rowing Club by the looks of it. Boy, how good have the Dunstan Rowing Club been at, say, a national club level, and also Dunstan High School at a Māori Cup level along with Wakatipu. Great to have that region of the country starting to really tap into their natural geography and landscape and deciding that, hey, rowing's going to be our thing and we can mix it with the best of them. But sit back, folks. Really good performance here from the Canterbury number 1 crew, coming down comfortably to win this men's championship, Cox 4. It'll be their second crew across the far side that'll pick up silver. It'll be Otago University who will pick up the bronze. Auckland University will finish in 4th place. Our next race will be the men's varsity single sculls. Looking forward to this one. So varsity grade rowers. You're eligible to be a varsity grade rower if you have won an under 20 or under 22 senior premier championship lightweight event at the New Zealand Rowing Championships, or if you have been a Rowing New Zealand Pathway Tier 1 or Tier 2 athlete within the previous 2 seasons. So basically you're not allowed to have been an elite athlete, but still very much on the cusp of it. And we look forward to this because this should be an absolute cracker. We're going to have Tom Jury out of Auckland University. He's going to race in lane 1. We've got Edwin George out of Otago. Is going to be in lane 2. Lloyd Talisman out of AUT is going to start in lane 3. Luke Brock out of Otago is also going to start in lane 4. Sean Snow out of Victoria University is going to start in lane 5. Canterbury, Lawrence Birch is going to start in lane 6. And Lachlan Wallace out of AUT is going to start in lane 7. So, a lonely 2,000 metres. You cannot let anybody down here other than yourself. No one else to lean on. This is tough. This is about belief. This is remembering the good days in training and seeing if you can put it all out there when it counts. So, lane 5, Sean Snow, coached by Finn Pethersboak and Georgia Coyne out of Victoria University, and we do get away. Good clean start, great start coming from Snow in 5 out of Victoria. Very good start also coming from Edwin George out of Otago University in lane 2. And if they called them back, I think they might have called them back, so we've got a false start here, folks. We're going to bring the rowers back and we're going to get another restart on that. Nice to see that the lake conditions are just starting to flatten out a little bit. Not quite the chop, not quite the wind that we saw earlier this morning. So boats or skiffs just making their way back into those starting blocks. Hope you are enjoying coverage here on finals day of the Aon 2024 New Zealand University Rowing Championships. We do welcome the different university students, alumni. We do ask you, ladies and gentlemen, if you are just standing around and you've got a discussion going on, just bring it down to the lake's edge or sit alongside the little grandstand at the finish there in front of the club rooms. And let's try and just create a little bit of atmosphere and let's welcome home all of these athletes. I've said it before, I'll say it again, these are real athletes. This is not the English rugby team, folks. If you took the heart of all of these athletes, you put them in the New Zealand cricket team, we might actually win something. One of the toughest sports on the planet. You have to have a head like granite to do this. When I see young rowers rowing at a Aon Māori regatta level, I'm convinced that they've misbehaved and their parents have said, right, as punishment, I'm going to make you row. And then ironically, they end up loving the sport, continue to misbehave, and parents continue to push them in the sport. The other sport that I think is incredibly tough is the sport of swimming, simply because it's a taught sport, it's a technique-based sport, and you have to start at such a young age. But either way, you've got to have an incredible discipline. So lane 3 will be out of AUT, and that's Lloyd Talisman. So Talisman will be riding for AUT. Did I say riding or did I say rowing? Rowing for AUT. Man out of Otago University, sky blue and gold. Get a little bit emotional looking at those colours. Reminds me of my old school, the Mitre Mount Albert Grammar. Heavily involved and connected with the West End Rowing Club. Okay, we are poised, we are set. We've got 7 coiled springs waiting to explode and launch them down this runway of 2,000 metres. Lachlan Wallace will start in 7. Lawrence Birch from Canterbury in 6. Sean Snow of Victoria in 5. Luke Brock out of Otago in 4. Lloyd Talisman out of AUT in 3. Edwin George out of Otago in 2. And Tom Jury out of Auckland in lane 1. They will be nervous. Sometimes you'll see the rowers or athletes yawn a little bit. It's not because they are relaxed, that is part of being nervous. The best way to get over nerves is race as much as you can. Go through the motions, show your body how to deal with it. So the championship, this is the men's varsity single scull. So those athletes just below that absolute elite level. And we do get underway. And as mentioned earlier, in the first race, before we had to restart, good start coming from Sean Snow out of Victoria in 5. And he leads by about a boat length already. Does the young man out of Victoria University across there in lane 2. Edwin George got away quickly. Lane 4, Luke Brock, coached by Jared Glue. Things expected to just come back a little bit. Single sculls rowing described as a game of chess. These skiffs can decelerate, accelerate quite quickly, so it can be a lot more tactical than what you maybe see in the 8s. So that fastest world's time, Robbie Manson, of course, the great New Zealander, back in 2017. Did that on the second of the World Cups in Poznan, Poland. I'm not sure they'll go close to that today, but that was always the benchmark. Of course, it's never really considered a world record. It's always considered a world's fastest time because of the variable conditions. Used to be the same with the marathon and the men's marathon and running, world's fastest time rather than world record. They have now moved it to world record, but simply because courses varied so much. I tell you what though, this is a really good singles race beginning to develop, because still in the hunt is Edwin George across there in lane 2 out of Otago, currently sitting in second, third. You can throw a blanket over all 4. And then in lane 5, it is Luke Brock out of Otago, Sean Snow out of Victoria in lane 5, Lawrence Birch out of Canterbury in lane 6. And if you're not seeing the live stream pictures, it is literally a bow ball in it between all 4 of these single scullers. Now, who is holding back? Who has possibly gone out a little bit too quick and possibly confused ability with ambition? Just starting to go backwards a little bit now with Sean Snow out of Victoria. So we're down to 3. Snow in a bit of difficulty. He's going to just need to maintain his form here, maintain his concentration, try and just bring that heart rate back down, and then look to try and just pick it back up. Just slowly chipping away though in lane 4, Luke Brock, coached by Jared Glue out of Otago University. Coming across there in lane 2, Edwin George. George now just starts to increase his stroke rate, just takes it up another gear, doing it before the 1,000-metre mark too. Good tactics here. Forcing, tightening the screws, putting a bit of pressure back on Luke Brock. Brock responds. Now just starting to struggle a little bit with the pace. Out here in lane 6 is Lawrence Birch, just starting to drop back. We're down to 2. Edwin George, Luke Brock, Otago University up against his fellow university teammate in Luke Brock. So Edwin George, Luke Brock. Tough for the coach who coaches both athletes in Jared Glue. But at the moment, Edward George, probably half a boat length lead over Luke Brock. Saying it's a tough sport. You spend a lot of time training, big hours, and the harder you train, you often have a lot of bad days and can bring you down at times. It's only when you start to freshen up, but you always remember the good day. You might only have one good day in 10, but it might be a stunning day. You remember it. You know it's in there somewhere. You know what you're capable of doing. And of course, the formula for all coaches and athletes is try and bring that out more consistently. And on a day-by-day basis or a session-by-session basis, that generally happens when you start to freshen up a little bit more. So you never beat yourself up on the bad days. Always just remember the good days. It's what you're capable of, and that's what these athletes have got to do. I was that good on that particular day. I know it's in there. Let's bring it out. Let's try and find that inspiration. But it's Edwin George who looks pretty comfortable. Just starting to lengthen it out. Squeezing Luke Brock now. And at what point does Luke Brock go, you know what? Second is good enough today. I'm hurting that much. I remember talking to the great New Zealand road cyclist Graham Miller, who won gold back in 1990 at the Auckland Commonwealth Games, and talked a lot about his cycling career over the years. And I said, Graham, what's it like in those criteriums? How much are you hurting? And he said to me, sometimes you just cannot get the oxygen in, that you are literally breathing through your eyelids. That's the only way you can get oxygen in. And I think you can take that analogy, I think you can throw it across the sport of rowing as well, as we just zoom in now. Really nice look here at Edwin George out of Otago. The yellow boat, the yellow skiff, has a wee look over. 2 boat length lead from his fellow Otago University teammate Luke Brock. Now Brock, if he's got anything, is going to have to make his move now. He's going to really need to increase that stroke. He's going to have to start to try and just see if he can pull it back inch by inch. But it certainly is Otago University 1 and 2, and they have cleaned the rest of this field out. Might be Lachlan Wallace out here in the far lane. Out of AUT, that might just be sitting in 3rd, or is that Canterbury? Might be Lawrence Birch. We'll pick that up when we get a better angle. Might be Lawrence Birch out of Canterbury. Coached by Will Johnston, and again, they just bleed maroon. That's what they're telling me. As we look back down over this magnificent Lake Karapiro with the wonderful vistas in the background. Good crowd. Just sitting down there on the in front of the presentation stage. Being the university championships, hopefully most of them are sober. But what a performance from this young man. Really gutsy, really courageous. Edwin George out of Otago. In control, really good form. Good body position. No head movement, shoulders look nice and steady. Now just begins to bring it home, just increases that rating just a little bit and starts to extend that lead. No real answers here from Luke Brock. So Edwin George will come down, win gold at the men's varsity single sculls, Division 1. Controlled, precise, patient performance. And it will be silver to Luke Brock out of Otago University. And now the race for bronze. And it will be Lawrence Birch out of Canterbury who will pick up the bronze medal. Very good performance from the Cantabrian. So just confirming that result there, we do apologise, just had a wee issue with our sound. Sam Barnett picking up the gold medal there. And then a very good performance from Matthew Smith from Canterbury in 2, and Guy Curry-Stanton out of Victoria picking up the bronze medal. So well done to those rowers. Congratulations, tough day. Right, coming up next, it's the Women's Varsity 8. Looking forward to this one. A lot of talk and discussion around this. We'll have the Waikato University crew in 1. We'll have AUT in fact, Waikato will start in lane 2. My apologies, AUT in 3, Otago in 4, Canterbury in 5, Auckland in 6. And it is one of the most spectacular things in all of sport, watching an 8, particularly when you've got the drones up in the air and you just get to look at these big, powerful machines working in unison, and it really is remarkable. Immediately getting out clear, it is the Otago University crew by the looks of it, of Millie Scott, Daisy Favasar, Olivia Piebenga, Kate Spriggs, Ella Ross, Charlie Barclay, Olivia Studholm, Sabine Lapointe, and Rose Abbott is their Cox. And just outside of them, it is the Canterbury crew of Julia Middleditch, Sophie Strang, Stella Cook, Emma Spittle, Tori Cox, Lucy Eastwood, Tyler Stewart, Isabel Welch, and Lily Davidson is the Cox. So these boats want to just try and get up to full speed pretty early on. They used to be the same, didn't they, in the 8s? If you led at the 500 metre mark, you'd probably win the race. There is a little bit of room to accelerate the boats through that third 500 over that last 1,000 metres, but not quite as easily what you can do with the smaller skiffs. And so it's about establishing that lead early. It's about getting the bow nice and high out of the water, getting that rhythm, allowing the hydrodynamics to kick in, connecting those strokes. Really good display here from Otago. But I tell you what, Canterbury will not go down without a fight here, ladies and gentlemen. They're starting to come down, but it is all Otago University. They will come down and they will win probably by a boat length, maybe 2 boat lengths. And it is Otago University who win the Women's Varsity Cox State over the Canterbury number 1 crew. And then coming down to pick up the bronze medal will be Auckland University in lane 6. And so underway at the moment, we've got the Women's Varsity 8 Division 2. We've got Canterbury number 2 crew in lane 2, Otago number 2 crew in lane 3, the Waikato number 2 crew in lane 4, Otago number 3 crew in lane 5, Canterbury number 3 crew in lane 6. As the big red sleds, as the what I affectionately call a pain train, folks, is underway. Yes, it is indeed. Tell you what, setting these boats up, getting 8 athletes of the right physiology, the right passion and desire is not an easy thing to do. It's what makes it such always the blue ribbon event of any rowing regatta, generally the men's and women's 8, any format of the 8s. And cleaning everybody out at the moment is the Otago University number 2 crew of Rosa McKenzie, Gemma Mead, Isabel Wall, Madison Lobb, Sophie Kavanagh, Aria Armstrong, Libby Christie, Zoe Kung, Ella Hansen is their Cox. big responsibility on the cocks. The good ones can pick up certain parts of the boat that perhaps are not as functioning as well as they should be. Can talk to the athletes technically, making subtle little corrections. More importantly though, giving them those instructions, using the right language to try and resonate with the individual athletes, both individually and collectively. A skill set in itself. The great crews have a great cocks. So Otago, boy, what a wonderful morning they've had. Dominated the eights, dominated the bigger boats. It'll be the second of the Otago crews too, who by the looks of it still sit in the silver medal position, and then just outside of them it'll be the Canterbury number 3 boat, the big red sled. But absolutely powering away with this is the Otago number 2 crew. Dominant display. Great reward for probably what has been a pretty tough couple of months. Trying to balance rowing training, trying to balance study, also the social side of university and the enjoyment that goes with it. As we see the Otago number 2 crew come down to pick up this women's varsity cock state. Division 2, do it in emphatic, comfortable fashion. Just hear the noise coming off these craft, and it really is a very unique and beautiful thing in all of sport when you see the men's or women's 8 in action. So Otago University pick up gold, they'll pick up silver as well. The crew of Nanaka Nishimura, Poppy May Parks, Hasu Shudo, Maddie Thorley, Lucy Nichols, Ava Stevens, Hannah Mercer, Zoe Mercer, Jack Templeton, and then the Canterbury number 3 crew of Meredith Lewis, Eliana Henderson, Isla Robinson, Stella Hill, Daisy Park, Natasha Casey, Annabelle Scott, Kate Wrigley, Oliver Horton, the Cox, and their coaches, Corbin Newlands, and as they say in Canterbury, they bleed maroon. Our next race will be the Women's Tournament Coxed 4. So the tournament grade is for competitors who have only ever raced at university rowing regattas or only raced a novice season at club school and was not a medalist at the New Zealand Championships. So I hope you are enjoying coverage here on day 2 of the finals of the 2024 Aon New Zealand University Rowing Championships from Lake Karapiro. Women's Tournament Cox 4 set to go. Auckland will start in 1. Otago will start in fact, just looking at the lane, so it'll be lane 2, it'll be Auckland, lane 3, it'll be Otago. Waikato will start in lane 4. Second of the Otago crews in lane 5, third of the Otago crews in lane 6. So you'd expect Otago University to be somewhere on the podium. Can Waikato, can Auckland University knock them off the top step? The number 1 Waikato crew is Georgia Swain, Gabrielle Mailer, Cheyenne Lyford Shields, Maya Lindop, and Caitlin Foot is their Cox. There is the Otago team, lane 5. This is their number 1 crew. Anna Katharina Vere, Zandra Hinton, Natalie Sherman, Elizabeth Scott, Eddie Lethbridge is the Cox. So some of these rowers have already competed earlier today, so it's about trying to flush the legs, trying to get rid of that lactate. Not easy when you're still relatively new in a sport. You don't have years and years and layers of endurance in you. And it's not how you do a session, not how well you do a training session. The better sign of performance and fitness is how well you recover from it. And always a balancing act trying to get 4 athletes all at the same level of fitness at a university level, trying to get them all to recover, trying to get them all to peak at the same time, and then trying to get the weight of the boat and the different attributes of each athlete set up in the boat in the correct positions to maximise the collective athletic ability of all the athletes. So just struggling a little bit here at the moment with the Otago number 2 crew in lane 6. Bree Shaw, Brianna Fisk, Esther La, Paige Gascoigne, Lillian Kidd is the Cox. Just looking to try and straighten that up. But certainly conditions have become a lot more idyllic than what we saw earlier this morning. Not quite the breeze that we had, not quite the tailwind, possibly a slight crosswind for the rowers. Saying that, we haven't really seen any one benefit. No one's spoken about a benefit of any particular lane. It's always fairly honest here at Lake Karapiro. The rowers that are rowing maybe in finals for the first time will have sat down with those that have gone before them today and asked if there were any sort of geographical things or factors they need to consider. So still just trying to get this crew straight in this outside lane. And we do get underway. So the women's tournament coxed for. Lane 1 got away to a pretty slow start. That is the Auckland crew of Adriana Ocampo, Delisha Ardern, Amelia Brown, Caitlin Lee, Sam Bright, and there is absolute carnage down here in lane 6 from Otago. Boy, they are absolutely just lost control. Just haven't got their steering right at all. Same with the Auckland crew across there in lane 2, but nobody can deny lane 2. The Otago 3 crew of Emma Kenny, Gracie Sito, Juliet Mutin, Rua Ming Wong, and Rose Abbott. They have started like pros. So we'll just confirm what crews have struggled off the start line there. I might have been a bit harsh on one of those crews. So lane 1, Auckland, are underway, currently sitting in 3rd. Lane 4, the Waikato crew lead at the moment. Lane 5, it is the Otago number 1 crew who sit in 2nd. In 4th place, so Otago 3, just trying to confirm things here, are in a bit of difficulty. Waikato 1, in fact it is Otago University number 3 that lead the race at the moment. We do apologise there, just trying to, a number of crews just started and never really got going, which has just changed the visuals here that we have in front of us. So Otago University 3 are leading this race at the moment. Emma Kenny, Gracie Sito, Juliet Mutin, Rio Ming Wong, and Rose Abbott. Just outside of them, the Waikato number 1 crew of Georgia Swain, Gabrielle Mailer, Cheyenne Lyford Shields, and Maya Lindop. Cox, Caitlin Foot currently sitting in second place. It is a good race beginning to develop between lanes 3 and 4. Nothing in it. Back in third place, looks like the Auckland number 1 crew of Adriana Ocampo, Delisha Aiden, Amelia Brown and Caitlin Lees with their Cox Sam Bright sit in third. But it's Otago University, half a boat length lead. And so they're through the 1,500 metre mark now. Or through the 1,000 metre mark, I should say. They'll be approaching that 1,500 metre mark. That'll be the next little mental block they'll be looking to try and knock off. And so good move now starting as we got through that 1,000 metre mark. Now we're just starting to see a real lift here coming from the Waikato crew. So they've just upped their rating. They've taken it up another gear. And we do have just the smallest of lead changes. It's a bow ball now going the way of Waikato over Otago. So it is the Mulu girls who are looking to try and squeeze Otago. And then Otago now throw it straight back at them, say anything you've got, we've got. And they start to ask questions of this Waikato crew. Always remember watching an interview when you get two wonderful warriors going at each other. Always remember watching an interview with George Foreman. And he talked about the fight with Muhammad Ali, the rumble in the jungle. And he said, George Foreman describes the first 7 rounds coming out and absolutely taking it to Muhammad Ali, and Muhammad Ali looking up at him after the 7th round behind his gloves and saying, George, is that all you've got? Because if that's all you got, George, you're in a lot of trouble, George. And George, they said to George Foreman, what did you do? And he said, well, that's all I had. I was in a lot of trouble. And I tell that story because I've got a sneaking feeling here. We've got 2 crews who are going to start asking some questions. Otago just catching a little bit of a crab there, putting the handbrake on, which has now opened up the door here for the Waikato crew. So the Waikato crew now suddenly up to 3/4 of a boat length lead after Otago got themselves into a bit of technical difficulty. That can often come with fatigue, starting to maybe just drop those shoulders a little bit. So now the Waikato crew, they just decide to put the hammer down here. They just lift. Good call coming from their coxswain. So much of sport is psychology, isn't it? And if there was ever one of the masters was, of course, Muhammad Ali, the mind games. And rowing is about that. Who's going to give first? Not dissimilar to a game of poker. Who's bluffing? Who's the real deal? Who's got the winning hand? You've got to say at the moment, certainly going the way here of the Waikato crew of Georgia Swain, Gabriella Mailer, Cheyenne Lyford Shields, Maya Lindop, and Caitlin Foot. Foot doing a really good job. And they looked across there and you could just see that Otago boat. They just caught that little bit of a crab. It just brought the boat to a bit of a halt. And they decided to attack. They just put the hammer down, asked it for 30 or 40 quick strokes, and suddenly we're out to a boat length lead. Now up to that point it was a very, very close race. But just that little lapse in concentration, just that little moment, possibly just costing Otago University here. Dealing with really, really small percentages, aren't we? The smallest little things can make a difference. Talking of psychology, I remember interviewing the great Sir John Walker, 1,500 metre runner. And he was a very good one at playing the psychological games. Do a lot of training with the other one of the great New Zealand runners, Rod Dixon. He'd do some workouts where he said, it's absolutely gone. And you just turn around to Rod and go, yep, that's pretty good for 80% effort, knowing deep down that he in fact exerted himself well beyond the 100%, but just sowing that little seed of doubt in one of his great opponents' heads. Whether you buy into it or not, well, sometimes that comes with experience. Some people do buy into it. Others can see the bluff. And initially, for a lot of these rowers, they'll only understand the physical side of it. They won't necessarily understand some of the tactics where possibly certain tactics might have a psychological effect on your opponent. What we are seeing, though, is a dominant display from Waikato over the Otago number 3 crew. They are in control now. Just want to maintain good form, good rhythm, talk to each other, believe, lean on each other. Don't let me down, I won't let you down. Megan Glenn will be absolutely delighted with the performance here, and what a great job Caitlin Foot, the Cox, has done. Saw the mistake and capitalised. I just wonder whether psychologically at that point the Otago crew said, you know what, second is good enough today. But it will be the University of Waikato on their home lake that will come down and comfortably win this women's tournament Coxed 4. Now, tournament rowing again is for competitors who've only ever raced at university rowing regattas or only raced a novice season at club or school, so they're still fairly inexperienced. So around about 150 metres of their journey remains, and it will be a gold medal for the local Waikato University. It'll be Otago yet again who get themselves on another podium and pick up that silver medal. And what will be a grimace will suddenly be replaced by a smile and a sense of relief. And wonderful performance for Waikato. Well done to Georgia Swain, Gabrielle Mailer, Cheyenne Lyford Shields and Maya Lidop, Caitlin Foot. Second place, the University number 3 crew of Emma Kenny, Gracie Sito, Juliet Mutin, Rio Meng Wang and Rose Abbott. And then the Otago number 2 crew coming down to pick up the bronze medal, Bree Shaw, Brianna Fisk, Esther La, Paige Gascoigne and Lillian Kidd, the Cox, their coach Neil Carr. So folks, our next race we will bring you comes at 20 minutes after 11. It is the Women's Championship Double Sculls. Looking forward to this one. Victoria, Otago, Canterbury, Lincoln, Otago, Waikato and Canterbury. They will be the universities that will take up lanes 1 through 7. As we watch coming down to finish now, another one of the Otago crews coming down, lane 6. Don't forget, if you are watching live at the venue, go up and grab yourself a coffee, get yourself something to eat. Beautiful day. Bring that conversation down to the finish line and create a bit of atmosphere, and let's honour and recognise all of our university rowers.
We are all in the same boat. Our team invests in the same Milford funds as our clients. Find out more at milfordasset.com, official live stream partner to Rowing New Zealand. Milford, invested in you.
Well, welcome back to finals day of the 2024 Aon New Zealand University Rowing Championships. Our next event is the Women's Championship Double Sculls. Looking forward to this one. Lane 1 will have Victoria University. Lane 2, Otago University. Lane 3, Canterbury University. Lincoln University will start in 4. The number 1 Otago University team in 5. Waikato University in 6. And the second of our Canterbury University teams will start in lane 7. 2,000 metres, we are underway. 1,750 metres of hope, 250 metres of truth. It's about getting off the line quickly, about getting that stroke rate up initially, then looking to try and just settle down and then employ the tactics. Will those tactics come in at the 800 metre mark, the 1,000 metre mark? Will some of them look to bring it home at the 1,500 metre mark? Remember, there is an exponential curve fatigue that often comes at the 1,750 metre mark, and what you then tend to happen is every 10 metres after that, those fatigue levels increase dramatically. Hope you are enjoying coverage. Lake Karapiro, of course, one of the most pristine rowing venues anywhere in the world. Representing Victoria University in lane 1 is Isabel Sears, Mackenzie Tuffin. Otago University in 2 is Hannah Mataeri and Claudia Kinder. Lane 3 out of Canterbury is Phoebe Collier, Emma Spittle. Lane 4, Lincoln University, Alice Wallace and Freddie Todd Hunter. Lane 5, Mizina Sua and Madison Neal out of Otago. Lane 6, Isabel Eliados Watson and Samantha Voss out of the Waikato. And in lane 7, the Canterbury number 2 crew of Jenna Bragwin and Sasha Robinson. So we can immediately see it's the Canterbury crew who have decided to take this out quickly in lane 3. And lane 6, the yellow boat, is the Waikato crew. So it is Canterbury. Possibly across there in lane 1 as well for the Victoria University crew. We'll just straighten up shortly. We'll get a better understanding of exactly how this race is looking. A tough part of the sport. We often talk about it, don't you? You've got to train a certain way. So if your tactics are to go out through the 1,000 metre mark, you've got to show your body in training what happens on race day. It's a dress rehearsal. You cannot train one way, expect to turn up and race a different way. You've got to be able to control the adrenaline, control the emotions, which is a lot easier at the elite level when experience comes. But at this university level, while these athletes are still gaining experience, these are some of those little factors that they need to try and build in and need to try and remind themselves of. So the Canterbury number 2 crew down here in lane 7, deciding to go with the University of Canterbury in lane 3. In fact, it will be the Waikato crew, my apologies, in lane 6 down here. So Waikato and Canterbury looking to sort of lock each other in a duel, put each other in the hurt box, throw the key away, see who can stay there the longest. It's a dark place. It's not a particularly pleasant place. And so really good form being shown here by this Waikato University crew. Looking quite measured. We saw a really positive start coming from the Canterbury crew. Just looking to just take it back a little bit here. Want to stay in contact. Won't want this lead to open up by too much. They need to just continue to put the pressure on the Waikato crew. Ask them questions. Okay, you've taken it up a gear. You've tried to get a bit of a jump on us. We've reacted. It hasn't worked. What are you going to do now? But you do just feel Waikato here still just seem to have that bow just a little bit higher out of the water. Just seem to have a little bit more lift coming up to that 1,000 metre mark. Yeah, also hard for these crews that are not that experienced for the coaches to work out what type of training is best for them, what sort of physiology Do they go better off endurance work? Do they go better off threshold training or VO2 max work? And then the recovery protocols. Then trying to develop the technical side of it based on, again, their individual physiology, their height, their weight perhaps. There's all these little dynamics at play. Trying to fit the puzzle. But it's still Waikato, who've gone clear by a boat length now over Canterbury. And looking very comfortable, looking in control. It's a hard sport too, because you train hard and you're tired a lot of the time, and if you're tired, well, sometimes you can get into bad habits because you're just trying to get through the session. And if you're not careful, those bad habits become habit. So it's about constantly setting the stroke back up, making sure you get off the water with good strokes. Swimming's not dissimilar. And some athletes, well, they're there because they're just simply a better crew. Other athletes do like to go to the front and like to empower themselves. You see it in a lot of different sports, particularly running, an athlete going to the front and just wanting to stay there. Others will sit back. And running, there's about a 6% drag coefficient. A sport like cycling, sitting in the peloton, of course, you can get a 30% drag coefficient. Open water swimming, anywhere from 10 to 15%. You don't have the advantage here in rowing. And so if you're going to the front, you're going to the front because you want to control, you want to dictate, you want to be able to survey the other crews. So coming up to that 1500 metre mark, or through the 1500 metre mark, starting to come now down onto the grass banking here. There is the Rowing New Zealand High Performance Sheds in the background, Canoe Racing New Zealand up there on the hill, the brown building. What a display this is though from this wonderful Waikato crew. Really good display from Isabel Watson and Samantha Voss. And now really the battle. Oh, good fast finish coming here. A really good fast finish. Starting to come here in lane 4. So that is the Lincoln University crew of Alice Wallace, Freddie Todd Hunter. But nobody is going to deny this Waikato crew an absolute demolition. Wonderful performance from them to come down and pick up this Women's Championship double sculls. And they'll do it in emphatic fashion. Now the question, who picks up the silver medal? And it will be across there, the Canterbury crew of Phoebe Collier and Emma Spittle. And then on there outside, the Lincoln crew of Alice Wallace and Freddie Todd Hunter. Great finish from the crew from Lincoln University. Cox 4. We'll have Otago University in 1. We'll have Waikato in lane 2. We'll have Auckland in lane 3, Canterbury in 4, Auckland in 5, Victoria in 6, Lincoln in lane 7, AUT in lane 8. So very much a full field, and one of the real events people have been talking about. 2,000 metres, and conditions becoming even more idyllic as the day progresses. Zach Rumble's going to join us in commentary in a minute. Zach, of course, out of Canterbury University, these days part of Rowing New Zealand's high performance program, as we have a look at the 2,000 metres, and we do get underway. And a very good morning to you, Zach. Welcome.
G'day, how are we going?
Yeah, no, looking forward to bringing you expertise to this event. I'll just correct that microphone there. So a good start here from all crews, getting off the line quickly. I can't say that's been the case, particularly for some of the novice crews who actually hadn't been rowing, weren't allowed to have rowed in a boat prior to February 1st. So a lot of the novice crews we've been seeing have literally been in a boat for about 8 weeks. As we look at the start here, good start. So it's Otago across there in lane 1, who probably got the best start. Lane 2 outside of them, Waikato. And then if we come back, lanes 4, 5 and 6. Well, Zach, one of the most even starts we've seen throughout the morning.
Yeah, it looks like there's a pretty blanket over this field in this first couple hundred metres. But I'm obviously from Canterbury, so I'm quite biased here. And I'd like to say that Canterbury's edging in front in lane 4.
Well, I come out of Mount Albert Grammar School, and I'm even more biased. And if they were in this race, which they're not, they'd probably be leading. Anyway, what's the key here in terms of a Cox 4, in terms of trying to set this up at a university level? What are some of the challenges?
Well, the hardest thing with unions, you only get about 4 or 5 weeks to train, find crews, and get up to Karapera. So it's really just kind of throwing it together and praying for the best.
Yeah, and the fact that you've got such a short turnaround time, I guess also understanding the instructions coming from your Cox, understanding the tactics side of it, because you don't necessarily have an understanding of everyone's individual physiology, do you?
Yeah. So the Cox pretty much is just getting in there and trying to get everyone to come together as a crew. And there's really one word that I would say for uni rowing, and it's just fun. Like it's not as pressurised as school rowing, it's not as pressurised as club rowing. So you just kind of get out there and have a blast coming down the course, and some people might do well, and that's just because they're enjoying themselves.
Lane 1 of this men's varsity Cox 4, it is the Otago crew of Charlie Moon, Edwin George, Gain Harbert, Sam Barnett. Their Cox is Fred Phillips, but the big challenge now, and they're probably a bow ball behind, is the Canterbury crew of Flynn Dykstra, Lawrence Birch, Charlie McIntosh, Jacob Wadley and Annabelle Scott, doing a fantastic job as their Cox.
Personally, in that Canterbury boat there, I think it's the bow seat Flynn Dykstra. I rode with him, 5 or 6 years ago at school now. So it's cool to see that they're still coming down, and they're looking really tidy here. Really nice rhythm coming from that Canterbury crew, and Otago's holding well on the outside as well. They're both really cruising down in this tournament 4.
Yeah, and then also starting to make a move here, Victoria in lane 6, Ben Neville, Charles Beale.
Oh, it's quiet. Maybe I need to go closer to my mouth.
Try that. Sorry, we're just having a few sound check issues. Let's just see if we can get Zach back in here.
Yeah. No, hopefully you guys can hear me a bit better now, but we're still coming down the track with Canterbury Uni level pegging with Otago. It's turning out to be a bloody good race here.
Yeah, surprised there. Lane 1 generally means that you don't necessarily come in as the fastest qualifier, or the top seeds tend to take those middle lanes. So this is a really gutsy performance from the Otago crew of Charlie Moon, Edward George, Gain Harbert, Sam Barnett and Fred Phillips, the Cox. So somewhat surprised here, deciding that, hey, we want to take it to you. We want to be the game changers. We want to force you to maybe change your race plan.
Yeah. And it looks like now that Otago's actually moved out to, let me say, about half a canvas lead, so they're putting some pressure on this Canterbury crew, but Canterbury looks like they're starting to lift and responding with that. Cox and Annabelle Scott, with a wealth of knowledge there, is really dragging her crew down the course to throw a good challenge onto this Otago crew.
Yeah, well, it's very much toe for toe at the moment, ladies and gentlemen. Probably the best race we've seen so far, as we do start to come up to that 1,500 metre mark shortly, and then we know it is game on. So it's easy, isn't it? You can go out through that first 1,000 metres, you can go through 1250, but at some point, if you've confused ability with ambition, the wheels will start to fall off.
Yeah, and we're going to find out soon if that's what's happened to Otago with having quite a hot start, but it looks like they're holding really well. And if we go back in the field too, it looks like in lane 2 we've got a Waikato crew, which is pretty tight with, it looks like this Lincoln crew coming out of lane 7.
Yeah, that Lincoln crew of Didier Marks, Ben Parker, Louis Murden, Freddie Eadie and George McIntosh, the Cox, are there now starting to begin it. So a couple of these pain trains beginning to just tighten the screws, looking to try and just look for that gear change, but still across there in 1. It is this Otago 1 crew, and they are just putting the squeeze. They're starting to put the hurt on Canterbury. Canterbury are going to need to hang tough here. They're going to need to stay in the fight out to about a boat length.
Yeah, this Otago crew's really put the hammer down in this last 100 metres here, just moved out to about 3/4 of a length over this Canterbury crew that's hanging in there, but they're going to have some work to do to pull it back on Otago.
Okay, let's have a look here at Zach. When you look across at the Otago crew, you look at the Canterbury crew, you understand the subtleties, the technical components of it. Are you seeing any difficulty here? Are you seeing anybody begin to just wane a little bit?
Oh, honestly, it looks like this Otago crew's been training very well. They're holding their technique, and they've just kicked it up a notch as I'm speaking to you, and now they've moved out to, I'd say, a little bit of clear water, and I think they've just got that slight edge over the Canterbury crew there, holding their form. And
yeah, it's been a gutsy performance because they got the jump early on and they've decided just to sort of get out, put pressure on, left nothing to chance here. Ask questions of Canterbury at the moment. They haven't been able to find the answers. Really good race starting to develop for third too. We've got 2 exciting crews there. We've got the Waikato crew in lane 2 and we've got the Lincoln University crew across here in lane 7. So very much game on for the bronze medal. Narrowly at the moment is Lincoln in lane 7, but settle back. It's very much looking like it's going to be an outstanding day for Otago across there in lane 1.
Yeah, this Lincoln crew is really bringing it to Waikato on the far side. They're from where I'm picking it, it's about a bow ball towards Lincoln, but Waikato's now going for it. I honestly can't pick it. It's gonna end me commentating this race.
Take you back to the Mardi Cup of last year when St Bede's and Hamilton Boys High School was separated by 1/600th of a second. But it is Otago University who are going to lead Canterbury first and second by the looks of it. And now Waikato just starting to get their bow a little bit higher out of the water over the likes of Lincoln University. So it is the Waikato crew who will pick up the bronze medal, Canterbury the silver, but it'll be Otago the gold medal. Very, very good race in the men's varsity, Coxed 4, loving that. Ladies and gentlemen, settle back. Wonderful afternoon of rowing still to come.
Yeah, no, this is a great performance coming down from these crews, and I think from my knowledge, it's Lincoln's biggest squad they've had at this Uni Champs, which is really, really cool to see with heaps of depth coming through here.
Yeah, it's important, isn't it? I mean, I was down last week at the Aon Mardi Regatta and looking at that, and we know how many students are there, and we also hear about the potential dropout rates. Some kids are going to be that good, they'll get straight into a high-performance program. Some of those late developers, well, they need to have that level of rowing, that next step, that pathway, that natural progression. And university seems the obvious choice here, and to try and lift the standard, get more interest in rowing, get the universities to buy into it is probably the challenge.
Yeah, definitely. And I think like what I go back to before is the best thing about uni rowing is it's fun. So it's cool to see that these kind of universities that aren't, generally have the biggest squads at these regattas are bringing lots more crews in. And yeah, just a big shout out to them for getting their recruiting going well.
Okay, the men's varsity Cox 4 Division 2 race is underway. University of Waikato in lane 1, Canterbury University in 2, Victoria University in 3, second of the Victoria University crews in 4, Canterbury in lane 6, Otago University number 2 crew in lane 7, Otago number 3 crew in lane 8. And so we'll pick that race up. So they're through that 250 metre mark, through the 500 metre mark. And immediately, well, another good race beginning to develop here. So looking very much like it might be the Canterbury number 2 crew. And also the Otago University crew. So lanes 6 and 7 at the moment. And Zach, you're excited because you're a good Canterbury man.
Yeah, I mean, it's awesome to have 3 Canterbury crews out here in this Varsity 4, and it looks like Otago also has 3 crews. So there's and Vic. No, Vic's got 4. So this is awesome. It's good seeing depth in the field, and looks like another ding dong coming down with Otago getting the slightly early jump over this Canterbury crew, but they're hanging in there.
Yeah, and I guess too, once we start to get down to Division 2, we talk a little bit about experience or the lack of it, or the lack of years of rowing. So, yeah, maybe tactics might be a little bit of wishful thinking at times, perhaps.
Yeah.
I mean, you can wish it, but do you have the ability to actually execute it because of the fact you haven't got the time?
Yeah, and it's the funny thing that people forget is that you can win from Division 2. So because it's a one-day regatta, there's no heats and finals, so it's based off time. So if you're in Division 2 and you're winning, you don't want to back off because, I mean, this happened last year, and the men's champ pair, the win came from Division 2 because they were, 2 seconds faster, and Division 1 backed off.
Yeah, no, it's an interesting dynamic too. And the nice thing is too that the fact that we talk about, I often say that it's not how well you do a session, it's how well you recover from a session when you're an elite athlete. And the fact that maybe some of these rowers don't have year after year or layer and layer of training years, that's often is hard when you're having to race 3 days in a row, 4 days in a row. The fact that these are one-off races makes it a bit more of a level playing field.
Yeah, 100%. It means you can go out there and just completely end yourself in these races and come in, and if you do well, you have a laugh. But yeah, it's cool that you don't have to back it up every day, and it's just a one day.
Okay, without being too biased, because I know you're not biased, even though you love Canterbury and you're wearing Canterbury colours and you're smiling because you beat the Chiefs last night in Super Rugby. When you look at the two crews, technically, what do you like? Who looks the better of the two crews? We know who's leading, but who looks the better technically?
Well, I mean, technically, I'm going to say the Canterbury crew looks a bit better, but this Otago crew's managed to get themselves out to half a length, and they're holding that lead well. But I'm going biased again. This Canterbury crew looks smooth, and they're just hanging in there about a length back off Otago. But it looks like Otago just has a little bit more horsepower than these guys.
Okay, so it is the Otago crew out here in lane 7, Canterbury in lane 6. And then a really good battle developing for that third, that bronze medal. Another one of the Otago crew still in the fight.
Yeah, it looks like over in lane 2 or lane 3, we've got the Canterbury number 3 crew holding on to this third place just over, it looks like Victoria University. So that's another close race for this third medal like the previous one.
Okay, so Otago University, well, about a boat length lead, still looking good. Form looks good. Big challenge still coming from Canterbury, but looking like it will be the Otago crew who will get the job done here of Simon Gertzema, Jacob Kearns, Thaddeus Cryer, Ariane Goal and Lillian Kidd. They'll come down and they will pick up a gold medal. And silver will go the way of Canterbury, of Logan Jenner, Jasper Mayling, Zachary Jenkins, Will Knight, Oliver Horton, their Cox. And then across there in lane 2, the second of the Canterbury boats of Lachlan Malta, James Tavendale, Ethan Bailu, Joe Young and Lily Davidson, their Cox. So that's how the men's varsity Coxville Division 2 crew will end up finishing. And big shout out to the boys celebrating. I say this of the university athletes. They describe themselves as duathletes. They do enjoy the aftermatch function. A number of these so-called lesser crews will come through the field at that, I'm told. But we might just leave that one there. Coming up next, we will then bring you, in around about 7 minutes' time, we'll bring you the women's varsity double sculls, a Division 1 race which will feature Waikato, Canterbury, Victoria, Auckland, AUT and Otago. You are watching day 2 of finals of the New Zealand University Rowing Championships, courtesy of Aon for 2024. Our next race, bringing you live, is the Women's Varsity Double Sculls. Joining me in commentary, a member of the New Zealand Rowing High Performance Program, Zach Rumble. St Andrews College won the Māori Cup back in 2017, and also is a mad Canterbury University supporter. But we will not hold that against him as we get set for this. Lane 4, and that is Victoria University, Georgia Smith and Katie Mitchell, coached by Tom Walsh and Abby Pritchard. And we'll just bring in the rest of that list for you. So Waikato University in 2, Canterbury in 3, Victoria University in 4, Auckland University in 5, Auckland University of Technology in 6, Otago University in lane 7. Okay, Zach, what's the key here? What's the key here for the double sculls to get these boats operating effectively?
Well, doubles are quite a fun boat because it's small but it's still fast. So for these guys, it's just going to be a case of getting onto their rhythm and trusting it through the race. And with uni champs, you might come in with not as good preparation as other regattas, but you just got to trust it in this. You can get out to a good lead and just pretty much stay on your rhythm the whole way.
The difference though between the smaller boats and say the 8s is that they can accelerate and decelerate a lot quicker, so it can be a little bit more tactical. You do have the ability to jump if you need to. Yeah,
definitely. Like in doubles, you can see crews row through with 500 metres to go. I mean, if you look back to the 2012 Olympics, that's how Nathan and Joe won the race, as they were in 6th place at the 1K and ended up winning just because that's how fast you can change speed.
So Brooke Vincent and Lanta Bruce there, lane 5 out of Auckland University. 2,000 metres, folks. This is going to be tough. It's going to be brutal. Requires great cohesion, great understanding. What I love about the team boat, Zach, is that I think sometimes it's easy to let yourself down in a single sculls, and you never want to let a teammate down, and therefore collectively you both buy into that. You get the best out of each other. As we do see the start, and it's a good start here for the Waikato crew of Caitlin Foote, Alex Sorensen to left of screen in the yellow boat. Lane 4, as expected, Victoria University of Georgia Smith, Katie Mitchell getting off the line well. Mind you, just got to make sure they do keep these boats nice and straight as well, these skiffs nice and straight. The smallest of margins can be the difference between first and second. If you want to see an example of that, go back to the Māori Cup of 2023. St Bede's Hamilton Boys High School won 600ths of a second.
Yeah, it looks like here we've still got quite a close field after 200 metres of racing, but it does look like what we've said is these two inside crews of Waikato and Canterbury are getting off to a good start here, and there's the distinctive red boat here of Canterbury is holding well, and they've got Tori Cox and Tyler Stewart in this Canterbury boat. And I'd like to mention that Tyler Stewart's the president of Canterbury Rowing this year, so she's out here laying it down in behalf of uni. Yeah,
great to see these youngsters getting involved and being involved in the administration side of it, not just competing as well. So it is lane 4. It is at the moment. In fact, it was the Auckland crew, is it? It is the Auckland crew.
Yeah,
Brooke Vincent and Lanta Bruce. So the Auckland University crew, about maybe a canvas length lead at the moment over the Waikato crew across there in the yellow boat, and maybe a bow ball ahead of Canterbury 1.
Yeah, and then we've got Otago out here in lane 7 is also holding really well. They're about a canvas down on this Canterbury crew and Waikato crew from the inside. So we've got about 4 boats that are pretty much running with a shot here for this medal.
Let's talk about the tactics. You talk about the first 1,000 metres. You often hear the coaches and the rowers talking about that strategic third 500, or maybe trying to bring it home over the last 500. We talked about the New Zealand boys in 2012 bringing it home fast. Are those tactics as prevalent in these smaller boats as, say, what you might see in the 4s or the slightly bigger boats?
Yeah, they definitely are, and that's like what you said earlier about how quickly you can change speed in these. Is if you go out here and really give it to it for 200 metres, you can take a length on a crew, and then when you're there, you just have to hang on. So it is a tactical race where you've got to call accurately and really get on your work.
Okay, no coxswains too. So these, you're very much empowered. There's just the two of you. So in terms of communication, in terms of playing out the tactics that you've predetermined, how does that work? Are you just simply talking to each other?
Yeah. So it depends on the person, but some people can talk more than others during the race. So personally for me, I try to stick to one words. I'll say yep or up, or move now, You try to stick with some low syllable words so you're not using
Okay.
too much breath.
So let's say you're sitting along at, say, a stroke rate of, say, 34, and you hear the word move now. How much of an increase in stroke rate? Would that see you move from 34 to 38 to 36 to 40? And what are we talking in terms of a jump?
Well, it's not much because you're pretty much working at your maximum anyway. So it's just more of like a mental think about shifting. Like you just give it it's almost 1%. It's not much, and it's enough to kind of give you a bit of momentum moving forward, and hopefully that momentum's enough here. And if we look at this race coming down, that looks like that momentum's been taken by Auckland here. They've moved out to a length over Canterbury.
Yeah, so good performance here coming from the Aucklanders, Brooke Vincent, Atlanta Bruce, coached by Daniel Tomlinson and Max Brown. And then across there is the Canterbury crew, Tyler Stewart, Tori Cox. We've got down on the outside, we've got the Otago University crew of Sabine Lapointe and Sam Rankin. Now, Zach, you're a hardcore Canterbury man. You've come in here. The first two races you've called have seen Canterbury finish second in every race. Prior to you coming in, I saw the Canterbury crews winning a number of races. Moral of the story, big guy?
Well, the moral of the story sounds like I've jinxed them in the commentary box, but you know what they say about these Canterbury rowers is that they just like to bleed maroon.
Yeah, I know. Look,
That's
they've
the motto.
I know they've put down their coaches, and I had to come in this morning, and I wasn't aware of it. I'm like, oh, your coaches are Corbin Newlands and Bleed Maroon, and then I'm thinking they're either mad keen on state of origin, or clearly that is.
It's the Canterbury motto. It's the Canterbury way. And I'd like to shout out the coach of this Canterbury crew, Corbin Newlands. Corbin Keg Newlands is his nickname.
Well, yeah, it is the university. I've said I reckon some of these athletes would be pretty good in a so-called boat race, but we might just leave that one. Keep it serious. We look across here, though, still this Auckland crew, really, really good performance from them. And again, just technically looking good. Form hasn't changed too much from what we saw from the start to where we are now.
Yeah, no, it looks like Otago's sitting here in third place, about just contact on this Canterbury crew. So the field is pretty well split up here. Like there's about a length between first and second, and then a similar back to third. So it looks like Auckland is coming out here, but I'm still gonna back this Canterbury crew of Tori Cox and Tyler, because I know Tyler personally, and she's got some serious mana behind her.
Yeah. Well, what I found is pretty cool, and we've seen it with Michael Brake competing, Olympic gold medalist as member of the Eights, and he's been competing for Auckland University. Imagine for some of those students who, are not elite rowers, but, take it seriously, and here they are rowing alongside an Olympic gold medalist. It's quite unique, isn't it?
Oh, it's awesome, and that's the beauty of uni champs is, you have people who are first year out of school, and then, people like Mike, and then also myself as studying part-time. There's a massive range of people coming in and participating in this regatta.
So a lovely little drone shot there. That gives you a really good idea. Front on too. Look at the timing here. It's all about pinpoint precision, isn't it? Just those little hydrodynamics, just connecting those strokes. Fatigue levels are high at this point, so it's about concentration. It's about playing the head game, breaking it down in your head, counting through in tens maybe. Just going, okay. Right, give us 10 more each. Let's share the hurt. Let's share the pain. I guess the thing with the pain and that side of it, and I say you've got to have a head like granite at the elite level, but everybody's feeling the same thing. You've just got to continually remind yourself, no one out here is doing it easy.
Yeah, you've just got to pretty much decide that you're going to be the person who puts themselves in the biggest hole.
Yeah.
And if you're willing to take the most pain, then you're...
Yeah. So did you misbehave as a child, and did your parents as punishment put you into rowing? Because I'm trying to work out why people take up rowing and not golf or not lawn bowls. And I apply the same thing to swimming. Swimming's another brutal sport.
Yeah, well, I mean, personally, I started it for fitness.
Yeah.
And then ended up turning out alright at it, so it became a main sport. And I mean, the fitness just came straight away.
Yeah, no, it is a tough sport indeed. So we are to see this Auckland crew continuing to lead over the Canterbury crew, and then it is Otago University. You are watching the women's varsity double sculls Division 1 race, and that Auckland crew of Brooke Vincent and Atlanta Bruce coming down, 100 metres to go, and they'll enjoy the little accolades.
Yeah, it looks like this Auckland crew's just been leading the whole way, and like I said before, had a good start and just a dominant rhythm through the race, and Canterbury's gave them a good challenge in the first K, and they're sitting comfortably in second here over this Otago crew from lane 7. So it looks like 1, 2, 3 is decided here.
Yeah, good performance from all crews. tough 2,000 metres.
Yeah.
Cold water too, so boats are not going to be moving particularly quickly. A whole lot of things that play in the sport of rowing in terms of fast times. You've got the technical side of it. Clearly you've got the athlete, their own individual physiology, the work ethic they put in, but there are those environmental factors as well. High humidity, low humidity, warm water, cold water.
Yeah, and it was particularly frosty this morning, so it's starting to get cooler here, which has slowed these times down a little bit, but there's still some good performances being put down out here.
And small but vocal crowd. Hope you are enjoying coverage here of the Aon New Zealand University Rowing Championships for 2024 here at Lake Karapiro. And there is this wonderful amphitheatre, a theatre of dreams, they might call it. As we now look at the Women's Varsity Double Sculls Division 2. This is underway, so Victoria University in 2, Auckland University of Technology in 3, Auckland University in 4, Otago University in 5, Canterbury in 6, Waikato in lane 7. And we'll try and get a bit of a read on this race as they are through that 1,000 metre mark. Well and truly into their work. So lane 4 by the looks of it, and that is the, or possibly might be lane 5, Otago University. Is it Otago? And then on the outside of them we've got the Canterbury crew.
No, that's
Waikato.
Yeah, that's Waikato. That's Waikato in the lead.
Okay.
And then in second place here, about a length back, we've got the Otago crew.
Okay,
Yeah.
so the Canterbury crew in lane 6 out of shot at the moment. So lane 5, Otago currently sitting in the silver medal position. And lane 7, so the outside lane closest to us, are leading this race, Kate Stewart and Grace Iamanga. Their coach is Megan Glenn.
Yeah, and I know that Megan Glenn's come out of coaching a successful Waikato squad over the summer, so it's cool seeing that transition into Waikato University rowing to kind of have a bit more fun and kind of come to a final regatta of the year, essentially.
Yeah. So just give up coaching. We'll have a bit of fun, and we'll go and just have my lungs burnt and have my legs catch fire and call it fun.
Yeah, that's what we like to call it. Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah. So it is the University of Waikato over the University of Otago. Lucy Nichols and Gemma Mead are the crew out of Otago, and then outside of them, it's the Auckland number 2 team of Kira Sharrock, Ella Ryan. They're coached by Daniel Tomlinson and Max Brown. A lot of pressure too on the coaches, isn't there? I mean, I know coaches take it personally. When coaches do well, they generally stand back. But if things don't go well, I know from my own experiences in triathlon, you sit there and go, did I do one too many sessions? Was that speed session too close to this race? Did they need another day off? Did we not? And it's not easy, is it, being a coach? You know,
No.
and sometimes, I mean, no coach gives an athlete a session because they want them to go slow. They do the session based on maybe historical data or based on physiology of athletes. But if it was, I guess if there was one set template and it was easy, everybody would be doing it.
Yeah, exactly. And I'd also like to note on this that most of the coaches at uni rowing are actually volunteers or don't actually get paid too much. So it's cool that they come down and put their best effort into these crews, and the athletes appreciate it immensely. Like I know for a fact at Canterbury, like we've got a bunch of ex-rowers who have come up and just supporting the team. And it looks like this Waikato crew coming down has established a nice dominant lead here, similar to the first division, where they're probably, from what I'm picking, about a length up on this Otago crew, and then about another length back to the third place Auckland crew. So.
Yeah, feel like at this point on the course too, we talk about that exponential curve of fatigue where you hit that certain maybe 1,750 metre mark, and every 10 metres after that, those fatigue levels just increase absolutely astronomically, and you feel like you're probably rowing through quicksand. And I think this is a really case in point here. Thinking about the form, think about the technique, try and maintain some soft hands. All of that messaging, just telling themselves about trying to relax as much as you can under the most severe duress.
Yeah, definitely. And it looks like this Waikato crew's maintaining their technique well. We've got the Kate Stewart up in the bow seat, holding it down and just providing that rhythm coming forward into these last, 20, 30 metres. So they're going to come down, and Waikato's going to take out this Division 2 of the Women's Varsity Double Scull. and it looks like Otago's coming in about a length back for the second place, and great racing from those ladies, and this third place is looking to be quite secured from this Auckland crew. Yep, locked in. So that Auckland crew of Ella Ryan and Kira Sharrock. So that's the 1, 2, 3 for this division.
Well, good racing. Great to have so many crews from the different universities out here competing. Using this as, for some, it might be the highest level they row. For others, well, a stepping stone to even higher honours.
Yeah, and back to the coaching thing, it's definitely quite a stepping stone for them too, because quite a few of these coaches have come in and just start for a bit of fun and then end up actually enjoying it and going, I want to do more.
I guess the thing these days, and it has revolutionised a lot of coaching, and some people could say it's whatever, but YouTube is actually a wonderful resource these days, isn't it? I know as a commentator, when you have to do a lot of different sports and you're trying to understand the technical component, say of race walking as an example, you can get on YouTube, there's some really nice basic videos that'll break it down for you, you can come up to speed. It's not the be all and end all, but it's a good starting point. It allows you to get a bit of a visual, allows you to gain some sort of comprehension of what you start looking for, or what you at least your first point in terms of starting when you're trying to develop maybe the technical side of an athlete, and you yourself have limited understanding.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, it's just case in point where some of these crews start performing really well, and they'd probably credit their coaches with some of that. And you might not know you're a good coach until you come out and coach a men's tournament 4, or a novice crew, and they end up doing really well, and then you go, well, I actually quite enjoy this.
Yeah, and I think too, as a coach, I mean, you want to have that basic template, but you still got to be you still got to bring your style, still got to bring your personality to it, your understanding of it. And as I said earlier, a lot of endurance sport based on periodisation, strength-based speed, which was really discovered and given to the world by the great running coach Arthur Lydiard back in the 1950s and 60s with Peter Snell, and those principles have been adopted by most endurance sports these days. Terminology's changed a little bit, and of course you can play around with those basic principles based on the physiology of athletes.
Yeah, and then coming down in this Division 2 of the women's varsity double sculls, it looks like we've got Otago out to a lead over the inside lanes of from what we're looking, lane 2 is Victoria or Waikato University. Yeah. So we're with Division 3. Yeah. It looks like we've got Otago leading over Waikato.
So Waikato University in 2, Victoria in 3, Otago in 4. And then we've got Canterbury in 5 and Otago second team in lane 6. But again, Otago University just having such a wonderful regatta. Another crew that are just cleaning everybody out here. So good performance coming here from Nanaka Nishimura and Hasu Shudo. So 2 very Japanese sounding names. Having lived in Japan, I can pretty much pick up the syllables there. So Nanaka Nishimura and Hasu Shudo. So great to have rowers, and just want to thank Mark Weatherall too, bringing around the Easter Bunny.
Yeah, look at this. He's brought us some Easter eggs.
I know, Zach, but I have a saying, and you elite athletes should listen to this. You do not put 2-stroke in a Ferrari, my good man. And so the sugar has been dished out. Happy Easter to everyone, by the way, too, as we watch this crew out of Otago University coming down. And it, again, is a bit of an individual time trial for them, but they'll be wanting to race the clock. They'll be wanting to benchmark. They'll be wanting to put it out there, reward their coach for the hard work they put in.
Yeah, and this Otago crew's really just established a dominant lead in this Division 3 of the women's double. They've, by what I can see here, put about almost 100 metres over this Waikato crew, so great performance from them in this division.
Yeah, and you are going to often get that too, aren't we? We've got to say a lot of these rowers, as I said, still relatively young. Some might have come through the schooling system, some might have just taken it up at university, so you're going to get an eclectic mix of talent, I guess, and technical abilities on the start line. But ladies and gentlemen, I want to acknowledge everybody that's coming down here and finishing, and as I say, and you've heard me say it throughout the morning, I'm going to say it again, it's a hard sport. It's one of the toughest sports on the planet. Just to get through the 2,000 metres technically, to keep the boats balanced, to stay in the boat is an achievement in itself. And a lot of sports could learn from these young men and women that we see out there on the water today.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, I'd say even more kudos to these athletes coming from Victoria University in Wellington, because, as we all know, it's called Windy Wellington for a reason, and that means that most of the time these guys and girls training on the erg
Yeah.
all day. It's just too windy. So kudos to them for getting out here and coming through with the uni rowing and actually putting out a decent number of crews too. So it's awesome to see that the rowing's expanding down in Wellington.
Well, don't go away, folks, because the Women's Championship Cox 4 is up next. Looking forward to this race. This should be a beauty. Canterbury will start in 1, Waikato in 2. We'll bring you the official list for you, but Waikato number 1 crew in 4, Otago in 5, Canterbury in 6, Otago in 7. So Otago will have 2 crews, Waikato will have 2, Canterbury will have 2. So here we go. Looking forward to this. Should be an absolute beauty. Zach, you mentioned you're a member of the St Andrews 8 that won the Māori Cup in 2017, the only time they've ever won it. Man, that must have been pretty special at that school, knowing the history of St Andrews, knowing how much emphasis they do place on rowing, but also just emphasising how damn hard it is to win the Māori Cup.
Oh yeah, it's an insane race and it's extremely difficult, but it was awesome to be able to put the performance down. And
Who'd you beat that day?
Christ College was in second and Hamilton Boys was in third.
That must have been nice to beat those two.
Yeah. So
Particularly Christ, being a Christchurch boy and
Yeah.
Christchurch school and rivalry.
yeah, but a local rivalry. But no, it's awesome to always get one up over those guys. And
Yeah.
I'm good friends with quite a few of the boys from both of those boats now. So
And you got one of your fellow teammates racing earlier who was a member of that Māori Cup winning crew as well.
yeah. That was Flynn Dykstra. He just
Yep.
came down in the men's varsity
Yeah.
Cox 4. So
Yeah.
it's cool to see him hanging around and competing at what I'd say the greatest uni there is.
Yeah, lane 5 there, we just saw the Otago crew of Ella Ross, Charlie Barclay, Messina Sua and Brooke Pitchfield, Rose Abbott there, Cox. Of course, they remind me of my old school, Mount Abbott Grammar, the famous sky blue and gold. And, you know, we've won it 8 times there, big guy, and might not have won it since 1961, but 8 times. Heavily involved these days, aligned themselves with the West End Rowing Club. And boy, how good was St Peter's College this year at the Māori on the boys' side. And St Peter's also lined themselves with West End Rowing, small school in Auckland, as we just run through that starting list for you. So Canterbury in lane 2, Waikato in 3, Waikato in 4, Otago in 5, Canterbury in 6, Otago in 7. So just the 3 university, 2 crews of each. Settle back. Get ready for this. This should be an absolute cracker. Will it be Canterbury against Canterbury? Waikato against Waikato? Will we get the race we're hoping for? Will we have to go to the photo? Lane 4 here, Waikato. Emily Gordon, Samantha Voss, Erin Ticklepenny, Isabel, Eliadis Watson, and Isabel Knight there, Cox. So already seen Samantha Voss earlier racing. So a number of these athletes backing up, hoping the recovery is there.
Yeah, so we've got quite a lot of talent in this field here in this women's championship Cox 4 in this Waikato crew stroked by Izzy Watson. She's actually just been invited to the under-23 trial in June. So there's a lot of talent here coming through, and a lot of these girls were at the Avon and Waikato rowing clubs over summer where they picked up a numerous amount of medals over that regatta. And it looks like they're underway here with the Waikato crew looking to get a little bit of a jump off the start, and they're in lane 3, this number 1 crew, and out on lane 7-2 we've got the Otago crew of Gemma Burrows, Hannah Matahiri, Claudia Kidner, and Holly Lill, coxed by Ella Hansen. They're also up in the race here, and I'm going to give you my picks for this. I would like to think that this Canterbury crew in lane 1 is going to get up there somehow.
How come I knew you'd say Canterbury? Folks, I just want to remind you, Las Vegas was not built on winners, okay? Las Vegas wasn't built on winners. Zach Rumble's been in here. Canterbury haven't won anything since he's been in here. Do not listen to him. Lane 3, folks, it's Waikato at the moment who do lead. Out there in lane 4, it's the Otago number 2 crew. Across here, far side is the Otago number 1 crew in lane 7. The Canterbury crew, the pre-race favourites according to Zach Rumble, currently sit in 4th place, folks. I want to emphasise that, currently sit in 4th place as we now start to see the Waikato number 1 crew just starting to extend, mind you. Big challenge coming from Otago as well. And then across here in 7, so it's the 2 Otago crews and the 1 crew out of Waikato. It is, boy, you could throw a blanket over it at the moment, I'd argue. It's lane 7 with the smallest of leads.
Yeah, I would agree here. It's this strong Otago crew coming through, and if I'm correct, I believe that this Otago crew's come off a good season at Avon where they've been extremely successful in the women's events. So they're just carrying that momentum through down to Otago, and it looks like here they've edged out to about a canvas lead over their 2nd crew. So they're really putting in that work that they've done over the summer, and it's just showing now.
So it is the Waikato #1 crew across there in lane 3. Smallest of leads over Otago #2. Just got to make through this first part of the lake here, a little bit choppy. It does start to become a little glassier as they get towards the end. And saying that, just looking out, wind just picking up a little bit, expected to become a lot stronger later on in the afternoon. But still a really, really good boat race at the moment between the two Otago crews and the might of the Waikato, the home crew. I used this analogy earlier, 2,000 metres, and we know how tough it is mentally, but familiarity can help you break things down. When you're looking back, little landmarks, little houses, we know we've got the 1,000 metre mark, the 1,500 metre mark, the 1,750 mark, etc. But the more familiar you are with the rowing course, it does just at times can make it that little bit easier. It's still the same distance, but it can just feel a little bit shorter. And the example I give is, I come from an Ironman triathlon background. 180 kilometre bike ride is a 180 kilometre bike ride. But if you go and ride the course once, it feels a long way. Go and drive the course 10 times, you become more familiar. It doesn't feel quite as far, mentally anyway.
Yeah.
Is that the same thing in rowing? The more familiar you become with Karapiro, do you find it easier?
Yeah. Like I like to say that in rowing, the better you get, it's essentially doesn't get easier. You just get faster. So it takes less time and you spend less time in the hurt locker. But I do agree with that. Like, these Waikato crews are going to be very familiar with this course, and these Otago crews have come a long way, so they'll be excited to get up here and get onto some faster water and arguably better water from this Dunedin Harbour down in the dirty south. So they'll be.
Boy, that's a cutting blow, isn't it, from a Cantabrian, the dirty south. He's up here on the tower if you want to come and get him. If you're a non-Canterbury University and you come out of the Otago University. Interesting. So we're talking about the form here, and it's still got a really good even boat race going on at the moment. In fact, this is just an absolute slugfest through that 1,000 metre mark. Form. Now, I know from a running point of view, you can try and mimic good running form, but often if you've got bad running form, it generally means that there's a part of your body that might be a little bit weak. And so you've got to do the supplementary work, strengthen certain parts of your body, and that allows you for better running form. Is rowing the same? Can you just manufacture good technique, or do you need to do the supplementary work?
It's a bit of both. Like, rowing, the one thing to get better at rowing is doing rowing. But, you can do extra stuff in the gym. And I know that down south, when the water gets cooled off because it's too windy, these Otago rowers spend a bit of time in the gym and on the rowing machine. And they actually also have an indoor tank down there.
Yep.
So they can practice on those as well, which is a really, really good
You
tool to have.
You sort of said that with a little level of resentment, like they're almost spoiled, Zach. Can you not give Otago University some credit here?
Well, the funny thing is I actually did spend one semester at Otago, so I was there, but no, I do give kudos. They've got a good program down there, which is run by the Glenn Sinclair. So there's he's putting out some good crews here.
Well, we're coming up to that 1,500 metre mark, and I can still tell you there is just a bow ball in it between Otago University in lane 7 and the might of the Waikato across there in lane 4. They are stroke for stroke, currently sitting in second place. It is the second of the Otago crews.
Yeah, and then we've got Waikato over there, which is level pegging this Otago crew. They've been neck and neck the whole way down the course, and it looks like Waikato's just made a bit of a shift here. They've lifted their stroke rate 1 or 2 beats, and these coxswains are really bringing it to each other here and getting the most out of their crews.
Yeah, so we've got Holly we've got Isabel Knight, a cox for Waikato. In lane 4, across here in lane 7, we've got Ella Hansen, the coxswain. So now Ella's going to have a wee look across because it's very much a gear shift here coming from Canterbury University. Now, can Otago look to try and lift to the challenge? They start to put the hammer down, but boy, wonderful tactic coming here from Canterbury. That from Waikato. In fact, that is just superb piece of tactical now coming from Isabel Knight. They would have practiced this. This would have been the game plan. Now it's up to Otago to try and respond. I'm not sure they can, though.
Yeah, this Waikato crew's got some real strength in there, and there's this Izzy Watson in stroke sets really laying down a bulletproof rhythm here. And as you can see, she's lifted the stroke rate, and they've taken half a length on this Otago crew, and they're really bringing it to them. But Otago's not done yet. It looks like they've shifted as well, and coming into this last 200 metres, it's a good race, but it looks like Waikato has got that half a length lead.
Well, it takes you back to the Cox Plate of 1986 between our Waverley Star and Bone Crusher. And I tell you one, who will get this? Will it be the Might of Waikato? Will it be the Otago #1 crew? They are going toe-to-toe. Not quite, just over 150 metres left of this race goes. It's Otago now looking to try and lift, but it is Waikato in control. Look at that. They put the power down. The bow lifts high out of the water. And wonderful performance from the Waikato. They were patient. They got through to that 1,000 metre mark. They took it up another gear, and Otago simply couldn't respond. That is one of the best races we've seen tactically. Outstanding job. Well done to this Waikato crew of Emily Gordon, Samantha Voss, Erin Ticklepenny, and Isabel Watson. Their Cox, Isabel Knight, gold medal.
Yeah, and then kudos to this Otago crew coming in second place. So they really brought it to that Waikato crew. So shout out to them, and I believe that might be one of the last races for a few of these ladies, so they'll be looking forward to getting in on the bank and cracking open a drink or two in the university spirit.
Oh, university students don't do that, do they? Or it could be a case of athletes ahead of science. The great running coach Arthur Liddy had always said Peter Snell had the odd beer after a hard session, said it was full of chromium, he said. He always said it was full of chromium. Sometimes it's a case of athletes ahead of science.
Lots of carbohydrates too.
Oh, I think sometimes you just got to just take the edge off, don't you? It's pretty intense.
Yeah, and with the stress of this university rowing, it's always good to...
Oh, come on, don't tell me that university students are stressed these days, don't you? Isn't everything just done through AI now?
Yeah, you can just go on ChatGPT.
ChatGPT, write me an essay,
Yeah.
done, there you go, change a few words, bring out the thesaurus and done,
Yeah.
make a few spelling mistakes, hand it in.
I actually saw a story the other day where students did that, but the teachers were using the same thing to mark it.
Brilliant.
So it
Well,
was
that's
both.
it, isn't it? Yeah. You fight fire with fire. Okay, now we've got the men's tournament Coxed 8. So these are still relatively inexperienced rowers. I'll just give you the definition of a tournament grade. So the tournament grade is for competitors who have only ever raced at university rowing regattas or only raced a novice season at club school and were not medalists at the New Zealand Championship. So the start here might be a little bit wayward. We've seen that with some of the sort of the novice-y type crews. Really hard to try and get 8 guys together collectively and trying to set the boat up. We're going to just have the 4 universities, 2 out of Victoria. Lane 4 will feature Auckland and Lane 3 will feature Otago University. Zach Rumble alongside of me, member of the Rowing New Zealand High Performance Program, former winner of the Māori Cup with St Andrews back in the day. What are you expecting here? I mean, how difficult is it for these rowers? How big a challenge is it for the universities to put these crews in to get these 8s working in sync, getting some sort of cohesion?
It's an interesting event, the tournament grade, because it's kind of the step up from novice. And most of the time, when the programs aren't too big, they kind of put their novices in the tournament grade because they don't have enough rowers to fill out the novices. So likely in some of these boats, you'd see some rowers who essentially are novices, and then also coming in here on the screen, we've got this Auckland tournament crew here, which is a composite and also a mixed crew. So we've got a couple of female rowers in here too. So in this Auckland crew, we have Anton Vidriva, Skylar Antonio, Micah Stephen, Aramaho, Sialola, Howard Kovic, Peng Shin Zhu, Dylisha Aaron, Guy Patrick, and Cox Isabel Farnell.
Okay, so we got having to set it up with I did the Pan American Games last year, the rowing, and they did finish with an 8, which was a combined crew, 4 guys, 4 girls, which is something I think you wouldn't be surprised if you don't see creep into possibly an Olympic program in the future. Certainly had it at the Pan American Games, which is an interesting format, watching those nations out of South America, Latin America, North America, trying to put an 8 together and trying to set it up correctly and efficiently. And very much what we did see is we saw a number of the crews from the way they were set up in the different seats from the semi-finals through to the finals, with coaches taking data back and making the little adjustments from what they saw on the television coverage as well.
It looks like on the screen here we've got the Victoria #2 crew, and by the looks of things, we've got Slim Shady and Stroke Seat here. We've got a blonde buzz cut, so it looks like he's going to be putting down
Is that what
really
they call
good
the big
rhythm.
Slim Shady, the little Eminem going on?
Yeah. So Eminem's a bit of a lyrical genius. So hopefully this guy's got some great rhythm in this Victoria University 2 crew.
Okay, so here we go. This is the tournament Men's tournament Coxed 8.
Yeah, and it's awesome here to see that we've got 2 crews from Victoria University. So it really shows that they've managed to really get their program going down in Wellington, which is great to see.
What's the key thing here? First 10 strokes for all of these 8s. What are they trying to do in those first 10 strokes?
Well, I mean, from looking at tournament crews, pretty much the key to these races is, you know, you're gonna be pretty new to rowing, so it's spending just rowing in time, getting your blades in, getting them out, making sure you can get some good work on the boat, because, you know, if you do that, then you can get out to a lead, and it's just a matter of staying on it the whole way. It's a bit different to the championship grades, where these guys are the essentially top of the class. So in here, the real goal of the race is to get out and stay on it.
So that is the team out of Otago University, and they will again start there in lane 3. So one of the outside lanes, or the inside lane. And so they would have all come out of various different school programs, all got to know each other, all had a great time.
Yeah, and this is the men's tournament 8, sponsored by Mitre 10 Mega Cambridge. So thanks to them for putting their name on this race.
Yeah, also just want to thank the likes of Jaron Sports, the Grassroots Trust and Goldsmiths Gallery Jewellery for their sponsorship, Design Signs, all those local businesses, Pub Charity. But this one really special. So yeah, again, special thanks to Mitre 10 Mega, Cambridge.
And it looks like these crews are getting their line ready for the race, and it's a bit of a challenge in these, you know, when you're new to rowing, is getting straight out of the start. So that's once they get that, they'll be underway within the next 2 minutes, I'd say. Looking for a bit of a cracker coming down the course.
Yeah, it'd be nice if we could get one of those toe-to-toe little races, and we do get underway. I think they just decided to start quickly. A little bit of a wobbly start from Otago there in lane 3. Slow start coming from Auckland in lane 4. A little bit of a wonky start too coming from Victoria in 5, and they're going all over the place at the moment of the Victoria crew, but really good clean start from Otago. Auckland now starting to just make the little bit of a correction. Got to make sure the 2 boats don't come together. Responsibility here goes back on the Cox, and just look at the bow there. We're going to have a clash. Going to see the flags go up, are we? A little bit like the America's Cup. There's chaos and carnage in lanes 3 and 4, folk 4 and 5.
If you're not on this live stream and you're in the stand, you should get your phone out, because we've got chaos and shoeing in lanes 3 and 4. There's been clashing between the Victoria crew and the Auckland crew, and they've actually managed to hold their speed really well.
So whose responsibility is that? The responsibility of the Cox. I don't want to. So the Coxswain's the one responsible a little bit for that.
Yeah. So essentially the Cox has the steering here, but, you know, with these tournament grades, you know, you've got.
But you've also got power on one side, which doesn't matter what the coxswain's doing, it can be overridden by the fact that rowers are tending to favour one side and tuning it naturally. We've all paddled a kayak. We know how to turn. If you paddle on one side, you're going to turn the boat. Yeah. Similar things here. So we don't want to go and necessarily blame the coxswains. But look, still a good recovery coming though here from the Victoria University, because both these crews clashed. Auckland as well. Otago got the best start. You'd think they would have truly and utterly capitalised on that, but they're still only, 3/4 of a boat length lead at the moment. So I wonder, though, whether that big shot of adrenaline, when you do have one of those moments, the little moment of calamity, you do panic a little bit, you get that shot of adrenaline, then you start to panic. Got to be careful, because it'll pick you up, but it'll also bring you down if you're not careful.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, it makes me think back to in 2021 at the Tokyo Olympics in the men's quadruple sculls final. The Netherlands caught a crab. One came to the race, and they ended up winning. Yep. So they got that burst of adrenaline and used that to come back on the field. So it looks like, hopefully, that this Victoria crew can use that adrenaline shot, and looks like they're holding Otago just to 1 length. So Otago's got that lead over Victoria.
Let's take us through. So we've seen a little bit of white water coming off the blades here, particularly on that recovery, as they're coming back to re-enter the blades in the water, trying to keep it nice and high, but they're scuffing the surface there, which is technically slowing the boats down. Tell us how these boats are engineered, how they're set up, how much work is actually required from the rower to keep the blade completely out of the water all the way through the entire part of the stroke, or does the boat do some of that for you?
Yeah, so like these boats are engineered, they're extremely on a knife's edge in terms of balance. So you've got to be pretty much perfect to keep your blades off the water and not hit it. And as we can see here, you probably expect a little bit of white water and washing, just because these new rowers are still figuring out the nuances of keeping your blade off the water. And it's definitely a skill that comes over time, but it looks like they're doing a good job for these tournament guys coming down the course.
So it is Otago University, still just struggling a little bit. There's no real crosswind as such. There might be a little bit coming sort of more sou'easter, but mainly an easterly wind, almost directly behind them. You can sort of see that on the water here. Lovely shot, just getting above them. Have a look at the timing here. Pretty good.
Yeah, this Otago crew's coming down. It looks like they've established a good lead, and this is quite a common occurrence coming out of Otago, as they seem to have a lot of novices and a lot of tournament athletes coming in, and that'll be because of the big controversial Glenn Sinclair with running the program down there. So he's got all these athletes coming in, and I mean they seem to be successful year in year out. So there's a recipe down there.
Yeah, key thing here, isn't it? We can just see it. You do look at the Otago boat. I mean, both boats when you compare it to, say, the Elite of the Elite, are a little bit messy. But it still just seems to me that possibly the Victoria University crew my apologies, it's the
Otago crew out
the
in the lead.
Otago crew out in the lead, and it's the Auckland crew currently sitting in
third.
Yep. And then we've got the Victoria crew, and so the Victoria number 2 crew in lane 5 still look a little messier, don't they? That you feel like they're in touch. You feel like if they could just clean themselves up technically a little bit better, this would be a much closer boat race.
Yeah, and I suppose that's the thing about coming from Wellington is the one thing to improve at rowing is actually rowing, and Wellington makes it hard with the wind down there, so it's even harder for these kind of more inexperienced rowers to actually get time in the boat, just purely because the harbour there is insane. So it's good that they're out here and they're coming down the course, but these Otago people just probably have a little bit more experience in the boat and in the water.
Now, a little bit of chop on the surface too, at an elite level, versus getting those absolutely classy, pristine conditions like we saw at Lake Ruataniwha throughout the week at Māori last week. What does that mean technically? How much of an adjustment do you need to make?
Oh, sorry, I'm going to interrupt you. It looks like this Otago crew's caught a little crab, but they've managed to recover that well. Still holding the lead. The conditions play quite a big factor on the race. This here's quite a strong tailwind, so I mean, in my circumstance, you've got to adjust how you row. You've got to get a little bit more height off the water with your blades and be a little bit more precise with what you're doing. But like when it gets much choppier than this, it gets very difficult to row.
Yeah, and I'd imagine too, as you get through that, the pain threshold just increases, becomes exponential, as we said, at certain points on the course for different athletes. The ability to concentrate, the ability to, as you say, get a little bit higher becomes harder, doesn't it?
Yeah, definitely. And then you have the added factor of weather conditions coming in too, so that's another external thing you can't control. So you've really just got to lock in, and what they say is, control the controllables and accept the uncontrollables. And weather's one of those things that you can't affect it, so you just have to accept that it's going to be rough. And it looks like this Otago crew's accepted that, and they're handling the tailwind really well and got their established lead over this Vic crew.
Yeah, and that wind has just picked up a little bit. The water's certainly a lot choppier than what we saw earlier today. We saw through the last 500 metres quite classy, so it's now just starting to pick up a little bit. So, again, not so much for this race, because you do sense it's a bit of a done deal. This lovely little collaboration here, winning this race, coming down and doing it comfortably.
Yeah, and it looks like we have a composite crew on this Otago boat. So we've got 3 female rowers up in bow 3. So good work on them holding down the bow and providing some technical rhythm over this Victoria crew. So looks like they're coming into the last 100 metres now, and they're going to take out this men's tournament Coxed 8. So good work to Otago, and Victoria coming home strongly in second.
Yeah, well done. Well done again to Otago University. So well done to Brianna Fisk, Maddie Thorley, Madison Lobb, Eddie Lethbridge, Benjamin Wilson, Christopher Liu, Vincent Steegs, Dawson Cosmos, and their Cox Fred Phillips. Congratulations to you. I hope you are enjoying coverage here on finals day of the New Zealand University Rowing Championships. Still some exciting racing to come. Very shortly we will bring you the Men's Championship Single Sculls.
Yeah, this Men's Championship Single Sculls is going to be an absolute egg beater coming down the course. We've got some serious talent in this race. 2 Canterbury crews, 1 Waikato crew, 1 Lincoln crew, and 1 Otago crew, and this is essentially the cream of the crop here in this men's rowing at Uni Champs. These guys are coming off extremely successful nationals campaigns and under 19 campaigns, and so this is going to be a race to watch. So if you're not down at the finish line, I'd tune in here and get yourself and get your eyes on this thing coming down the course.
Yeah, well, that race has officially started, and it'll have Fergus Johnson out of Canterbury in lane 2. You'll have in lane 3 Sam Wilson out of Canterbury, Oscar Rushton out of Waikato in 4, Hamish Yateman out of Lincoln in 5, and Otago University will be represented by Jack Pearson in lane 6. And as we swoop back up towards the starting line here in Lake Karapiro, as mentioned, these are the creme de la creme. These are athletes who are at the highest level in the sport, some on the cusp of national selection, others having just come off the back of really good club championships, picking up red coats for winning those national titles as well. Now looking at each other. Through that, coming up to that first sort of 500 metre mark we are, and very shortly we'll get an idea. Just looking through the start list, where are you going? Who are you picking?
Well, so looking at the start list, I'm going to say that my pick's going to be Oscar Rushton in lane 4. He's just been selected as the under 23 men's single sculler, so he's heading to Canada later in the year, and he's in lane 3. But I mean, my underdog here is Fergus Johnson in lane 2. He's Fergus Beanstalk Johnson. He's a tall piece of timber, and he's got some length on that boat. So it looks like he's sitting back here in 4th with Sam Wilson out of lane 2, about a length back from Oscar Rushton. So it's unfolding to be a pretty good race here. But Oscar's really just established himself as a dominant single sculler over this last season, and you can see that coming through in this race. He's just on form. Yeah,
he is indeed. So it is Oscar Rushton in lane 4, coached by Megan Glenn, who is, 3, 4, 5 boat lengths clear. Back from Sam Wilson out of Canterbury, who currently sits in 2nd. And then we've got Hamish Yateman out of Lincoln across here in lane 5, and also Jack Pearson out of Otago in lane 6. So Pearson possibly sitting in the bronze medal position at the moment.
Yeah, and it looks like, we got the positions here. Look like the 1, 2, 3 is about decided at this part of the race, but anything can happen in a singles race, and we've seen that in the past. So I mean, if out here Jack Pearson can get up over Sam Wilson in these outside lanes, it could be a good race for 2nd, but at the moment Sam's got about clear water over Jack Pearson. So there looks like we've got a Waikato, Canterbury, Otago 1, 2, 3 at the moment, and we'll see how this unfolds. And unfortunately back in lane 2 we've got Fergus Johnson here to absolute flyer of a start, and I was actually talking to him before the race, and he said he was confident going into this, and he said he'd just give it a good heave out of the start.
Okay, so Oscar Rushton in control, really good performance from him. Individual time trial here at this point, and at some point you do wonder, don't you, you're going to get Sam Wilson sitting there going, I can't see this guy. I can't even see my peripheral. At what point do I wave the white flag? At what point do I say 2nd is good enough? But he will give everything. He will know that this sport, you can come apart really quickly, easy to go out, confuse ability with ambition early, and then not have the ability to back it up. But the fact that this man is the representative for the single sculls at the Under-23 World Championship says that is not the case. He is a one-man wrecking ball at the moment. Form is good, in control, in some testing conditions. It is a lonely sport. It is a tough sport, folks.
Yeah, and Oscar's going to be wanting to go out here and use this tailwind to put down a fast time, because like we say, he's getting very good at this rowing thing, and these conditions will just be something you look forward to the better you get.
Well, it's such a rich part of New Zealand rowing history, isn't it? You look at the single sculls on the women's side, when you go back to the likes of the Stephanie Fosters and the Philippa Bakers and the Emma Twiggs, and then you run through the men's program over the years, and Rob Waddell, clearly back there in Australia back in 2004 in Sydney, and even going back to Eric Verdonk, bronze medal back in 1988, and New Zealand's expected to produce good scullers, and I wonder whether you are just looking at the future here.
Yeah, and I mean, Oscar's an exciting young prospect. He was performing exceptionally throughout the season at the North Island Champs and the Christmas Regatta. He's making the A final in both, and I think if I'm correct, he got 2nd in the men's premier single at Christmas Regatta, which is an awesome result for a a young man of his calibre, and he's coming out here and absolutely asserting his dominance on this field. And I'd like to shout out Sam Wilson here, who's doing a great job here in second. He's coming off the back of, uni champs, you do 3 or 4 races in one day, and to go out there and have the single as your last race is a big ask. So these guys will be hurting coming now into this last 500 metres.
Yeah, sense of relief. It's tough, isn't it? Just the mental side of it. We want to push, but how hard? How many times can you go to that dark place? How many times before you start to get the burnout because you hurt and you suffer so much and you can only tolerate so much? And these basically guys are self-inflicted torture chamber. It really is what it is. It is a tough, tough game indeed. But boy, what a display this is. This is just a wonderful performance from Oscar Rushton. Write down the name, ladies and gentlemen, because I tell you what, you might be looking at a superstar of the future. We wish him all the best too at those under-23 World Championships and wearing that black singlet, silver fern. I imagine it'll be a pretty special moment for him.
Yeah, and in these men's champ crews, you've got to remember that because there's 2 divisions, you can't back off. So you can essentially win from Division 2. So Oscar's going to have that in the back of his mind here, that he's got to stay on for the whole race because there's some good scullers in this Division 2 and they're going to be gunning for a win here. So it looks like Oscar's got this race pretty much wrapped up here. He's going to be holding on for this last 100 metres with looks like a fast finish from Sam Wilson out here from the Canterbury crew. So hopefully Sam can get in there and put his best foot forward, and Jack Pearson over here looks like he's got 3rd place pretty locked up.
Yeah, great technique being shown, great composure, really good demonstration. Wow, that is a good performance. Really, really good, Oscar Rushton. Congratulations, my good man, thoroughly deserved. All the way through to the finish line, not leaving anything to chance, being 100% honest and true to himself and to his coaches. What a performance.
Yeah.
Tell you what, some of the work being done on the drones, simply magnificent from the camera crews too, world class. And then coming down now to pick up that silver medal is Sam Wilson out of Canterbury. Well done to you, Sam. Bit of work to be done, but another rising star in the sport as well. I just wonder though, when you come up against Oscar Rushton, the reputation that he brings, such a start, strong finish, you think, you know what, not quite there yet. I'll consolidate, I'll work on my own game, I'll take second at the moment, and in time hopefully we do close that gap. And now coming down to finish in 3rd place is Jack Pearson out of Otago University.
And we've got Fergus Johnson here holding down this 5th place, and I actually spoke to him before, and he's got a GoPro strapped to his chest, so there might be a POV coming out later of this race, and he's finishing strong, and hopefully Fergus can give us a little wind to finish the race. He's coming into these last 2 strokes, and good on the man. Here he goes. Yeah, shout out to Fergus Johnson out there in lane 2.
Now, for our live streamers, you've got to understand too, we're also going live to the venue, so we're also the speaker system here at the venue, so that's why we're sort of doing a few odd little shout-outs, and hope you are enjoying coverage. A number of races still to come. Just underway is the Women's University Novice Cox 4.
And we've also got Division 2 of the Champ Single coming down, and in lane 3 we've got Evan Williams, who has also just been named in the men's under-23 quad for this year, so a bit of talent coming in here, and it looks like he's got a pretty dominant lead over lane 6, Jed Wall out of Otago University.
Yeah, so we've got Evan Williams in 3. We've got Luke Bergquist, both out of the University of Waikato. Bergquist is in 4. Matthew Glenn in 5, and Gerard Wall in lane 6 out of Otago. So 2 Waikato rowers, 1 Lincoln and 1 Otago. And so that next tier of scullers, that next group of athletes who are suckers for punishment, who like to do it on their own, who like to do it tough.
Yeah. And Evan's going to know here that he's got this lead over the rest of the field, but he knows that you've got to stay on, because if his time is faster than Oscar's time, then he wins this event. So he's going to know that he has to stay on it.
Do we know what time that Oscar did? That should have come up in the results at the moment. So we'll just try and confirm that time, and we don't have a clock running here at the moment.
So Oscar Rushton's come down in a time of 7:09. So that's a good time from him. When you're getting down around 7 minutes, you're doing well. So Evan's going to want to try and get close to that, and hopefully get up in the medals here, because he's got a established lead over the rest of the field in this Division 2 of the men's championship single. Yeah, Yeah, and coming into these last few strokes, Evans really given it a wind, and here he go. He crosses the line in first place, a decent lead over second place from Jed Wall out in lane 6, and great work from these guys in Division 2 coming down. It's tough being in Division 2, but you know they normally put the number 1 crews in the first division and the number 2 crews in the second division. So that's the beauty of Uni Champs, is you can win from any division, and we're going to wait to hear what the times are from these singles, and we can tell you an official 1, 2, 3 from this race.
Yeah, wonderful concept too, where Division 2 can step up into Division 1 time-wise. Of course, you can be a little bit lucky at times, get a wind drop, a wind pick-up, whatever it is. That's not the case today. It's fairly consistent across the board. As we go back up the course now, and we're about to bring you coverage of the Women's University Novice Coxed 4. And that will feature crews out of Waikato, AUT, second of the Waikato crews in lane 3, Auckland in lane 4, Otago in 5, Otago Composite Team in lane 6, and Otago in lane 7. And then we will bring you, in fact, the crews that you're looking at now, my understanding of the men's varsity, no, it will be the Women's University Novice Cox 4. It is, so we're running slightly behind schedule.
And we've got the times out of these championship singles, and Evan Williams has snatched second place from Division 2. So he came down in a time of 7:15, which was about 9 seconds ahead of Sam Wilson in Division 1. So the 1, 2, 3 from the men's championship single was Oscar Rushton in a time of 7:09, and Evan Williams in a time of 7:15, and Sam Wilson out of Canterbury Uni in third with a time of 7:24. So if you guys are still to race today and you're in Division 2, remember that you can medal from Division 2. You have to stay on the whole way down the course.
So this is the Women's University Novice Cox 4. Looking here at lane 3, the Waikato number 2 crew of Amy Pearce, Isabel Calaris, Beth Williams, Eliza Fahey, Ali Dean the Cox. Outside of them in lane 4 will be the Auckland crew. On their inside, in lane 2, they'll have AUT. In lane 1, we'll have the Waikato crew. Lane 5 will be Otago. Lane 6, Otago Composite, which will be a mix of Otago University and Canterbury. And then lane 7, the second of the Otago crews. So all to race for, again, novice athletes. I want to just emphasise this. Tough sport. Basically, to be a novice, this is brutal. This is brutal. The novice grade competitors must not have rowed or received any rowing coaching prior to February 1st this year. So what are we talking? April? What are we talking? April 1st, April 2nd?
It's about 2 months or less.
Yeah, 2 months they've been rowing. So not only have they got to keep this straight, these boats straight, they've got to go down 2,000 metres, got to try and understand the dynamics and the technical components of rowing. We're going to get different levels of fitness. We're going to get different levels of, I guess, mental tenacity and fortitude, which makes for a fascinating race. There are just so many unknowns here, but we do congratulate them. I'll say you could take the heart out of all of these athletes in these novice fields, put them into, I don't know, the New Zealand men's cricket team, and we'd probably end up winning.
And one of the hardest parts about these novice boats is actually getting into the starting blocks.
Yeah.
Because, you know, when you're an experienced rower, that's a bit of a given, but when you're a novice, you've got to back your oar and do it all in time. And as we can see here, we've got a bit of a time delay coming in because these novice boats, I think there's one crew struggling to get in the start. So hopefully they can get in there and we can get underway. And I actually have a funny story from Uni Champs. I think it was about 2 or 3 years ago. It was up here well in Karapiro. And one of the novice crews actually went into the starting blocks facing the wrong way.
Hey, look, I know athletes who I know novice athletes in the sport of Ironman and background I come from in the swim, turning up with their wetsuits on the wrong way. Instead of the zips down the back, the zips down the front. So, hey, it is what it is. Yeah. But look, what a wonderful opportunity to experience one of the great sports, experience how tough it is. You've always thought about it. You get to a university, suddenly it's formalised. You can be a part of it. You're up here at a national championship. You're rowing on the same rowing piece of water that some of the greats of New Zealand rowing have all rowed on. And you're also live streaming. So, wonderful opportunity. And just see how tippy these boats are too. I don't think they'll muck around with the start here. Once they've got them slightly lined up, they will just go. So, to the far left, it will be the Waikato crew. Lane 2, AUT. Lane 3, Waikato. Lane 4, Auckland. Lane 5, Otago. Lane 6, Otago Composite. Lane 7, Otago 2. So technically 3 teams out of Otago, as we do have a look here at lane 3. That is the Waikato crew of Amy Pearce, Isabel Colares, Beth Williams, Eliza Fahey, Ellie Dean there, Cox. So in a novice crew, do the Cox have to be novices as well?
No, so the coxswain doesn't have to be a novice. If there was a novice cox, it'd add in a whole other element because you've got 4 people who are learning how to row.
Well, if I was a novice cox, I'd probably have a beer in one hand, wouldn't I? Probably be
yeah.
sitting back there, sunscreen on, going, hey man, what is all the stress going on? I'm quite enjoying the ride, taking a few photos perhaps.
I know that back when I did this, and a few years ago, that we had our tournament crews came down on the cox and did in fact have a beer.
Oh, I wouldn't.
I don't know the legality of that, so don't hold me to this. But
no, look, it's university. We're allowed to have a little bit of fun with this one, aren't we? Look, we understand what goes on at university. These are young people, young men, young women.
Yeah.
And let's be honest, a little bit of the old. It wouldn't surprise me.
And it looks like in the starting blocks here, we've got the Otago 2 crew out of 7s just struggling to get themselves into the starting blocks, but they're making progress. They're making progress.
Yeah, someone just needs to dive in, don't they? Put a set of fins on and just tow them in.
Yeah, but as soon as they're in the blocks, we'll be underway with this.
Yeah, they've got to stay in a straight line, though. We've
form.
already seen a couple of collisions, or we've seen a few boats that have gone completely sideways. So it's up to the Cox to steer these boats. They're on a rudder-type system, on a lead system, a wire-based system. So, but like all of that, it's not that easy, because sometimes, as much as you're trying to steer the rudder in one way, if you've got a group of rowers who are particularly strong, say on the right-hand side, you are still going to turn the boat. And that's the thing with the novice, they don't necessarily have the balance right between the left and the right arms in terms of the strength side of it. But hope you are enjoying coverage, hope you're inspired by what you see. I hope you're inspired by what you see. When I say it hurts a lot, I'm talking that up. Hurts a little bit. A lot of fun.
Yeah, it's fun though. It's fun pain.
It's fun pain. So just waiting for the last of the crews to come in here. How long do they wait before they just start? So there you go, looking down, I can tell you AUT, left-hand side, top of the picture. Auckland 1 in lane 2, Canterbury 3, so we're going left to right here. And we have got underway, they've just decided to start it, so we are underway. And I'd imagine that crew that's got the bit of the jump on everybody will be technically disqualified. But really good start coming in lane 5 from the Waikato number 1 crew of Annabelle Scott. Will Johnston, Lockie Balker.
Oh yeah.
James Slyfield, Ethan Johnson, Seamus Foley, Isabel Knight are your Cox. My apologies for that.
Yeah, I was going to say Will Johnston's a coach. Oh, and it looks like in this race that lane 1 has stopped pretty much. It looks like they've caught a crab and had an incident, so the safety boat's going back to make sure they're okay. But I mean, this is what you get with novice rowing. Anything can happen.
Okay, so sorry, just getting our notes tidied up here.
It looks like in this race too, the Otago crew out of lane 6 that started about 50 metres in front is actually maintaining their lead. And I believe this is a composite crew with Canterbury. So we've got 2 maroon bleeders in the middle of that crew, putting down some power. And they're holding a lead over the other 2 Otago novice crews. So we're going to see how this race unfolds. And looks like in lane 3, the Waikato crew has also caught a crab. So we've got lots of chaos going on in this race, some crossing into lanes and everything coming down here.
Yeah, indeed. So as expected in this novice crew, but hopefully through all of it, we will end up getting a very, very good race indeed. But you can still just see the struggle that they're having with in terms of keeping the boat straight and at the same time keeping that cohesion. So really at this novice level, slow it down. Just think about good technique. Just work in a rhythm together. Don't worry about how high your heart rate's getting or how much effort you're putting in. Just try and maintain good technique. You can always build the athlete later. So what have we got? We've got across here, we've got Otago, and Otago. So we've got the 3 Otago crews by the looks of it.
Yep.
One is a composite crew made up of Canterbury University. That's in lane 6, so they're second up from the bottom. And then we've got the Otago number 1 crew right there in the middle leading, and currently sitting in 3rd place, the Otago number 2 crew of Bree Shaw, Gracie Cito, Juliet Mutin, Paige Gascoigne, and Lillian Kidder the Cox.
Yeah, and it's quite a common sight in these novice events at Uni Champs, seeing Otago out here with a full fleet of novices, and they really managed to get these rowers recruited and down to the national champs. And if any of you didn't know, that the novice points are actually worth double points for the overall trophy. So, I mean, that's why Otago really pushes their novices, and why they've won the Ashes every year since 2019. So this is where it comes from.
So you're saying you
novice
get
events.
rewarded for drinking lots of beer, turning up, training twice a week, versus those that turn up 12 sessions a week and work really, really hard.
Yeah, so
You
essentially...
get punished for that at university level. That
If you're-
sounds like a good plan, doesn't
If you're
it?
a novice, then you're the ones that are the most valuable for your squad because you get double points. And Glenn Sinclair's maximised on this. So it was. I'd like to shout out though. Last year, Canterbury Uni actually won the men's novice 8 for the first time in a long time. So, but we're back to Otago's winning ways in this race.
Yeah, so it is Otago there in lane 5 of Anna Katharina Via, Zandra Hinton, Natalie Sherman, Elizabeth Scott, and Kaylin Rainsfield Bree as the Cox, coached by Neil Alex. But I still got a sense too here that the second of the Otago teams in lane 7 might still challenge this. Certainly not going to see world records being set here, folks. And for a lot of these crews, as I said, let's just think about the form, think about the technique, just keep it nice and steady, keep your heart rates down. Let's just get this boat forward. Let's get some cohesion, and that's what we're seeing. And still a really good race between the 2 Otago novice crews.
Yeah, and it looks like the water's flattened out here too, which is almost a good sign for these novice cruisers. Flat water is easier to row, and looks like they're capitalising on this. As long as they can get their blades in the water at roughly the same time, they'll end up coming down the course.
Yeah, you can just see just how hard it is there for that Otago number 2 crew here in this outside lane. Just struggling a little bit with that cohesion. Just see some pretty messy blade work there, particularly on the just on that follow through before they recatch and trying to connect those strokes. You yourself at some point had to be a novice rower. What's the hardest thing when you first get into a rowing skiff, when you first get into one of these boats?
Well, there's just so much to think about. You've got to get your oar out of the water, and then you've got to feather it. So you've got to use one hand to feather, and then it's doing everything simultaneously is the hardest thing. And I mean, when you get to the high level, it becomes muscle memory. But at this level here, these athletes are going to be thinking about everything they're doing, and then you've got to do it in time with 4 other people. So it's a lot of thinking to get to this point, and it's just doing it in time is the biggest thing that is the most difficult thing. And as you can see here, the crew that's winning is the crew that's in time.
Yeah, and you say there's just so many different components. Then you add in the fact that the fatigue then levels kick in, and you suddenly forget one thing because you're so sore and you're not concentrating. You said, at the elite level, it's automatic. Those subtleties of turning the wrist or lifting the blades, they're just automatic. We all know what that feels like in things that we're specialists in. Swimmers, tumble turns, just automatic. Yeah. For others, it's learning how to tumble turn. And so many different dynamics, but really good here from the university. Otago University crews. I wonder where they're hanging out. I wonder where the party is tonight for the Otago crew, because historically that's probably the place you want to be, isn't it?
Yeah. So, I mean, for those of you who aren't aware, there's the Heberley Shield, which is the prize for the men's championship Cox Dates, which was raced yesterday, and there's an absolute wealth of history behind that shield. And I'd especially like to add that shield, there's a long-standing tradition here where the shield can actually be stolen after it's been presented. And in previous years, there's been multitudes of thefts that have happened, and it's on to Otago University this year to defend the shield. And me being from Canterbury, I'm hoping that my fellow maroon bleeders have been hatching up a plan to steal it. So I hope that you are all tuned in for the prize giving later in the day at about 3:30.
Okay, we've got a really, probably maybe just the best race of the day starting to develop, and it's going to happen here in this novice race because we've got the two Otago crews that are really just going at it. We talked about the crew across there in lane 5, and they were moving the better because they were in time. Well, maybe I just wonder if the fatigue is kicking in, because now we've seen a change here in the Otago 2 crew of Bree Shaw, Gracie Cito, Juliet Mutin, Paige Gascoigne and Lillian Kidd are starting to make their move. They've probably got about a half a canvas lead now, so it's lane 7 over lane 5. It is the two Otago crews. Now they're coming down not too far away from that 1750 metre mark. So all very well for the Coxswains to call on more, but can they do it? Can they stay in time? Can they maintain the technical component that we've discussed under duress, these novice crews?
Yeah, it looks like this crew in lane 7, the Otago number 2 crew, has moved out on this Otago number 1 crew, and it's about a canvas lead here. And by the looks of things, they're just putting more power through the water. They're slightly out of time in comparison to the Otago 1 crew, but they're moving away. Like it's coming down to it's going to come down to this last 100 metres. And I mean, anything can happen in a novice race, and like we've seen here, this crew was down about a length at the 1K, and they've now come up, and it looks like, it's tight. It's half a canvas here, so it's going to come down to these last few strokes in the novice event.
Okay, folks, it's going to be a little bit like maybe calling a horse race. So here we go. Bree Shaw, Grace Cito, length and a half back. Juliet Mutin, Gascoigne, Lillian followed, and now the back as they run down with 600 to go. And Anna Katharina followed by Zenit on the inside. Natalie Sherman, Elizabeth Scott. Who's going to win the great race, folks?
Yeah, lane 7 here is holding a really good lead. They're maintaining their power with lane 5 charging hard. This Otago number 1 crew has realised there's a bit of panic setting in that they're not in the lead. And it looks like this Otago number 1 crew has made a move. They're moving up into first place.
Yeah, they are indeed. So here we go. It's Otago number 1 over the Otago number 2 crew. Look at that. The guts, the courage under fire. Now the Coxswain calls upon them. They've lifted in this Otago crew. Well, they've cracked, they've popped, have they? I think they might have one of the great races. Now, who can hold the form together? They get there, they win it. And they've come from just behind to end up winning it again on the line. Sheer delight for the number 1 Otago crew. Look out. Anna Katharina Via, Zandra Hinton, Natalie Sherman, Elizabeth Scott, and Kaylin Rainsfield Bree, their Cox. Their coach is Neil Alex. And you do just sense they might just dominate the aftermatch function as well. They'll be on a big high. They've beaten Bree Shaw, Gracie Cito, Juliet Mutin, Paige Gascoigne, Lillian Kidd, the other of the Otago crews. And now coming down, it's the third of the Otago crews, the composite crew, made up of Otago University and Canterbury University. Emma Kenny, Suklin Carr, Imogen Barnes, Ruoming Wong, and their coach, Cox, is Jack Templeton.
Yeah, this has been an excellent race here, and we've had it all. We've had crabs, we've had false starts, we've had crashes. It's been an awesome race here, and congratulations to the 3 Otago crews with the Canterbury Composite for taking out the podium places in this race.
You've got another race taking place in halfway down the course at the moment too, as we just look up here from the finishing tower. We will have the men's varsity Coxless Pier underway, which is things just running a little bit late at the moment.
Yeah, so this men's varsity Coxless Pier is going to be one to watch. We've got some serious talent in here. I'd like to shout out the lane 6 crew of Flynn Dykstra, my fellow schoolmate from back in 2017, and his strokeman Lawrence Clazer Birch.
There you go, and that is the start list for you. So Lincoln University in 1, Canterbury University in 2, Otago University in 3, Waikato University in 4, Auckland University in 5, Canterbury University in 6, Otago University in 7, Victoria University in lane 8. And we are halfway down the course, approaching very shortly the 1750 metre mark. Let's see if we can pick this one up. As mentioned, this should be a good close race, and as we do start to see it, it is a very good race. 1, 2, 3, 4. So lane 4, the Waikato Waikato crew of Seamus Foley, Ethan Johnson very much in the mix. We come outside of that, we've got the Otago crew of Thaddeus Cryer, Jed McIntosh are there. In the middle, the Canterbury crew of Flynn Dykstra, Lawrence Birch, Auckland are there, Daniel Taylor, Haising Yu Chow, and then across the far side it's Lincoln University of DDA Marks and Freddie Eadie. And it's Eadie and Marks from Lincoln University who are just blowing everybody away here in lane 1. Can they hold it together? What a performance from them. Now starting to make their move though. It's the Mitre Canterbury in lane 6. They've decided to take it up another gear. It's all or nothing for these crews in this men's varsity coxless pair.
Yeah, and this Canterbury crew here, they've got Lawrence and Strokejet. He's a veteran of uni champs. He's been around a while, so he knows his way around this varsity pair, and he's really bringing it home in this. They've come into the last 500, and I mean, kudos to Lincoln out in lane 1. They've established themselves with an excellent lead, but the gap's closing. You know, Klazzer in lane 6 is coming in hot.
Yeah, that is. It's about a length and a half, but the chasers are coming now. The challenges are starting to come. Lincoln University, can they hang on? Do they believe? It's still maybe a boat length and a half, but it's a big surge coming from the Cantabrians. Dykstra, who won the Marty Cup for St Andrews back in 2017. Lawrence Birch, they're going to leave nothing in the tank now. Are they going to run out of real estate though, folks? The bow is nice and high. Lincoln University at this point are just thinking about form, thinking about technique, still got a boat length lead. Lincoln University might just come away with this. How good would that be for their coach, Louis Murden?
Oh, it'd be awesome, and we've got a race unfolding here for the third medal too. There's half a length from second back to fourth, and this is the Otago crew and the Auckland crew putting pressure on Lawrence, but Lawrence he's a rock. He does not get broken here, and Klazzer is coming down with that stroke rate in second place.
Okay, so it is Lincoln across there in 1 of DDA Marks and Freddie Eadie. They're going to come down. They're going to take this. It will then be the Canterbury crew, will it? Auckland now starting to charge. Daniel Taylor coming at them, but it will be Canterbury who pick up silver. Auckland will pick up the bronze.
Yeah, so congratulations to Lincoln and Canterbury with an absolutely mental race in here, you know. Klazzer is the...
Hey, Canterbury didn't win.
No, second place.
They didn't win though. I know. But let's talk about the winners.
Yeah, I am.
We've got a good Canterbury man next to me. Does it really surprise you?
So yeah, but I do think that is awesome to see that.
No,
Lincoln,
great. Well done to Lincoln. No,
yeah.
You're allowed to wear your heart on my sleeve, my good man. It's university run. It's what we don't have enough of these days. Is that tribalism, is it?
No, and it's good, and there's definitely lots of tradition in the university run.
Well, look too, but if every job has its fringe benefits. If you're sitting up here in the commentary, you can talk about your... I can talk about my school.
Yeah,
if you work in a
exactly.
bank, you get better interest rates, don't you? You do. Okay, we've got the men's tournament. And in fact, let's just jump across here.
Division
So what
2.
we're doing is bringing you the Division 2 men's varsity coxless pair. We've got Waikato number 2 in lane 1, Victoria number 2 in lane 2, Auckland number 2 and 3, Canterbury number 3 in lane 4, Auckland number 3 in lane 5, Otago number 3 in lane 6. We've got Victoria 3 in lane 7, and the Canterbury number 4 team in lane 8. And so the men's varsity coxless pairs. Now, the varsity grade... So you can't compete in the varsity grade if you've won an under 20 or under 22, or a senior, a premier, a championship, or a lightweight event at the New Zealand Rowing Championship. So still a high standard of rowing, but you can't be creme de la creme to compete in this. As we just have a look at these rowers, this is taken from behind, so they're coming down towards us. If you're looking at that picture there, that is the finish line in the distance, just in front of that white building with a triangular roof. Give you an idea of how far they do have to go. You think to yourself, 2 kilometres, that's not that far, until you're in one of these and you're suffering like you cannot imagine at the 500 metre mark, and you're thinking, how am I going to get through another 1,500 metres? And so now the drones will come into play. We'll get an idea very quickly on how this race is starting to play out, folks. So as we come around, again, they have the opportunity here to fastest times can still move up into the medals over that first Division 1 final we saw. And we come across here, it looks very much like it might be the Waikato number 2 crew. And that is Lucas Cook and James Slyfield out there in lane 1. And they are comfortably clear, and then possibly across the far side, the Canterbury number 4 crew of Joe Young, Charlie McIntosh. So it is.
Ooh, yeah.
And it is going to be a very good race. So we're opposite ends of the lanes. We've got Waikato across the far side. We've got Canterbury here in lane 8. And then by the looks of it, maybe in lane 3, it might be the Auckland crew of Hayowi Lee and Jack Holmes. But we'll confirm that for you, possibly in lane 3.
Yeah, and I mean out here it's a Canterbury crew coming in hot in lane 8, and like we saw in the championship singles earlier, it's you can win from Division 2, so these guys will know that, and they're going to be coming in really hot to finish off. And this Canterbury crew, we've got Charlie McIntosh, who's come out of Hamilton Boys in the last 2 or 3 years, so he knows how to row on this lake and he knows how to row fast, but there's a challenge coming in from this Waikato 2 crew over in lane 1. It almost looks like they're level pegging coming into this last couple hundred metres.
Well, it is the Waikato crew who lead. Lucas Cooks, James Slyfield. Down here on the far side, Joe Young, Charlie McIntosh. It is Waikato versus Canterbury. Lake just starting to chop up a little bit now. It comes down to concentration, good technique, connecting those strokes. Who gets the best entry?
Oh, this is a close race. They are sitting right beside each other. I honestly can't pick who's in front, but...
Well, I'm going to go now. I'm going to go the way of Canterbury. I'm going to go with your mob. I think they're half a bell ball in front.
Yeah.
They're just starting to lift now, aren't they? Starting to increase. Big pressure now on the Waikato crew. They are well and truly suffering. They cannot push in. They continue to lift. I tell you what, the Mulu men take another gear change. It's still Canterbury. Here comes the might of the Waikato. But it is Canterbury University. Maybe, half a canvas lead now with less than 100 still to row. They'll count the strokes down. Another big fight back, though, coming across the far side here from the brilliance of the Waikato crew. Waikato have got back in front. Waikato have edged ahead of Canterbury. We might have to go to the photo. Who's going to win this one? I think it's going to be the brilliance of Waikato narrowly over Canterbury. One of the great races we've seen today, folks.
That is a tight finish, and those Waikato boys have finished hard and taken half a canvas out of this Canterbury crew. So that's an awesome finish from them. And we're coming back to third place. It looks like it's going to be that Auckland crew coming in third ahead of Otago, and then Victoria in lane 2.
Yeah, well, probably the best race we've seen, certainly the closest finish today, back and forth. You did feel at one moment that it was your mob that had it, and then it was the Waikato crew who just found something out of nothing to fight back. We talk about it, less than 0.001% in performance. That it can be the difference. The moral of the story is, ladies and gentlemen, when that alarm goes off at 5 a.m, never push the snooze button. It's 10 minutes a day, it's 70 minutes a week. Difference between first and second, not suggesting your Canterbury crew push the snooze button, but we are dealing with very small percentages, aren't we? Coming up next, we've got the women's varsity single sculls, Division 1.
Yeah, and I'm just loading these times up for these pairs to see if the Division 2 did actually claim a fast time in the...
What's the time? Just tell us what that stands. So the Division 1 time was 7:16:29.
Yep, and that was ahead of the Canterbury crew in 7:20. So if any of these Division 2 crews have put down a fast time, they could put themselves up in the medals. But we will wait for these times to be released and let you know how that goes.
Okay, so our women's varsity single sculls will have Canterbury University represented by Stella Cook in lane 2. Atlanta Bruce out of Auckland will start in lane 3. Sam Rankin out of Otago will start in lane 4. We've got Singer Hickson out of Victoria in lane 5. Emma Mackey out of AUT in lane 6. 2,000 metres, 1,750 metres of hope, 250 metres of truth. Never a truer word said in all of sport. Some of these athletes are already into their third race of the day. It's all about recovery now. Who has recovered the most? We are underway through that first 250 metres. Very shortly, we'll get a pretty good idea of who is leading early on in this women's varsity single sculls. Atlanta Bruce of Auckland there in lane 2 possibly has the lead at the moment. The dark colour there, the navy blue of Auckland University. Out to her right-hand side as we come down will be lane 1, Stella Cook. Out to her left will be Sam Rankin. And then out there will be Singer Hickson. But it is all Atlanta Bruce at the moment, who is about a boat length lead ahead.
Yeah.
So there we go. It will be Atlanta Bruce. And now just starting to make a little bit of a move here. Across there. In lane 6. We've got Emma Mackey, I think, in lane 6.
Yeah, out of AUT. And it looks like this Auckland University Atlanta Bruce has taken about a half a length of clear water over the field and has established herself in her rhythm coming into this. It looks like they're coming into about 600 or 700 metres gone over the field. And that looks like we've got Victoria in second place. About a length's lead over the rower inside her out of Otago. So the 1, 2, 3 at the moment we've got is Auckland, Victoria and Otago. And Otago is being chased very closely by this Canterbury University out of lane 2. So this race for the minor medals is on. There's 3 crews here completely laying it down, but no doubt about the leader at the moment. We've got Atlanta Bruce with a comfortable length of clear water over the rest of the scullers.
Yeah, good performance from Singer Hickson in lane 5 out of Victoria, as you mentioned. So now this is about strategy. This is about, again, maintaining that form, thinking about what you can do, starting to think tactically here. Do I have anything left? Is second what I'm racing for? Is third what I'm racing for? Do I honestly think that I can challenge here this very impressive Atlanta Bruce? You do feel if the challenge is going to come, it is going to come from Stella Cook out of Canterbury.
Yeah, it looks like Stella out of Canterbury is really putting in a move here. It looks like she's moved up into third place and is pushing up on this Victoria crew. So the race is really on here for second place, and they're going to be hurting coming into this last K. And as we know in a single, anything can happen. So we'll see if Atlanta can hold on to this lead, but there's 3 crews charging home, and you know the epitome of uni rowing here in Canterbury is these athletes are just bleeding maroon, and there's absolute mana coming down the course.
Oh, my man. I've talked about fringe benefits and being a Canterbury man, but you can sometimes take it too far. Is everybody, Canterbury. No, anyway, we're allowed to have our little bit of fun here for the commentary box. We've got Sam Rankin, who I think is looking very good at the moment, looking possibly poised for that silver medal, but Atlanta Bruce, her race to lose at the moment. Just think about form. Just keep that heart rate nice and steady. Think about those soft hands, staying nice and tall. And there we go. Good blade entry. And just trying to keep that momentum, trying to connect those strokes, keep the momentum of the boat. Don't want it to be too stop-start, decelerate too much between strokes.
Yeah, she's handling this water really well. It looks like a smooth rhythm, and there's not much check on the boat here, so there's no wonder she's moved out into a comfortable lead over the rest of the field. It looks like we've got about 5 or 6 lengths over these 2 crews from Victoria and Canterbury, and by the looks of things, Victoria is just up over Canterbury, and the race is on for this silver medal in this women's varsity single scull. But if Atlanta can hold on here, it looks like the race is hers to finish off in this last 1,000 metres.
Now, you talk about that Canterbury University slogan of bleed maroon. Does that make you automatically Queensland fans come state of origin in rugby league? I mean, do you have how cities have those sister cities? Do you have like a sister relationship with Queensland State of Origin?
Well, I mean, we'd like to, but I'd probably say that Canterbury Rowing's probably a bit more of a prestigious institution than them. So, I mean, if
and it's slightly harder working too.
Yeah.
So this is the race for second and third at the moment. So lane 5, we've got Singer Hickson out of Victoria, and then across the far side it's Stella Cook out of Canterbury. Out of shot at the moment is your race leader Atlanta Bruce, but really good race for second and third. Atlanta Bruce, she has gone. It is just daylight. Really, it's just an individual time trial for her now. She'll just be wanting to maintain good form, think about getting through these slightly testing conditions, put a really good number on the board, walk away and go, you know what, I was as good as I could be today. Some of them will be wearing heart rate monitors, might download some of the data that comes off those, the smart watches, give it to the coaches. A lot of these athletes might come off the water, possibly even get a quick little prick in the finger and maybe take a lactate test as well, and just use that for their exercise physiologists, their rowers. Others, well, they'll just simply go straight to the pub.
Yeah, and I mean, some of these athletes like to have what they call a lactate buffer before the race too, and maybe put a few beers in themselves too. So, I mean, whatever you do to get fast, but it looks like Atlanta here has done something right in this race, and a very established lead.
Well, it's funny though, isn't it? I mean, in all seriousness, sometimes it is a case of athletes against science. I mean, we can have all sorts of sports nutritionalists. I know you talk to a lot of cyclists and go, look, I'll listen to a nutritionalist when you've gone and ridden 1,000 in a week and then tell me what I need to eat. And, you know, I know the great Arthur Lydia, the great running coach, I allude to him a lot, but a big inspiration when it comes to endurance sport, used to say, look, Peter Snell and those guys would have beers after they ran and, you know, swore by it. You know, people like John Walker in running said, look, we used to have fish and chips and beer before a race. And sometimes it's just about moderation. Sometimes it's about just keeping things simple, and you can't always give a reason for why it works. It just works. And so... So yeah, look, coming down and winning this and looking absolutely brilliant, Atlanta Bruce. I mean, another really, really dominant display. Now just starting to move away here is Singer Hickson out of Victoria. She'll pick up the silver medal, and then it will be Canterbury University, Stella Cook across there in the bronze. But plenty of acknowledgement, plenty of applause coming for Atlanta Bruce, coached by Daniel Tomlinson. Max Brown coming down to win the gold in the women's varsity single sculls Division 1. Of course, we will have a Division 2 race still to come, and arguably we might get a faster time out of that could change the medal order. But at the moment, that's how it stands. It is Atlanta Bruce first, it is Singer Hickson out of Victoria second, and it is Stella Cook out of Canterbury who will pick up third place.
Awesome. Well, I'm going to sign out of the commentary after this race here, so I hope you guys have enjoyed some wishful insights.
Oh, no, everyone knows how passionate you are about Canterbury University. Everyone's lost a lot of money by putting their money on Canterbury University off your recommendations. I say Las Vegas wasn't built on winners, folks. No, lovely to have you in, and look, all the very best for the upcoming year with your own rowing, progression and your goals ahead.
You know, thanks for that, and I'll just like to, one final message, that make sure you guys are going to steal the shield off Otago. We've got to put on a good show.
So the women's varsity single sculls Division 2 race now coming up. Just the four crews, Otago, Auckland, Canterbury and AUT. Poppy May Parks will represent Otago in lane 3. Brooke Vincent will represent Auckland in lane 4. Meredith Lewis will represent Canterbury in lane 5. And Emma Williams will represent AUT in lane 6. But automatically it looks like it's Poppy May Parks out of Otago, who's established a pretty comfortable lead halfway through this 2,000 metres. On the inside, it'll be Brooke Vincent out of Auckland. And third place, Emma Williams out of AUT across here in lane 6. Meredith Lewis out of Canterbury in lane 5. Just struggling a little bit with the pace. So that wind just starting to pick up on the course too. You can just see the lake just starting to rough up a little bit. They did change the schedule to try and make sure they could get all the racing in, knowing that the forecast was going to change. Look at this battle beginning to unfold. Good stuff. Otago University, Poppy May Parks, Auckland's Brooke Vincent. A boat length in it. Vincent, you feel, has the momentum. Who can handle these conditions the best? Who's gone out in similar conditions? Who's decided on those days to go indoors? Starting now, bell ball of Brooke Vincent, just starting to creep up now of the stern of Poppy May Parks. Through 1,000 metres. Sitting back there in third place is Emma Williams out of AUT. Meredith Lewis there of Canterbury, currently sitting in fourth. But another really good battle. Two warriors, two street fighters going at it. One asking, is that all you got? If that's all you got, you're in a lot of trouble. Is that the case here? Real big shift now coming here from from Brooke Vincent out of Auckland. Just walking her way up alongside of Poppy May Parks, and you just feel that Parks might be just in a bit of trouble here. That water just starting to chop up. Coming down to that 750 metre mark. Half a boat length lead. Poppy May Parks out of Otago. Looks to try and lift again. Another little gear change from her. Can Brooke Vincent respond? A lot of people urging Poppy on. Come on, Poppy, is the call coming from the lakeside here. But Brooke Vincent won't let her have it her own way. Vincent now looks to try and increase her rating. As she does that, though, Poppy May Parks picks it up again. Poppy May Parks across in lane 3. Brooke Vincent in lane 4. Otago versus Auckland University. There's a canvas in it. Now you start to see Brooke Vincent really begin to lift again. Brooke Vincent might just have a bow ball in front here, folks. It will be a change. It will be the athlete out of Auckland University. He'll come down. He'll get it by the smallest of margins. And so Brooke Vincent will get it over Poppy May Parks on the line. Another one of these exciting races here at the University National Championships. Wonderful display of guts, determination, and tolerating pain. And then we will see Emma Williams coming down in lane 6. And this is Meredith Lewis out of Canterbury, who will finish in 4th. Okay, our next race for you folks as we welcome home the rest of our athletes. We've got the Men's University Lightweight Coxless Pair. That's just going to have 2 crews in it, out of Canterbury and Otago. So the lightweights, the jockeys, and I mean that with the greatest respect, they won't be enjoying these conditions because it is starting to get quite choppy as we zoom across the small but very vocal crowd. Team from Altitude HD bringing you all the pictures. You'll not get a better drone pilot than Jed. The production crew are all former rowers, all former Olympics, world champions. They know the sport. They want to sell the sport, deliver it the way they want it delivered. Hope you are enjoying coverage. Some good races still to come a little bit later on, set at 2 o'clock this afternoon. We've got the Women's Varsity Coxless Pair. We've got Division 1, we've got Division 2 of that. Then we bring you the Cox Quadruple Sculls for the men's. Division 1, Division 2. Then we've got the Women's Tournament Coxed 8. The Women's Varsity Cox Quadruple Sculls. And then to finish, we'll bring you the Women's Varsity Coxed Quadruple Sculls Division 1. So plenty of exciting racing to go here on the final day of the New Zealand University Rowing Championships, courtesy of Aon.
To celebrate Aon Māori Regatta Week, we're giving Māori supporters the chance to win a $500 top-up to a new Milford KiwiSaver Plan account or Milford Investment Fund account. To enter, open or switch to the Milford KiwiSaver Plan or open a Milford Investment Fund account before midnight on Sunday the 24th of March 2024 for your chance to win one of 10 top-ups. To find out more about this exclusive Māori offer, for T's and C's and to get started, visit milfordasset.com/Māori 2024. Milford, invested in you.
We're all in the same boat. Our team invests in the same Milford funds as our clients. Find out more at milfordasset.com, official live stream partner to Rowing New Zealand. Milford, invested in you.
Well, a very good afternoon and welcome back to live coverage of the 2024 New Zealand Universities Rowing Championship. Set to go shortly in the women's varsity coxless pairs. We'll have Universities Canterbury, Victoria, Canterbury again, Auckland, Waikato and Otago. Just want to say that, look, volunteers are the backbone of this organisation and we're always looking and needing volunteers, because without them we do not exist. It takes 64 volunteers to get a single boat down the course, irrespective of the regatta size. We'll acknowledge those volunteers. Now, there are various areas you can be involved in: umpire, part of the safety boats, assigning boat race numbers, KRI front office, be the face of KRI for customers and the public, judging spotters on the safety boat, weighing in the coxswains. Now, if you have half a day or regatta free, when you would like to volunteer, please make contact either at the office or pop in to the Waipa room and talk with Lynn Allen. That's Lynn Allen. We'd always love to see more people become licensed race officials and the pathway that it does offer. Always looking for volunteers. Pop into those offices, the Waipa room, talk to Lynn Allen, put your hand up, say, wouldn't mind getting involved, wouldn't mind seeing this sport up close and personal, having a say on it. So starting with this women's varsity coxless pairs, Canterbury will start in lane 2, Victoria in lane 3, Canterbury in lane 4, Auckland in lane 5, Waikato in lane 6, Otago in lane 7. 2,000 metres, 1,750 metres of hope, 250 metres of truth. Live stream shot there of lane 5. That is the Auckland crew of Brooke Vincent, Atlanta Bruce, coached by Daniel Tomlinson and Max Brown. Canterbury crew of Tori Cox and Libby Stewart will start on their inside in lane 4. Alicia Stratful and Georgia Smith will start Victoria University in lane 3. Just there left of middle. And across the left-hand side, looking at that picture, we will have the Canterbury team of Aliana Henderson and Kate Wrigley. And we do get underway. So initially we'll see that high stroke rate. Good start coming in lane 2 from Victoria University. Lane 3, Canterbury, Tori Cox and Libby Stewart getting away quickly as well. A little bit of a laboured start across there from the Waikato crew of Ava Woodbury-Wrinkle and Taylor Lewis, but plenty of time with these craft to get them back up to full speed. Sometimes just a little bit of a stutter or catching a crab, and you can see a big adrenaline rush come in, and sometimes it can actually benefit you. Otago boat there of Daisy Vafasawa and Olivia Studholm, bottom of your screen with the blue bow. And they now have the lead. So as we do angle around, it is the Otago University crew here in lane 7 that do lead. Across the far side, lane 2, lane 2, Canterbury University. In fact, Victoria University, my apologies, in lane 3. So of course, no one in lane 1. We've got lanes 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 and 7. So Daisy Vafasawa, Olivia Studholm. This will be their strategy. We've seen this a lot today from the Otago crews. The way that maybe their coaching staff want them to race. Go out hard, get out, dictate terms, don't be dictated to. Psychologically look to damage the other crews early on. Put in their heads immediately that possibly they're racing for 2nd, 3rd and 4th. Looks like the lake has just settled down a little bit. Breeze has been variable throughout the day. We have seen change in water conditions, which has required some boats, particularly novice crews, to make a real adjustment to the way they do row. But out now to a length and a half lead. It's the Otago crew down here in lane 7. So would have done a lot of base work, strength work, speed work, probably individually, then come to university, come together in a short period of time, get to know each other, spend some time just trying to develop those combinations. A lot of supplementary work done in the gym as well. You can have areas of weakness that you need to try and strengthen. If you strengthen those particular parts of the body, that naturally endears itself to better technique. Can't just necessarily mimic good technique if you've got physiological weaknesses in certain parts of the body. As we come back down, have a look at lanes 5. That is the Auckland crew. The Auckland crew of Brooke Vincent, Atlanta Bruce. The Canterbury crew of Tori Cox, Libby Stewart just above them and top of the picture. The Canterbury number 2 crew of Alina Henderson and Kate Wrigley. But it's the Otago University crew who still have a commanding lead, just out of shot at the moment. Show your body in training what happens on race day. It's amazing how the body does adapt. Always use the analogy of an alarm clock. If you're used to getting up at 8 o'clock in the morning, you'll get up regularly at 8, no problem. If you've suddenly got to get up at 4 o'clock in the morning, that's going to take a bit of a shock to the system. But if you shock the body enough, it becomes the norm. And so you start to naturally get up at 4 a.m. after a while, and you don't need to set your alarm. And training's no different. You've got to just continue to show your body the threshold sessions, the hard sessions. The body subtly adapts. Have some recovery. Increase your overall aerobic velocity, that ability to stay at threshold for a lot longer. As we come back across the Auckland crew. The Canterbury crew. And then the Victoria crew. So the Victoria crew, Alicia Stratford, Georgia Smith. Still hanging tough at the moment. Still fighting for that bronze medal position. Auckland just starting to extend their lead in the second place. Now, can they try and pull back this Otago crew? Auckland deciding that they maybe just want to try and take it up another gear. Form of the Otago crew still looks good though. Nice distance per stroke. Nice recovery on the stroke. Blades are not scuffing or skimming the water on that recovery, on that exit. Looking to try and just connect those strokes, not have too much of a deceleration between strokes. Good performance from the Otago crew. And through that 1,000 metre mark and past the 1,500 metre mark shortly, very much in Broadway. Some clear water in front of them. It can be lonely now. This is where we find out who's done the work. This is where we possibly find out who is confusing ability with ambition. Who has the ability to hold it together through that last 250, that last 500 metre mark. Start to see a little bit more urgency coming into all of these crews. Still, however, Otago University, who have gone absolutely well and truly clear, have taken it up another gear. So they come now down in front of this large green embankment. Really good display here from Daisy Vavasour and Olivia Studholm. Nothing has really changed from the first 10 to 15 strokes we saw at the start to what we're seeing here, which is always a good sign of a combination being fit, in form and peak condition. And so Davey Vavasour and Olivia Studholm. So Otago University, yet again coming down to win another gold medal at the 2025 Aon New Zealand University Championships. And they do it comfortably. It'll be the Auckland crew who will pick up the silver medal. Really good race for the bronze because there is a very fast finishing Waikato crew coming down here in lane 6 of Ava Woodbury-Wrinkle and Taylor Lewis. I'm not sure it'll be enough though. Canterbury will pick up the bronze medal, Auckland the silver. The next race that is underway is the women's varsity coxless pair oars. We've got Waikato number 2 in lane 2, Otago number 3 in lane 3, Otago University number 4 crew in lane 4, Otago University number 2 crew in lane 5, Auckland University number 2 crew in lane 6, Canterbury University number 3 crew in lane 7. So varsity level, just below that elite level. A lot of these athletes might be elite, just haven't been able to win national championships or part of any Rowing New Zealand high performance program or pathway, tier 1 or 2. So looking like Otago University, might be all 3 Otago University crews it is. So it's Otago number 4 of Nanaka Nishimura and Hasu Shudo, who lead from Ella Ross, Charlie Barclay out of Otago, and also on the far side there in 3rd place, or battling for 2nd, Zoe Kung, Isabel Wall. But Otago University 1, 2 and 3. What an impressive performance from them. Through 1,500 metres they go. And it's all Otago University. Now, how much rivalry amongst these 6? How well do they know each other? Do they believe in lanes 5 and lanes 3? You do just sense lane 5 starting to get just that little bit of a pickup. Ella Ross, Charlie Barclay, beginning to get that bow nice and high out of the water, looking for that little gear shift, looking for that little gear change, trying to just sow a little bit of doubt into the head of Nanaka Nishimura and Hasu Shudo of Japanese origin. Same thing with the Japanese athletes and those athletes of Asian origin. They are tough. They are as tough as they come. Technically always very good as well. And showing that gut, showing that courage, because they are under siege. And it's friendly fire at the moment because it's Otago 3 in lane 3 and it's Otago number 2 in lane 5 that are starting to challenge, but they're starting to move away now. Real race is for 2nd and 3rd. Gutsy, courageous performance here from this Otago number 4 crew. Keep an eye on the form. It's all about just timing. It's all about just absolute precision. Get that precision, get the timing right. That boat is going to move quickly. Just starting to see here in lane 5, the Otago number 2 crew of Ella Ross, Charlie Barclay, just starting to struggle a little bit. Across the far side, Zoe Kung, Isabel Wall, beginning to increase their stroke rate. Just when I say that, though, another little fight back here coming from Ella Ross, Charlie Barclay in 5. So the battle for silver is certainly on. Now, Can they just get their bows up onto the stern here of Nanaka Nishimura, Hasu Shudo? Can Otago 3 and Otago 2 claw back the lead Otago 4 have? At this point, there is no plan B. At this point, it's who's prepared to suffer the most. Look at the momentum coming across here in 3. It's a big challenge coming now from Zoe Kung and Isabel Wall, starting to just walk up alongside of the Otago number 4 crew. So Nishimura, Shudo, just in a little bit of trouble. They respond though, the 2 Japanese. Brilliant, gutsy performance. Water just starts to chop up. Now concentration becomes important. Just trying to lift a little bit higher out of the water with those blades. Well, we saw a really good fight coming from Zoe Kung, Isabel Wall, but I've got to say, this crew of Tanaka Nishimura and Hasu Shudo, they've absorbed it, they've answered it, they've fought back, and they're going to come down and win this gold medal. And they're going to do it in style. That is a really, really good performance from them. Silver will go to Zoe Kung and Isabel Wall. The bronze will go to the third of the Otago teams of Ella Ross and Charlie Barclay. Just a reminder, I just want to reinforce this guy, that volunteers are the backbone and heroes of Karapiro rowing. They're always looking and needing volunteers. Let's be honest, without them, these regattas don't exist. Just a little bit of a fact for everybody. It takes 64 volunteers to get a single boat down the course, irrespective of the regatta size. So there are various areas that you can be involved in. Always looking for umpires, people on safety boat drivers, assigning boat race numbers, front office, being the face for the regatta for customers and the public, the judging side of it, spotters on safety boats, weighing the coxswains. Now, if you've got half a day or regatta free where you'd like to volunteer, please make contact either at the office or pop into the Waipa room and talk with Lynn Allen. We encourage people to become a licensed race official and the pathway it does offer. So just looking up the course here, we are not too far away from one of our next finals. It is the men's varsity Coxed Quadruple Sculls, a Division 1 race. It'll feature AUT in lane 1, Auckland in lane 2, Canterbury in lane 3, Canterbury number 1 in lane 4, Waikato number 1 in lane 5, Otago in lane 6, Victoria in lane 7, and Lincoln University in lane 8. And that just confirms the starting schedule there. Following this, we'll bring you the Division 2. And of course, the Division 2 crews do have the ability, based on time, to get themselves on the podium. So if the Division 2 rowers were to row quicker than these crews here, they will put themselves onto the dais. That is that Auckland University crew of Callum Jarvis, Daniel Song, Tom Drury, Sam Bright, Isabella Farnell, and they're out of the Auckland University Boat Club. It's quite surreal, isn't it? They're sitting there pretty relaxed, nice and calm, but they know that very shortly they're about to endure a hell of a lot of pain. They're not going to let each other down. They're going to take one for their teammates, and their teammates are going to return the favour. And it's a unique dynamic. Waiting for the Lincoln crew to come into the gates, to the blocks. In fact, it might be the Victoria University crew in lane 7. There is the Canterbury number 2 crew of Sam Evans, Benjamin Welch, Zachary Jenkins, Joe Young, Annabelle Wynne-Williams as the cocks. And of course their motto is Bleed Maroon. Not dissimilar colours to the Muriwai Surf Lifesaving Club out where I live. Of course these days the big surf lifesaving club in the country, Omanu. Lane 5, the brilliant Waikato crew of Lockie Balker, James Slyfield, Ethan Johnson, Seamus Foley, Isabel Knight.
How do you get the ownership of it at a rowing event?
Oh, look at that. Wonderful shot, isn't it? That is just one of the great images of all the sport underway here at the men's varsity Cox Quadruple Sculls. Boy, good, really even start. Victoria University of Cade Watson, Lachlan Rose, Charles Beale and Sean Snow. Heidi Baldwin, their Cox getting away to a very good start in lane 7. And then up there in lane 4, pushing as expected, the Canterbury crew of Theodore Gianni Kogoriagos, James Martin, Matthew Smith, Jacob Wadley, Annabelle Scott, their Cox. Lane 1, AUT, Talisman Lloyd, Ryan Flintoff, Lachlan Wallace, Joel Millam, Ivana Main is the Cox. So it's lanes 1, 4 and 7. Big question is, can anybody, when it comes down to it, live with this Canterbury crew in lane 4? Love the initiative being taken here by Victoria. Let's take it out fast. Let's put them under pressure. Let's force them to change their game plan, and they're doing it brilliantly. Cade Watson, Lachlan Rose, Charles Beale, Sean Snow. Also still hanging tough there is the Lincoln crew of William Talbot, Jack Dennehy, Coles, Louis Murden, Hamish Yateman, Oliver Duncan in lane 8. So lanes 7 and 8 and lanes 4 in the fight, but still hanging tough. Otago in lane 6. We know they'll be measured. We know that they will be strategically set to go through that third 500 metres. Tell you what, a lot of these athletes, talking to them, a lot of them do a lot of cross training. Some do surf life saving, others cycling. Some of them will just simply do a lot of running, a lot of gym work, because they know that they've got to draw upon these other sports to find that elusive 1% in performance. So lanes 4, 6, 7 and 8 still hanging tough though. Lane 2. The Auckland number 1 crew. This is the men's varsity Cox Quadruple Division 1 race. Looking to extend the lead now down here in lane 8. Lincoln number 1 crew. Got out to a boat length lead. They are not mucking round here. They have decided to put the hammer down. They've been brilliant strategically. They're not waiting for the 1,000 metre mark. They're going a little bit earlier. They're trying to get the jump on everyone, forcing them to get out of their game plan. Let's see who has the patience. Let's see who has the experience to stay patient. Or are they watching this race go up the lake? We now start to see a response come from the Otago number 1 crew. We talked about how measured they were through that first sort of 600 to 700 metres. Now they just start to get that bow high out of the water, as do the Canterbury crew. Struggling a little bit with the pace at the moment is the Victoria number 1 crew of Cade Watson, Lachlan Rose, Charles Beale, Sean Snow. They'll just be looking to knock off certain markers. Really, really good race. Wonderful images. Still lane 8. Still Lincoln. But that lead is just starting to be cut down a little bit here by Otago University. So Lincoln over Otago by 3/4 of a boat length. Otago University about half a boat length ahead of the Canterbury crew. Struggling with the pace. Auckland in lane 2, AUT across the far side in lane 1. And also the Waikato crew in lane 5. Coming up to the 1,500 metre mark. Still Lincoln. Here come Otago boy. Here come Otago University. Canterbury number 1. 1, 2 and 3. That's how it sits. This is about to become a street fight, folks. Settle back, enjoy all of this one, because the fireworks are about to begin. Wouldn't Lincoln University love to get this one? William Talbot, Jack Dennehy Coles, Louis Murden, Hamish Yateman. What is going through their head at the moment? How much are they hurting? Do they believe? That is the question. Have they burnt too many matches? Have they gone out too hard? Will the strategy play off? Now they start to come into some rougher water. This is where concentration is required to get those blades just a little bit higher out of the water. Still looking to just try and connect those strokes. Great cohesion, good coordination. Really good display coming from Lincoln. But here come the might of Otago. We are down to a canvas lead. Otago with the momentum. We're about to see a lead change, are we? Otago University in 4, now just starting to sneak ahead of Lincoln. Lincoln being asked by their coxswain to just deliver a little bit more. Oliver Duncan asking more. Can they respond at this point? Oh, how brutal, how barbaric can this sport be at times? It is toe-to-toe. It is stroke for stroke. Bell ball for bell ball. It is still Lincoln. Here come Otago University. Less than 100 metres left to row. Who's got the gear shift? Who's prepared to suffer the most? Who's going to say perhaps second is good enough today? It's Otago University getting a little bit of the lift. They'll come to the line. We might need to go to the photo. Unofficially, I think Otago might have just narrowly got up and got it over Lincoln, but we will need to wait for that one. We will need to wait for that one. What a performance from both crews, though. That is the definition of a street fight, folks. Well, outstanding race indeed. Well, now underway down the course, we've got the men's varsity Cox quadruple sculls. So that has already started. We've got the Waikato number 2 crew in lane 1, the Otago number 2 crew in lane 2, Auckland number 2 crew in lane 3, Canterbury number 3 crew in lane 4, Victoria number 3 crew in lane 5, Victoria number 2 crew in lane 6, Otago number 3 crew in lane 7. That confirms that starting order. And, oh, look, a commanding lead too. Absolutely dominant display by the Otago crew. No real surprises there in lane 2. And then across in lane 4, it is the Canterbury number 3 crew. But they've got a good battle on their hands because big challenges are coming from Victoria number 3 crew and the Victoria number 2 crew in lanes 5 and 6. But it's all Otago of Kaya Sheehy, Wikio, Simon Gertsema, Jacob Kearns, Liam Kirkland and Lillian Kidd the Cox in there in lane 2, about 3-4 boat lengths clear. And look at that, outstanding performance, outstanding display. Great to see the bucket hats out there in force. Become very fashionable, courtesy of the Dunstan Rowing Club. So I can tell you from that race previously that Otago University and that men's varsity Cox quadruple sculls, Otago University 633.64, Lincoln University 633.71. So there you go, 7/100ths of a second separating those two boats. As we zoom in again on this very impressive Otago crew, who now are just looking for the perfect performance. I don't think anybody is going to deny them the result here. Coming up to the 1500 metre mark, 500 metres remain for them. The Otago number 2 crew of Kaya Sheehy, Wikio, Simon Gertsema, Jacob Kearns and Liam Kirkland. Lillian Kidd is the Cox, Jared Glue the coach. Now the race is for 2nd, 3rd and 4th. So we've got Canterbury number 3, Victoria number 3 and Victoria number 2. In fact, it is the second of the Otago crews in lane 7, so my apologies, Victoria number 2 and Victoria number 3. So it's lanes 5, 6 and 7 vying for the silver and the bronze. So Canterbury out of it. So Victoria number 3 of Gordon Milne, Regan Joyce, James Walsh, Toby Cook, Kale Raja the Cox. They've got some work to do because starting to stretch them now is the second of the Otago crews, Tim Connolly-White, Eugene Farrell, Gain Harbert, Ariane Cole and Kaylin Rainsfield-Bree is their Cox. They're in second, so it's Otago University first and second. Currently sitting in 3rd, it's Victoria number 2 crew. But coming down in emphatic fashion, absolutely just blowing everybody out of the water, will be this remarkable Otago crew. Great race from them to pick up this Division 2 title. We'll have to wait and see how the times correlate to the Division 1 race and whether or not they can get themselves on the podium by having a faster time. So that's why they will push all the way through to the line. They come down. And now the race for silver. Will it be the Otago number 3 crew? And it will be. We're going to come down by the smallest of margins, pick up that silver medal. And then it will be the Victoria number 2 crew who will pick up the bronze, and Victoria number 3 crew who will pick up 4th place. So just the 3 more finals remaining here at the New Zealand University Rowing Championships for 2024. Coming up at 2:45 in around about 12 minutes time, we will bring you live coverage of the women's tournament Coxed 8, featuring just the 3 crews. Followed by that, we'll bring you the women's varsity Cox Quadruple Sculls, and then we'll finish with the women's varsity Cox Quadruple Sculls Division 1 race. So don't go away. Hope you are enjoying coverage, courtesy of Aon. As more of these crews come down and get a warm reception from this small but very vocal and educated crowd.
At Milford, we understand it takes dedication, teamwork, and commitment to the long term to achieve outstanding results. And we are proud to be investing in the rowing champions of tomorrow. Official live stream partner to Rowing New Zealand. Milford, invested in you.
Well, 3 more finals to go here on the last day of the Aon 2024 New Zealand Universities Rowing Championship. Looking forward to bringing them. And the first race up will be the Women's Tournament Coxed 8. We will have just the 3 crews. It will be University of Waikato in lane 3. Otago University number 1 crew in lane 4. The Otago University in lane 5, their second crew. So Waikato versus Otago. We've said it a number of times throughout the day across this live feed, but nothing better than watching the 8s in action in the sport of rowing. Looking all pretty relaxed. I'm sure that those smiles will be replaced with grimaces shortly. I do like it for the guys and the girls, and I mean it across the guys and the girls. In a lot of events I do across a lot of endurance sport, it's stand there looking like models, don't they, at the start of these races, and then by the end of it, the guys have got their war face on, the girls have got their war face on, they're grimacing because of the pain. A contrast from the start of the race towards the end of a race, but those grimaces eventually replaced by smiles as we do get set for a start over this 2,000 metre journey. And we do get underway. Otago crew wanting to try and get off the line quickly. So it's Otago University in the middle lane and the bottom lane there, lanes 4 and 5, Waikato in 3. And so initially we do see the Otago number 1 and the Waikato crew have already gone out by about 3/4 of a boat length over the second of the Otago crews. So for the Waikato, we've got Ellie Webber, Charlotte O'Connor, Beth Williams, Kate Logan, Georgia Swain, Maya Lindop, Cheyenne Lyford, Shields, Gabrielle Mailer, and Riley Andrew is the cox. For the Waikato boat, in fact for the Otago boat, we've got Brianna Fisk, Sandra Hinton, Anna Katharina Vere, Paige Gascoigne, Madison Lobb, Maddie Thorley, Natalie Sherman, Elizabeth Scott, Eddie Lethbridge is the cox. But it's Otago University at the moment who've gone out to about a half a boat length lead over the Waikato crew. Much harder boats to continue to build speed over once they've got them up and running. What we affectionately call a pain train, folks. Still relatively close racing. The Otago number 2 crew of Nyanaka Nishimura, Hasu Shudo, those two have just finished earlier competing. Emma Kenny, Gracie Cedo, Juliet Mutin, Bree Shaw, Esther La, Ruoming Wang and Oliver Studholm, the cox, just struggling a little bit there in 3rd place. But it is the Otago number 1 crew who continue just to edge ahead by the smallest of margins over the Waikato crew, about 3/4 of a boat length. Lovely picturesque vistas in the background here of magnificent Lake Karapiro. So we'll swoop across. Wonderful drone work being done by the crew here at Altitude HD. So big responsibility on the shoulders of the coxswains. For Waikato, their cox, of course, is Riley Andrew. And for the Otago number 1 crew, it is Eddie Lethbridge. So I'll just be having a look across here. You can just see Eddie Lethbridge there, sitting a little bit higher in the boat, not quite as aerodynamic. Key thing here in these 8s is getting them set up correctly, getting that weight distribution right. The type of rower, who's most effective in the middle of the boat, who's most effective in the stroke seat, the bow seat. Still Otago Uni though. So through the 1,000 metre mark. Just got to be careful they don't catch a crab here. A lot of these athletes are tired. Just got to maintain that concentration, maintain that form. Keep those blades nice and high out of the water. The water is just starting to chop up a little bit more. But certainly the Otago crew just connecting those strokes just a little bit cleaner than what we've seen from the Waikato crew. Certainly Otago crew bow just lifting a little bit higher. Certainly you've got just that little bit more momentum. Really good example there of that individual determination and then that collective cohesion, not wanting to each other down but making sure the timing's right down to that microsecond, not wanting to put the handbrake on at any point. Wonderful drone work being done by the camera crew here. They just simply call him Jed. Now starting to drop back here, have a look at the University of Otago crew. The second crew. Comes further up the course here. We've got the number one crew who are now starting to extend that lead over the Waikato over the University of Waikato and doing it comfortably. Got that lead now. Now it's just about form, it's about technique. Counting down the strokes. Small but vocal crowd waiting, approaching that 1,500 metre mark shortly. Just starting to see that chop and that wind just playing a little bit of havoc here. It's almost like somebody's just put the handbrake on a little bit on both crews. They'll feel like they are rowing through quicksand at this point. Someone's like running and somebody's just grabbing your shirt, just holding you back. You're wanting to go a little bit quicker. You just can't quite find that momentum. As we've said, bonfires in the legs, razor blades in the lungs, individually and collectively. So really the only thing that can probably stop this Otago crew at the moment is if they do have a breakage or if they do catch a crab and put the boat sideways. Because if the Waikato crew are wanting to try and win this, they're going to need to put their hammer down now. They're going to need to take it up another gear, another 2 gears. But as discussed so much in the past and recent times, just how difficult it is to shut an 8 down that have this much of a lead, this close to the finish line. You can't just power them up as quickly as you can, say, a single sculls or a pair or a double. But really good performance here from Brianna Fisk, Xandra Hinton, Anna Katharina Veer, Paige Gascoigne, Madison Lobb, Maddie Thorley, Natalie Sherman, Elizabeth Scott, Eddie Lethbridge. And now they will just count down. They'll get a pretty good understanding at this level of what is required. You can just see how much the lake is cutting up, making it very hard to keep those strokes nice and clean, particularly exiting the water. That's the So it will be Otago University who will come down. and win this women's tournament Cox State. And they'll do it comfortably. And they're pretty damn happy about it too, just looking across at the finish line. And now the Waikato of University crew coming down to pick up the silver medal. And some way back, but doing it tough, but doing it well indeed, will be the second of the Otago teams, the Otago number 2 side. Two more races to bring you. The women's varsity Cox Quadruple Sculls will be the next one on the program, and then the last race of the day will be the women's varsity Cox Quadruple Sculls. So that next race set to go at 3 o'clock in around about 6 to 7 minutes' time. Absolutely idyllic conditions here at Lake Karapiro. 2 races to go of the finals day of finals for the New Zealand University Rowing Championships for 2024. Again, presented by Aon. Just a reminder, we're always looking for volunteers for the sport of rowing. It takes 64 volunteers to get a single boat down the course, irrespective of the regatta size. And you can put your hand up, become involved in various roles from umpire, safety boat drivers, assigning boat race numbers. Be part of the front office, be the face of regattas for customers and the public. Become a judge, spotter on safety boat. Help weigh in the coxswains. If you are interested, contact either Lynn Allen. You'll find her either at the office or the Waipa room. Go and have a chat, become a licensed race official and the pathway it offers. Next race, second to last race, the penultimate race. It is the Women's Varsity Cox Quadruple Sculls. It is a full field. It'll feature Waikato University in 1, Canterbury in 2, Auckland University in 3, Canterbury second team in 4, Victoria University number 2 team in 5, the Might of Otago, their third team in lane 6, Canterbury University in lane 7. So 3 Canterbury crews, 1 Waikato crew, 1 Auckland crew, 1 Victoria crew, and 1 Otago crew. This is a Division 2 race. Following this, we will have the Division 1 race. So these athletes will get to put a time down, which will then be the challenge for those Division 1 rowers. Beautiful homes there in the background of Cambridge and Karapiro. Really is a very idyllic location. Some wonderful lifestyle blocks. And there is that crew out of Canterbury: Libby Stewart, Martine Sandberg, Isla Robinson, Molly Judson, Annabelle Scott. The Cox gets underway nicely across there in lane 1. You just saw the starting number there. Ellie Dean, Bethany Cavalcante, Dominique Robert, Holly Hay, Isabella Revel. That's the Waikato number 3 crew. But probably getting the best start is down here in lane 4, the Canterbury number 2 crew. The Auckland crew just starting to got off to a bit of a wobbly old start. Have straightened the boat up now, but have just lost some valuable metres in that start. But getting up to full speed is the Canterbury number 2 crew of Julia Middleditch, Lucy Eastwood, Stella Cook, Sophie Strang, and Lily Davidson. The Cox. Lane 6, Otago number 3, Awatia Wallace, Sophie Kavanagh, Gemma Mead, Poppy May Parks, and Ella Hansen. So it's the Otago University number 3 crew, Canterbury number 2. They are first and second at the moment. Stuck in the middle, the Victoria number 2 crew of Georgia Smith, Grace Candy, Sylvie Tullett Gray, Emily Bissett, and Heidi Baldwin. They are in lane 5. Bottom of your picture, the Canterbury number 4 crew of Jess Sutherland, Daisy Park, Natasha Casey, Anna Sturgeon, Oliver Horton is their Cox, coached by Corbin Newlands. And of course, we know this from the Cantabrians because they keep telling us they bleed maroon. Well, it's been very much Otago University have dominated a lot of the proceedings, not dissimilar to what we've come to expect in recent times. A really good battle beginning to develop here. A lot of people urging on this Canterbury number 2 boat. So it's Canterbury and Otago. They have cleaned the rest of this field out through that first 500 metres. All crews up to full speed. So coxswains for this Canterbury boat is Lily Davidson. For Otago, Ella Hansen. So, which of these crews burns their matches early? Who are more measured? Tough lake conditions is going to require a lot of concentration, keeping their strokes just that little bit higher out of the water. So across there in lane 2 is Canterbury number 3. Far side, top of the screen. Dropping back is the Waikato crew of Ellie Dean, Bethany Cavalcante, Dominique Robert and Holly Hay, Isabel Revel the Cox. But it is Christchurch versus Otago. Who cracks first? Who pops? Who says second is good enough today? Nothing in it. A bell ball in favour of the Canterbury crew. Who looks to put the herd on? At what point do they look to jump, take it up a gear? Do you make it obvious? Do you do it subtly? Canterbury doing it subtly. Continue to tighten the screws, looking to just stretch the bungee cord on Otago. Still across there in lane 2, still in the fight is the second of the Canterbury crews, currently sitting in 3rd place. Now, can Otago respond? Can they lift? Because Canterbury just starting to get away from Otago here. About half a boat length now, a full canvas length lead. Still anybody's race. Coming up to through that 1,000 metre mark. And that all-important third 500. How tactical will it be? Half a boat length lead now goes the way of Canterbury. Otago now looking to lift. Where do we see the gear shift come? Ella Hansen, happy with what she's seen at the moment. The coxswain for Otago. Won't want to let it get out to a bit length boat lead, but it is still Canterbury just slowly squeezing, slowly tightening the screws. Now they have that boat length lead, and we just see a little bit of a kick coming here from Canterbury, really starting to pick it up now, starting to put the herd on Otago. Can Otago respond? They haven't responded just yet. So, boy, a good, really good 30 to 40 strokes here coming from the Cantabrians. That is brilliantly done. Oh, that is a masterclass in tactics from this Canterbury crew. They have just cracked this Otago boat. Have the Otago boat popped though? Or do they have a little bit left in reserve? Are they going to look to try and bring it home over this last 500 metres? How much does that hurt the Canterbury crew? Form still looks good aboard the Canterbury boat. The big red sled is on its way. Great cohesion. And look at the Cox, just sitting there, down nice and tucked in that aero position, trying to stay as low as they can. Aerodynamics kick in at 17 kilometres an hour. But it is Canterbury. Julia Middleditch, Lucy Eastwood, Stella Cook, Sophie Strang, Lily Davidson, the Cox. Just has a wee look across. Otago's still there, still in the fight, still in the hunt. Approaching that 1,750 metre mark. Gone through the 1,500 metres. Well, it's still 2 boat lengths. It's still Canterbury. And they do look comfortable. They'll be looking for first and third. Otago, well, I think they realise they've probably got second place, but can they make a little bit of a late run here? Probably too little, too late. And as I say that, the Canterbury crew just take it up another notch and really are now in complete control. It's been a very good performance by this Canterbury crew and this women's varsity quadruple sculls. Yeah, really nice display. Getting a good reception here from fellow University of Canterbury students, as are the students out of Otago University. It'll be Canterbury first and third. It'll be silver the way of Otago. They were in the fight through the first 1,000, and then we just saw that little attack go in, and in the finish, Canterbury too strong. gold medal to them. Silver will go the way of Otago University. And then across the far side, it'll be the Waikato number 3 crew of Ali Dean, Bethany Cavalconte, Dominique Robert, Holly Hay and Isabella Revel will pick up the bronze medal. Well, we just have the one more race left, and that is the women's varsity Cox quadruple sculls. And that is underway. It's got a full field too. As we now take the drone and bring you back up Lake Karapiro. Waikato crew across the far side there. And so now does the women's varsity Cox quadruple sculls Division 1. And there it is, Waikato University in 1, Victoria in 2, AUT in 3, Waikato in 4, Otago in 5, Auckland in 6, Canterbury in 7, Otago in 8. Already halfway through this final race. Lane 1, Waikato looking strong, as are Canterbury in lane 7. Lane 8, Otago number 2. So it's lanes 7 and 8. Across the far side, Waikato stuck there in the middle. Lanes 4, 5 and 6 are the Waikato number 2 crew. Otago number 1, Auckland in lane 6. But it's lane 7 and lane 8. Otago who lead Canterbury in this final race. We know the Cantabrians will look to try and fight back here. Starting to lift their rating now. Being urged on by their Cox, Timmy Heritage. Otago will respond though through their Cox, Jack Templeton. About a canvas boat length lead. The way of Otago over Canterbury. Lane 6 and 7. Really good battle for the bronze medal at the moment. The Otago number 1 crew who sit in 3rd. Narrowly over the Waikato crew across in lane 1. Now the big push from Canterbury. Starting to lift now, starting to increase their stroke rate. We are neck and neck. It is toe to toe. It is Canterbury versus Otago, the final race of these New Zealand University Championships. Coming down through, approaching very shortly the 1750 metre mark. Who wants this one the most? Otago respond now. They've taken it up another gear. Probably about a bow ball in front. Here come Canterbury though. Coxon screaming, asking for more. Leave it out there. We've got the rest of the day, the rest of the year recovered. Go to that dark place, says Jack Templeton, the Cox for Otago. Canterbury though, look at the hurt going on. Look at the suffering. Who can stay there the longest? Who's prepared to hurt the most? Two teams of gladiators, two teams of warriors, locking each other in the box. What a wonderful way to finish this University Championships is Canterbury. Otago just going a little bit off course here. How much is that going to cost them? We can talk about the smallest of margins. We'll look out. We'll bring it around. It's Canterbury, is it? Or is it Otago? It is the Canterbury boat crew by a canvas over Otago University. Wonderful performance. Canterbury win it. Otago the silver. And then coming across to pick up the bronze medal. We'll confirm those results for you. Just confirm that bronze medal for you. Really, really good tactical race. I just wonder with Otago just maybe losing their steering a little bit there, possibly just costing them a bit of momentum. They responded initially to the response that Canterbury threw down, but in the finish, when it was all said and done, couldn't quite react. Absolutely beautiful day here in Lake Karapiro for coverage of the Aon New Zealand University's Rowing Championship. Last of our crews coming down to cross that finish line, and that will be the AUT number 1 crew of Georgia Campbell, Valentina Fava, Emma Mackey, and Emma Falks, Williams, and Ivana Main as their cox. Well, that brings to a close what has been a remarkable season of rowing, whether it be the New Zealand Club Championships, the Olympic trials. Of course, we've had the Aon Māori Regatta last week, and then today the New Zealand University Rowing Championships. And I guess the message that comes out of it, the sport is strong. Yes, a little bit of a rebuilding phase maybe at the Olympic Games level, still expecting medals in Paris. But you've only got to look at the talent on display, whether it be in the novice crews, whether it be those crews out of Christchurch Girls winning the Levin Jubilee Cup, the different crews today winning some of these university medals. The future is bright. There's always depth. There's always that succession plan. There's always those New Zealanders who come through with a head like granite, who are prepared to suffer, who desperately want to wear the black singlet and the silver fern. Of course, there are others there that simply want to get out and experience the sport, compete on this magnificent venue and this magnificent vista, and then enjoy the after-match function. On behalf of myself and the team at Altitude HD, it's been an absolute privilege and a pleasure. If you have any queries, just check out the Rowing New Zealand website. Don't forget, always looking for volunteers. And remember, to give anything less than your best is to sacrifice the gift.
We are all in the same boat. Our team invests in the same Milford funds as our clients, so we are all invested together. Whether it's KiwiSaver, investment funds, private wealth management, or advice, speak to a team with world-class expertise who are committed to the pursuit of outstanding results and are proud to have brought you today's live stream. Find out more at milfordasset.com. Milford, invested in you.
look good. This worries me greatly. Okay. Concerns me that you're getting closer, you lot. All right. So we have Kira Sherrick's phone here. We'll just hang on to it. If someone knows her, please come and get it from us. All right. Welcome, everyone. Thank you very much for being here for the presentations for the Aon New Zealand University Rowing Championships. Normally, we just give you your medals in a slightly sort of low-key way, but today we thought we'd do it differently. So thank you for hanging about. We're going to rock this through quite quickly. It'll be very different to Māori that some of you might have known, where it was all quite ceremonial, but we do want to acknowledge your successes. So first of all, I'm going to ask those involved in the Mixed Championship Cox Quad, that's Waikato, Otago and Canterbury, to come down, and those in the Men's Championship Cox Quad, Canterbury, Auckland and Waikato. If you could just come and gather down here, please, that would be great. Yeah, please do. Just come on down. Just come and lurk at the bottom of the stairs, and if I can, we just try and get a few events ahead. I also need down here the women's pair, championship pair, the men's championship pair, and the women's Novi 8. So if you're in one of those crews, can you come and lurk down here? All right, we will begin our medal presentations now with the crews getting medals for the Mixed Championship Cox Quad. If I could ask in third place to come up first of all, Canterbury 1.
Yeah, Canterbury!
In the middle, could I have Waikato, please, in the gold medal spot? And in second place, Otago. Okay, the winners of the bronze medal for the Mixed Championship Cox Quad Sculls, Canterbury 1. Big round of applause, everyone. As we're doing that, the winners of the silver medal for the Championship Cox Quad, Otago 1. And now the the Aon University Rowing Championships Mixed Championship Cox Quad Champions, Waikato 1. Congratulations, crews. I'll ask you just to make your way from the podium. Thank you. Now, the Men's Championship Cox Quad Sculls, if I could ask first to come up, Waikato. Where are you, Waikato lot? It is a big day. And in the middle, Canterbury. And at this end, Auckland. This is the Cox Quad, yeah, Championship Cox Quad.
Yeah, boy!
Silver was Auckland. Right, we'll rock on without them. Okay. The bronze medal for the Men's Championship Cox Quad, Waikato 1. The winners of the silver medal, Auckland 1. And the Aon University Rowing Champs Men's Championship Cox Quad Sculls Champions, Canterbury won. So well done. Bronze medal winners Waikato, Auckland silver medal winners Auckland, and our champions Canterbury. So we should have down here now waiting in the wings the women's championship pair, the men's championship pair, and if we could also have the women's Novi Coxed 8. Thank you, Cruz. Well done. And now if we could have, please, on the podium, the women's pair. First up, Lincoln, in the middle, Waikato, and on this end, Otago, please. This event is the championship pair. It is sponsored by Pub Charity. The winners of the bronze medal, Lincoln won. The winners of the silver medal, Otago. And the women's coxless pair champions for 2024, Waikato won. So well done, Lincoln, Otago, and our champions, Waikato. Thank you, Cruz. Right, can we now have on the podium Otago, Canterbury in the middle, and Lincoln at this end, please. This event is sponsored by Croker Oars, who are huge supporters of our rowing. The winners of the bronze medal for the championship pair, Otago won. The winners of the silver medal for the championship pair, Lincoln won. And the Aon 2024 University Rowing Championships Men's Pair Champions, Canterbury. Well done to our championship pair, Cruz. Well done, Cruz. Thank you. Right, could we have on the podium, please, for the women's Novi 8, Auckland AUT at the far end, Otago in the middle, and Waikato at this end. Auckland far end. Otago in the middle, and Auckland and Waikato at this end. While they're getting ready, could we please have the women's Coxed Quad down to the podium and the men's Novi 8, please. All right, the 2024 Aon University Rowing Championships Women's Novi 8 bronze medalists, Auckland AUT. And the winners of the silver medal for the Novi 8, Waikato. This event is sponsored by Concept 2, and we thank them for their support. The Aon University Rowing Champs 2024 Women's Novice 8 Champions, Otago.
Yes, Andra.
They've come a long way, so it's great that they're taking home gold medals. Their time, 8:44.50. So well done, bronze medalists Auckland, AUT, silver medalists Waikato, and our champions for 2024, Otago won. Well done to all the crews. Thank you. Thanks, girls and boys. All right, the medals we will present next are the women's Cox Quad. If we can have Canterbury, please, on the podium. We need Canterbury on the podium, Waikato in the middle, and Otago at this end. This event is sponsored by Pub Charity. The bronze medal winners for the championship Cox Quad, Canterbury won. The winners of the silver medal for the championship quad, Otago won. And the Aon University Rowing Championships Women's Champion Cox Quad winners for 2024, Waikato won. And our thanks once again to Pub Charity for sponsoring this event. The times, Waikato 7:28.46, Otago 7:32.80, and Canterbury 7:35.62. So well done. Bronze medal winners, Canterbury won. Silver medalists, Otago. And our champions for 2024, Waikato. Now we should have the men's Novi 8 waiting. Could we also have the double sculls and the men's tournament Cox 4 waiting in the wings, please? Right, this event is the men's Novi 8. If I could have Waikato first onto the podium, please. Otago in the middle and Auckland at this end. Okay. The winners of the bronze medal for the men's Novice 8, Waikato won. This event is sponsored by SL Racing, who are, of course, huge supporters of our rowing. The time for this crew, 9:38.11. The winners of the silver medal for the men's novice 8, Auckland 1. And their time was 9:11.23. And now the Aon University Rowing Champs men's Novi 8 winners, Otago 1. The time for Otago was 8:17.94. And thanks once again to SL Racing for sponsoring this event. So well done. Bronze medal winners Waikato, silver medalists Auckland. Big round of applause please for our champions, Otago. We should have waiting the double scullers, the men's tournament coxed 4 and the women's cox 4, please.
What grade cox 4?
So well done, crews. Congratulations.
Just ask you what grade women's cox 4? 3 different grades.
All right, can we now have up on the podium, please, the men's double scullers, Lincoln at the far end, Auckland in the middle, and Otago at this end, please.
What grade?
Men's varsity double sculls. Do we have anyone from these crews? Great. So Lincoln at the far end, Auckland in the middle, and Otago at this end. All right, the winners of the bronze medal for the double sculls, Lincoln University. The winners of the silver medal, Otago. And we will get their medals to them, but the winners of the gold medal, Auckland 1. Our thanks to Aotearoa Boat Company. Well done, Lincoln, Otago, and our champions, Auckland. Well done, boys. So we should have waiting the men's coxed 4, tournament cox 4, the women's cox 4. If we could also have the men's championship double scullers, please. All right, we're up to the men's tournament cox 4, sponsored by Colgan Foundation. If we could have Auckland, Otago, and Victoria, please. Auckland at the far end, Otago in the middle, and Victoria on this end. Okay, this event sponsored by Colgan Foundation, who do a lot for our rowing at all levels, and we thank them. The winners of the bronze medal for the men's tournament cox 4, Auckland 1. The winners of the silver medal, Victoria 1. Well, thank you. We love your enthusiasm. About time someone made some noise. You win the award for the best supporters. And the Aon University Rowing Championships Men's Tournament Cox 4 winners, Otago 1. Thank you, that's good. The time 8:28.14 for Otago, 9:04.46 for Victoria and 9:20.03 for Auckland. A big thank you to Colgan Foundation for sponsoring this event. Well done. Bronze medal winners Auckland, silver medalist Victoria, and our champions Otago.
Always have a plan B, C, and D. Because Mark's vehicle.
We should have waiting the women's varsity Cox 4, the men's championship double sculls, and the women's championship singles sculls, please. If we could have up on the podium, please, the women's Cox 4, at the far end Otago, in the middle Auckland, and at this end Canterbury. All right, come on up, far end Otago, Auckland in the middle, Auckland in the middle, Canterbury at this end. Come on, you girls. Okay, this event is sponsored by Crew Room. The winners of the bronze medal for the varsity Cox 4, Otago 1. The time for Otago, 8:41.18. The winners of the silver medal for the Cox 4, Canterbury 1. Come on, Canterbury, where are you? Thank you. 8:31.83 was the time. And now the Aon University Rowing Championships Women's Cox 4 winners, Auckland 1. They rowed this race in a time of 8:25.93. A very big thank you to our sponsors, Crew Room. Well done, bronze medal winners, Otago, silver medalist, Canterbury. Big round of applause, please, for our champions, Auckland. We should have waiting the men's championship double sculls, the women's championship single sculls, and the men's varsity Coxed 8. All right, this event, men's championship double sculls, if we could have Otago, please, at the far end, Waikato in the middle, and Canterbury at this end. Alrighty.
The sun's actually quite nice, it's just the wind is...
This is the championship double sculls sponsored by Croker Oars. The winners of the bronze medal, Otago. The winners of the silver medal, Canterbury. And the Aon University Rowing Championships Men's Championship double scull winners, Waikato 1. Time for Waikato 7:18.83, Canterbury 7:29.25, and Otago 7:44.65. Well done, bronze medal winners Otago, silver medal winners Canterbury, and our champions for 2024, Waikato. Next event, Championship Single Sculls Women's. If we could have Otago at the far end, Waikato in the middle, and Massey at this end, please. And I'll ask the men's varsity Coxed 8 to wander over, please. The men's novice Cox 4, the women's university lightweight double scullers, and the men's championship Cox 4, please. Okie doke. This is the Women's Championship Single Sculls, sponsored by Defence Force Careers. The winner of the bronze medal from Otago University, Madison Neal. The winner of the silver medal, Sophie Ignot Johnson. And the Women's Championship Single Scull winner for 2024 from Waikato, Samantha Voss. So well done, bronze medal winner Madison Neal, silver medalist Sophie Ignot Johnson, and our champion for 2024, Samantha Voss. All right, we are up to the men's varsity Coxed 8. If I could have Canterbury 1 at the far end, Otago in the middle, and Lincoln Canterbury at this end, please. Alrighty. That last event, I should have said, was sponsored by Defence Force Careers, who are regular supporters of our rowing. This event is sponsored by Design Signs. The winners of the bronze medal for the men's varsity 8, Canterbury 1. The winners of the silver medal for the varsity Coxed 8 composite crew, Lincoln Canterbury. And now the Aon University Rowing Champs 2024 men's varsity Coxed 8 champions, Otago 1. The times for Canterbury 1, 7:09.68, Lincoln Canterbury 7:01.27, and Otago 6:46.53. Our thanks to Design Signs for sponsoring this event once again. Well done, bronze medal winners Canterbury, silver medalists Lincoln Canterbury 1. Big round of applause please for our champions, Otago. So we should have waiting the men's novice Cox 4, the women's lightweight double sculls, and the men's championship Cox 4. Well done, Otago. All right, men's novice Cox 4. Could we have at the far end, please? AUT Auckland, in the middle Otago, and at this end Auckland. Come on up, crews. Right, Men's University Novice Cox 4, far end AUT Auckland, middle Otago, and this end Auckland. This event is sponsored by Footloose Cambridge. Fantastic place to shop, and they have been sponsors of our rowing for years and years, and we are very grateful. All right, the winners of the bronze medal for the Novice Coxed 4, AUT Auckland. This crew rowed the race in a time of 12:49.65. The winners of the silver medal, Auckland 1. And the Aon University Rowing Champs Men's Novice Cox 4 winners for 2024, Otago 1. The time for Otago 9:25.57, Auckland 11:21.90, and AUT Auckland 12:49.65. Huge thank you to Footloose Cambridge, our sponsors. Well done, AUT Auckland, Auckland 1, and our champions, Otago. Well done. Our next event will be the women's lightweight double sculls. If we could have Canterbury at the far end, Waikato 1 in the middle, and Waikato 2 at this end, please.
Thank you.
This event is sponsored by Fresh Choice Supermarket, which is just down the road in Leamington, and they welcome rowers at all times. So the winners of the bronze medal for the Women's University Lightweight Double Sculls, Canterbury 1. The winners of the silver medal, Waikato 2. And the Aon University Rowing Championship Women's University Lightweight Double Scull winners, Waikato 1. So well done, bronze medalists Canterbury 1, silver medal winners Waikato 2, and our champions Waikato 1. Our next event is the Men's Championship Coxed 4. If we could have Otago, please, at the far end, Canterbury 1 in the middle, and Canterbury 2 at this end. This event is sponsored by the fabulous Goldsmiths Gallery Jewellers. So Otago at the far end, please, Canterbury 2 at this end, and Canterbury 1 in the middle. All right, the winners of the bronze medal for the lightweight double sculls, Canterbury 1. Have I got that wrong? No. Yes, I have. No. Just checking you're all awake. The Men's Championship Coxed 4, Otago 1. The time for Otago, 7:00.10. The winners of the silver medal for the Championship Coxed 4, Canterbury 2. 6:58.32. And now the Aon University Rowing Champs, Coxed 4 winners, Canterbury 1. Time for this crew, 6:54.70. Our thanks once again to Goldsmiths Gallery Jewellers for their sponsorship. Well done. Bronze medal winners Otago 1, silver medalists Canterbury 2. Let's give a big round of applause to our winners. Canterbury 1.
4 medals as you called out.
Right, our next event, if we could have here, please, for the men's single sculls, all Otago. Otago 3, 2 and 1. So if we could have Sam Barnett, please, at the far end, Edwin George in the middle, and Luke Brock at this end.
1, yeah.
I got no one. Oh, I got someone. All right. This is the men's varsity single sculls sponsored by Grassroots Trust. The winner of the bronze medal from Otago, Sam Barnett. Sam's time 8:11.24. The winner of the silver medal from Otago, Luke Brock. 18.58 for Luke. And the Aon University Rowing Champs men's varsity single scull winner from Otago, Edwin George. His time 8:06.36. So well done, Sam Barnett, Luke Brock, and our champion, Edwin George.
Yeah, Teddy, he's the goat.
All right, if we can have the women's 8, please, varsity 8, Otago, Canterbury, and Otago.
Thank you.
And close behind them will be the women's tournament 4, Coxed 4, please. So if you could all make your way down in this direction. So for the 8, if we could have Otago at the far end, please. Otago 2. Otago 1 in the middle, and Canterbury 1 at this end. All right, Otago 2 at the far end, please. Otago 1 in the middle, and Canterbury at this end. Okay, just about got everyone. This event is sponsored by Jaron Sports. It's the varsity 8, the winners of the bronze medal, Otago 2. The time for Otago, 7:38.66. The winners of the silver medal for the varsity 8, Canterbury 1. And the Aon University Rowing Champs Women's Coxed 8 champions, Otago 1. So Otago 2 rowed it in a time of 7:38.66, Canterbury 7:31.82, and Otago 7:26.60. A very big thank you to Jaron Sports once again for sponsoring this event. Well done. Bronze medal winners Otago 2, silver medalists Canterbury 1, and let's have a big round of applause please for our winners, Otago. All right, we should have lurking in this vicinity the women's tournament Coxed 4 and the women's championship double sculls. All right, we are up to the women's tournament Coxed 4. Could we have Otago 2 at the far end, Waikato in the middle, and Otago 3 at this end? All right, this event is sponsored by Kaz Design, who are designers for web and brand based here in Cambridge. The winners of the bronze medal for the women's tournament coxed for Otago 2. The winners of the silver medal, Otago 3. And the Aon University Rowing Championship Women's Tournament Cox 4 winners, Waikato 1. The times, Otago 2, 10:19.85. Otago 3, 9:39.34. And our winners, 9:19.30. Well done, bronze medal winners, Otago 2, silver medalists, Otago 3, and our champions, Waikato. All right, we should have with us the Women's Championship double sculls. That will be followed by the men's varsity coxed 4. So, Women's Championship double sculls, Lincoln please at the far end, Waikato in the middle and Canterbury at this end. This event is sponsored by the fabulous Kebabalicious. The championship double sculls bronze medal winners, Lincoln 1. Silver medalists, Canterbury 1. And the Aon University Rowing Champs Women's Championship double scull winners, Waikato 1. Our thanks to Kebabalicious, our sponsors. Well done, bronze medal winner Lincoln, Canterbury silver and Waikato 1. Our next event is the men's varsity cox 4. It will be followed by, please, the women's varsity double sculls. So for this event we should have Canterbury 1 at the far end, Otago 1 in the middle and Otago 2 at this end, please. This event is sponsored by Kerridge and Partners. The winners of the bronze medal for the men's varsity coxed 4, Canterbury 1. The winners of the silver medal, Otago 2. And the Aon University Rowing Champs men's varsity cox 4 winners, Otago 1. A big thank you to Kerridge and Partners, our sponsors. The times 7:01.22 for Canterbury 1, 7:01.18. Boy, that was a close one for Otago 2, and our winners 6:56.86. Well done, Canterbury 1, bronze medal winners, silver medalists Otago 2, and our champions Otago 1. Our next event will be the women's varsity double sculls, followed by the women's championship coxed 4. Okay, for the double sculls, Canterbury please at the far end, Otago in the middle and Auckland at this end. This event is sponsored by Laszlo Boats. We have Vera from Laszlo Boats not presenting the medals but taking photos. Thank you, Vera. Thank you for your sponsorship. The winners of the bronze medal for the varsity double sculls, Canterbury 1. The winners of the silver medal, Auckland 1. And the Aon University Rowing Champs, Women's Varsity Double Scull winners, Otago. A very big thank you once again to Laszlo Boats for sponsoring this event. Well done. Canterbury won, Auckland won, and our champions, Otago. Okay, next up, Women's Championship Coxed 4. It will be followed by the Men's Tournament 8. So we should have, coming onto the podium, on the far side, Otago 2. Right beside me, Otago 1, and in the middle, Waikato, please. This event is sponsored by Milford, who are a recent addition to our rowing and huge supporters, and we thank them.
Hurry up, Aaron.
Okay. The Women's Championship Cox 4 bronze medal winners, Otago 2. The winners of the silver medal, Otago 1. And the Aon Women's Champion Cox 4 winners for 2024, Waikato 1. The times, Otago 2, 7:30.17, Otago 1, 7:24 on the dot, and Waikato 7:20.21. Our thanks to Milford for sponsoring this event. Well done, Otago 2, Otago 1, and our champions, Waikato. Next up will be the Men's Tournament Coxed 8, followed by the Men's Championship Single Sculls. All right, there'll be a heap. Oh, no, there'll be a heap of you here. So far end Auckland, middle Otago, this end Victoria, please. This is the Men's Tournament 8. Auckland at the far end, Otago in the middle, Victoria this end. This event sponsored by Mitre 10 Mega here in Cambridge. Big thank you to Mitre 10 Mega for their continuing support. The winners of the bronze medal for the men's tournament, Coxed 8, Auckland 1. Come on, Auckland, you can make more noise than that. The time, 8:32.65. The winners of the silver medal, I know there'll be a lot of noise for this one, Victoria. And the Aon University Rowing Champs Men's Tournament Coxed 8 winners, Otago. The times, 8:32.65 for Auckland, 7:35.43 for Victoria, and 7:23.61 for Otago. Well done. Bronze medal winners, Auckland. Silver medalists, Victoria. And our champions, Otago. We should have the Men's Championship Single Scullers waiting, followed by the Women's University Novi Coxed 4, please. Okay, up we come, Sam, Evan and Oscar. Right, this is the Men's Championship Single Sculls, so we need at the far end, Sam Wilson, In the middle, Oscar Rustin, and at this end, Evan Williams. Okay, this event, sponsor for this event, Mobicom Limited. This is the Men's Championship Single Sculls. The winner of the bronze medal from Canterbury, Sam Wilson. Canterbury, you're very quiet. The winner of the silver medal for the Championship Single Sculls from Waikato, Evan Williams. And now the Aon University Rowing Champs Men's Championship Single Scull winner from Waikato, Oscar Rustin. The times for Sam, 7:24.36. For Evan, 7:15.18. And for our champion, Oscar, 7:09.14. Well done to our winner, Oscar Rustin. Next event will be the Women's University Novi Coxed 4, followed by the Men's Varsity Coxless Pair. So, if I could have, please, the Women's University Novi Cox 4, Otago Canterbury at the far end, Otago 1 in the middle, and Otago 2 at this end, please. The Women's University Novice Coxed 4 is sponsored by the New Zealand Community Trust. The winners of the bronze medal, Otago Canterbury 3. The winners of the silver medal, Otago 2. And the Aon University Rowing Champs Women's Novice Cox 4 winners, Otago 1. 9:41.37 for our bronze medal winners, 8:55.66 for our silver medalists, and 8:54.77 for our winners. Well done, Otago Canterbury 3, Otago 2, and our champions, Otago 1. Our next event will be the Coxless Pair, Men's Varsity Coxless Pair, followed by the Women's Varsity Single Sculls, please. So could we have on the podium the Men's Varsity Coxless Pair, Auckland at the far end, Lincoln in the middle, and Canterbury at this end, please.
Get up there. Take his medal for him.
This event sponsored by the fabulous Authentic Oars, the winners of the bronze medal for the Men's Varsity Coxless Pair, Auckland 1. The winners of the silver medal, Canterbury 1. And now the Aon University Rowing Champs Men's Varsity Coxless Pair winners, Lincoln 1.
24.
7:21.28 for Auckland, 7:20.48 for Canterbury. Big round of applause, and 7:16.29, our winner, Lincoln 1. Next up will be the Varsity Single Sculls, followed by the Lightweight Coxless Pair, Men's Lightweight Coxless Pair. So could we have, for the Women's Varsity Single Sculls, Canterbury 1, Auckland in the middle, and Victoria at this end. And now, the women's varsity single scull bronze medal winner, Canterbury 1. Winner of the silver medal, Victoria. Okay, it has to be said, how come only Victoria does that? This better be a good one. The women's varsity single scull champion from Auckland University, Atlanta Bruce. Not bad. So well done to our bronze medal winner Canterbury, silver medalist Victoria, and our champion Atlanta Bruce from Auckland. Next up, we have the men's university lightweight coxless pair, followed by the women's varsity coxless pair. So we just have two crews here, Canterbury and Otago, please.
We don't even need a box. We only got gold and silver.
You want a refund?
We've only got gold and silver.
This event is sponsored by Rob Bristow from Rowing Images, who has been taking photos of our rowing for many, many years. The winners of the silver medal for the university lightweight coxless pair, Canterbury 1. And the Aon University Rowing Champs men's university lightweight coxless pair winners, Otago 1. The times 8:06.75 for Canterbury and 8:26.96 for Otago. Next up we have the women's coxless pair, followed by the men's varsity coxed quad sculls, please. So let's have for the women's coxless pair, far end Otago 2, in the middle Otago 4, and this end Otago 3. It is a clean sweep. Is that it? The women's coxless pair or bronze medal winners, Otago 2. The winners of the silver medal, Otago 3. And the women's varsity coxless pair oars champions, Otago 4. A big thank you to Top Notch Calves for sponsoring this event. Well done, bronze medal winners Otago 2, silver medalists Otago 3, and our champions Otago 4. Well done, girls. We are up to the Cox Quad Sculls. It'll be followed by the Women's Tournament 8. So, on the podium, we need Canterbury 1, Otago 1 in the middle, and Lincoln 1 at this end. This event is sponsored by Wintec. Winners of the silver medal for the men's varsity Cox Quad Sculls, Canterbury 1. The winners of the silver medal for the men's varsity Cox Quad, Lincoln 1. And the Aon University Rowing Champs men's varsity Cox Quad Sculls winners, Otago 1. The times, Canterbury 6:39.44, Lincoln 6:33.71. Oh, this is another close one. The winners were 6:33.64. So right down to the wire. Well done, Canterbury 1, bronze medal winners, Lincoln 1, silver medal winners, and our champions, Otago. Next event is the Women's Tournament Coxed 8, followed by the Women's Varsity Coxed Quad, please. So we need on the podium, we should have Otago Canterbury 2, Waikato 1 and Otago 1. Otago and Canterbury at the far end, Waikato at this end and Otago in the middle. This event sponsored by Grassroots Trust. The winners of the bronze medal for the Women's 8, Tournament 8, Otago Canterbury. The time for Otago Canterbury, 9:34.34. The winners of the silver medal, Waikato 1. Where are you, Waikato? Thank you. And now the Aon University Rowing Champs Women's Tournament Coxed 8 winners, Otago. The time for Waikato was 8:26.99 and for Otago 8:16.55. Big thank you to Grassroots Trust, who are the sponsors of this event. So well done to the bronze medal winners, Otago Canterbury, silver medal winners, Waikato. Big round of applause, please, for our champions, Otago. We should have waiting the Women's Varsity Coxed Quad, please. All right, let's have up here Canterbury at the far end, Canterbury 2, Canterbury 1 in the middle, and Otago 2 at this end. All right, this event is sponsored by our principal sponsor, Aon, who will be very familiar to all of us as our main sponsors of our rowing, and we thank them. The winners of the bronze medal for the Women's Varsity Cox Quad Sculls, Canterbury 2. The winners of the silver medal for the Cox Quad Sculls, Otago 2. And the Aon University Rowing Champs, Women's Varsity Cox Quad Champions for 2024, Canterbury 1. Well done, and our thanks to Aon for sponsoring this event. All right, we are at the very much the business end of this presentation. A big thank you to all of you for staying on for this. We're going to present some big awards now before we present the winners of the Men's Championship 8 and the Women's Championship 8.
Afternoon. Very quick announcement about our New Zealand University's trials. First of all, I'd like to thank our selectors, Justin Evans and Fiona Burke, two former university athletes. So we have seat racing, and we have a men's 8 going out to do a time trial as well. So briefing and check-in is at 7 a.m. So we have women, Tori Cox, Samantha Rankin, Isabel Welch, Ava Woodbury Wrinkle, Ella Hansen, Coxswain, Mackenzie Tuffin, Tyler Stewart, Brooke Vincent, Millie Scott, and Coxswain Heidi Baldwin. So that's our women. And then we have men's 8 going out for the time trial. Luke Brock, Sam Barnett, I'm not sure how to say his name, tagged Farek, Edwin George, Ari, Hamish Eatman, Simon, and Charles Bell. Fred Phillips will be coxing that. Okay, we will see you all at 7 a.m. tomorrow morning. Cheers.
Okie doke. And congratulations. Okay, we are going to present the awards for the winning universities for overall points before we deal with the 8s. We begin with the National Tertiary Rowing Champion winner. This is the result from the men's and women's races determining the championship from the 8s, the varsity doubles, the tournament 4s, and the novice 4s. And the winners of the National University Tertiary Rowing Champion: in 3rd place, University of Waikato; in 2nd place, Auckland University; and our winner, Otago. Would someone from Otago like to come up and collect this? Well done, Otago. Well done. Our next award is the Ashes. This event is this trophy is awarded to the most successful university in all events. Points are accumulated on a 5-3-1 basis for 1st, 2nd, and 3rd placing. Novice events receive double points. So for the Ashes, in 3rd place, University of Canterbury; in 2nd place, Waikato University; and our champions for 2024, Otago. Who's taking that back on the plane? Where are you, Otago? Make a lot of noise. Well done. Fantastic. All right, one more award. This is the Spirit Award. Crews and event officials are asked to vote for the university who displays the highest level of sportsmanship throughout the regatta. Team managers have been approached to complete the voting on your behalf, and I am very happy to say that the Spirit Award goes to Victoria University. Come on down, anyone. You can all come down if you want to.
Lucky they're not air labelled.
The spirit has been evident at this prize giving. All right, big round of applause, please, for the Spirit Award for Victoria University. All right, could I ask the Women's Championship Coxed 8 medal winners to come down, please, and the Men's Championship Coxed 8, please. Well done, Victoria. All right, Women's Championship Coxed 8. Otago at the far end. Otago 2 at the far end, Otago 1 in the middle, and Canterbury 1 at this end, please. Okay, we only have 2 to go, so bear with us. This event is sponsored by Authentic Oars. It's the Women's Championship 8. The winners of the bronze medal for this event, Otago 2. This crew rode the race in a time of 11:28.15. The winners of the silver medal, Canterbury 1. In a time of 11:14.53. And the Aon University Rowing Champs Women's Championship 8 winners, Otago 1. Our thanks once again to Authentic Oars for sponsoring this event. And well done to these crews. And we will present the trophy for the Women's Championship Coxed 8 winners to Otago 1. All right, we have one event to go. Before we finish, a big thank you to all of you who've travelled long distances to be here. Big thank you to all our volunteers who've worked so hard to make this happen. Stay safe tonight, everyone. Enjoy your evening. We are about to present the medals for the Men's Championship Coxed 8, sponsored by 776 BC. Could we have Otago, please, at the far end? Otago 1 in the middle and Canterbury at this end. Thank you too to Aon, our principal sponsor, for their continuing support. So come on, you boys. Otago 2 at the far end. Do you want your medals, boys? Yeah. Otago 2 at the far end, Otago 1 in the middle, and Canterbury at this end, please. We're all looking very rowish. And we're all looking very cold.
I was going to say, if you wanted photos without it, you could.
Okay. Scooch up a bit, boys. All right, this event, the Men's Championship Coxed 8, sponsored by 776 BC. The winners of the bronze medal, Otago 2. The time for this crew is 10:27.04. The winners of the silver medal for the Men's Championship 8, Canterbury 1. And the Aon University Rowing Championships Men's Championship Coxed 8 winners, Otago 1. All right, we have one more event to perform, one more thing to do. We are going to present this little... We're going to present this little trophy, the Heberley Shield. Well done, bronze medal winners, Otago 2, silver medal winners, Canterbury 1, our champions, Otago! Well done, everyone. Safe travels.
No, kept it going.